Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Eliana. The sea wants to kill me tonight, and I can't stop grinning. Wind screams in my ears, a banshee's wail that tears the breath out of my throat and flings it into the dark. My Class 40 tri-hull-bucks beneath me, carbon fibre singing, Amos knifing through water black as motor oil and streaked with ghostly foam. Spray slaps my face, ice pins, 1,000 of them, salty and bright and stinging. I taste brine and a thin thread of copper where my lip has split. The tiller yanks like a pissed-off bull, trying to tear my shoulder from its socket. I plant my feet, the non-skid biting my soles, and lean my whole body into it. "Come on, girl," I shout over the gale, voice ripped thin and ragged. "Dance with me." Sails groan like cathedral doors. The mainsail booms and shudders as we take the crest wrong, but I flatten her with a hard yank on the sheet, teeth bared, and we skim up the heaving face, a slick slate wall banded in green lightning. The sky is a churned vat of ink and bruise, so low it feels like it's pressing on my skull, and every few seconds it splits with that sickly emerald flash that leaves after images inside my eyes. The thunder doesn't roll, it detonates, a concussion you feel more than hear. And under the thunder, God help me, something else. A sound like the planet taking a breath, like a cathedral organ 1 octave too low for human ears, humming in my bones. I laugh into it. Half joy, half dare. "You think you're scary?" I've met scarier. Cancer is a quieter storm, but it chews deeper. The doctors' faces had that waxy look when they said terminal, as if the word itself might shatter if they spoke too loud. The nurse, sweet woman, soft hands, kept calling me brave, and my mother squeezed the life out of my fingers while pretending not to cry. Brave, such a stupid word for somebody who got unlucky cells. Brave is this: my body a lever against a screaming tiller, my breath torn thin and ecstatic, the sea throwing haymakers and me grinning with bloody teeth. Brave is choosing the ocean over the bed. We rise. The bow climbs and climbs until I feel the weight go light, until the deck under my toes trembles and the horizon tilts into madness. For a bright, ridiculous second, we're nose up at an angle that would make a saner sailor puke, and my whole world is the sharp stink of ozone, the whip-crack of halyards, cordage weeping against blocks, and the taste of spray in my mouth. I drag in air that smells like wet iron and cold stone and something green, bitter, alive. "Hold together," I murmur to the boat. She needs a name and I never gave her one. She hates that. I feel it in my bones. But I stroke the salt-slimed tiller as if it's a wrist I love. "Hold together and I'll never forget you again." We crest. For a breath we are suspended. Boat, girl. A few 100 pounds of sailcloth held up by nothing but sheer stubbornness and the wind's hard fist. And then gravity remembers us. We pitch down the backside of the wave like a roller coaster from hell. My stomach free falls. The bow slams. Spray explodes skyward. Something metallic somewhere aft rattles like a bag of bones. I whoop. I can't help it. It rips out of me, raw and feral. This is living. This is every cell in my body refusing to go quietly. Elena, I hear my mother say in my head, weary and fierce. Elena, don't you dare. She said it last month about a much smaller storm, standing in our doorway in a robe, the house humming with oxygen machine breath and chamomile steam from the kettle. The nurse was asleep in the recliner, mouth open, a soft snore ticking like a metronome. The hall nightlight painted a square of faint amber on the floor. The clock hands made their tiny insect jump. I crept like a thief. Backpack already stuffed. EPIRB, flares, med kit, extra gloves, Fowlies rolled and lashed, the little bag of pills they sent me home with that I swore I wouldn't take. Dad's old sailing knife, honed to wicked. Charts. The cheap compass I bought with babysitting money when I was 12, because the real one was too good for a kid. And I wanted something that was mine. I slid that compass into my pocket where it etches its circle even now, a round bruise over my hip bone. My parents' door was cracked. I saw shapes, a mountain and a coastline, under the duvet. The oxygen machine hissed, sighed, hissed. The smell of eucalyptus ointment and laundry powder, and the faint, sour note of fear that clings to sick rooms. I put the note on the dresser, under the little stone whale Dad brought me from Maine when I was 9. I have to go. You know I have to. I love you. Please, forgive me. Down the stairs in socks so no creak would betray me. Keys already palmed. The night had that thin glass chill that makes breath look guilty. The nurse sighed in her sleep and turned, the blanket slipping off her shoulder. I covered her again, whispered, sorry, kissed my fingers and touched the doorframe. Superstition is a sailor's drug. I gulp it by the handful. The marina was a gasp of halyards against masts, lines clicking, water lapping like a mouthful of teeth. Diesel and salt and kelp and tar. I slunk down the dock with my hood up and my heart battering the cage of my ribs like a bird. Untied lines with shaking hands and threw my pack aboard. When I slipped the last spring line and we began to drift, a wild light filled me. Not joy. Not yet. Something fiercer. A defiant yes. Don't you dare, Mom had said, but I dared. Now the horn is daring back. Ahead, the horizon rears up with a wave so big it cuts off the sky. I swear it's got a face, a blind titan's face, and we're an ant crawling toward its lip. The wave heaves, higher, higher, the crest ravelling, the belly dark and ridged and smooth as whale skin. I feel the tri-hull lighten, the aimers lifting, the centre hull keening as it scrapes into the upward wall. Every rope goes taut, a harp strummed by a god. My hands lock on the tiller, my shoulders burn, my thighs shake. Talk to me, I pant, and I'm not sure if I'm talking to the boat or my own stubborn heart. Okay, we climb, reef to second, ease the traveller, don't you round up, don't you stall. The sail flutters then bites, the boat surges, and we start up that water mountain. My mouth is a strip of rawhide, my lungs are bellows, spray needles my eyes, I don't blink. Noise telescopes into a single note that might be my own blood. We climb and I talk, because talking keeps panic from growing teeth. That's it. That's it. You were built for this. I was built for this. We don't die in beds. We don't die in pity. Up, up, up. The crest throws a white mane. For a second there is only white air, white water, the ocean's cold hand across my face. And in that white I see, insane and perfectly clear, Dad's hands around a mug, a ring of coffee stain on the morning paper's weather map. Storm this weekend, he'd said, eyebrows up, the way he used to when he wanted to talk boats and Mom wanted to talk anything else. We learned our wind by watching moving ink. Come on, I roar, and the boat answers with a knife-edge jump. We punch through. The bow clears the lip. The stern follows, slow and then with a lurch. The whole boat comes into the air just enough that my stomach tries to crawl into my throat. And then the slap. God, the slap. as we fall down the backside. It knocks a grunt out of me and a curse and my laugh too, because we did it. We actually did it, and for a heartbeat I'm invincible. Ha! I crow, voice torn raw. Ha! Ha! The sky rips open. It's like someone dragged a neon scalpel across the belly of the night. Not white lightning, not the friendly purple spears that fork and go. This is green, violent green, too bright, wrong bright, and it doesn't fork so much as tear, as if reality is canvas and somebody on the other side has decided to see what happens when you cut a slit. The light washes the sea a sickly glow, phosphorescence on steroids. My boat shivers, my skin prickles. Every tiny hair stands up, and a taste like hot pennies blooms under my tongue. The thunder that follows isn't thunder, it's a howl. Deep as tectonic plates dragging. It makes the deck vibrate, makes the rigging sing a note I've never heard, makes the fillings in my teeth ache. The water to port heaves and twists, the surface rippling in concentric circles that break into spirals. A current grabs us, hard, invisible hands, and the boat yanks sideways so suddenly I slam hip first into the coaming. Pain flashes white. I cling to the tiller, breath gone, and try to correct. But the rudder might as well be a butter knife in a blender. Damn! I gasp, and the word is a prayer. It's a whirlpool. But not like any whirlpool I've read about in old pilot charts. Not a tidy eddy with a polite little dimple. This thing is a cathedral of water rotating, a broad black mouth rimmed in flipping, scummed green, the size of a stadium, maybe more. It drags with the steady, awful patience of a moon. The centre is a dark pupil, and lightning, still that violent emerald, laces upward from it in thin, silent filaments, like the roots of a tree growing upside down. The hell are you? I whisper. The air smells wrong, hot dust, cinnamon bite, burned sugar, like an electrical fire in a spice market. My skin tingles. The compass on the bulkhead spins like it's drunk. The depth sounder throws gibberish. The wind goes strange, still howling, but under it a hush, as if a glass dome has been lowered over us. I throw the tiller hard, try to put my bow on the rim to ride it. I've surfed tides. I know the trick is to keep moving, keep your angle, not let the stern swing. The main sheet burns my palms as I take it in. The rope bites deep, skin parting like wet paper. Blood slicks the fibres. I wrap 3 turns around my forearm. Idiot move, but I'm out of choices. And heave. Come on! I hiss through my teeth. Come on! We're not dying in a drain! For a breath, the boat listens. We slither toward the outer edge, the stern tugged but the bow nosing into slightly calmer water. The spray that hits me now has grit in it. Stones, shells, little needles that ping off the mast. Out of the corner of my eye, I see silver shapes spiralling up from the depths. Jellies. No, not jellies. They are shapes, geometries with trailing wires that flex like tendrils, pulsing with faint light. And when lightning cracks again, I see faces inside them. Wrong faces. Too many eyes, too neat teeth, staring, and then gone. The sound in the air hiccups, like a radio flipping through stations, and for a second, I hear words in a language I don't know that feel like pressure on my eardrums. My tongue goes numb. Not today, I tell whatever listens. My voice is a rasp. You don't get me today. We climb the whirl. The boat skates high, drops low, skates high again, a tilted racetrack of water, and each time I can almost feel the edge, like a lip I can hook a fingernail over and pull. The traveller car chatters, shuddering. The vang screams. Somewhere a shackle bangs like a bell. I talk and swear and laugh, because if I shut up, the fear will get big enough to breathe. That's it. Yes, hold. One more. A shadow moves in the heart of the whirlpool. At first, I think I'm seeing a trick of lightning, some big hunk of debris, a tree or a mast or a drowned shipping container. But then the shadow curves the wrong way and lifts and keeps lifting. Water sheets off something scaled. Claws like scimitars rake the air. A head breaks the surface, horned, ridged, eyes like coins of molten bronze, and the breath that pours out of that mouth is steam hot enough to hit my face from 40 yards away. It smells like liquid iron and old incense and the inside of a struck match. "Okay," I say, absurd and small, a hysterical laugh breaking free. "Okay, sure. Sure, why not? A dragon." An enormous dragon shoulders out of the green-lit throat of the maelstrom. Its wings beat once, twice, throwing curtains of water that slam my sails and make the tri-hull shudder as if it's been punched. Black scales edged in sick light. A keel of bone down its chest, spines along its tail. The whole thing so big it makes the wave we climbed feel like a puddle ripple. Something moves on its back, strapped in with harness and grit. Someone, humanoid, broad-shouldered, skin a deep storm-bruise green, slick with spray, braided dark hair, tusks glinting in the lightning. An orc, my brain supplies, because why not tear the logic bandage off all at once? He's not riding the dragon so much as fighting it, one hand in the harness and the other jabbing a hooked spear into the join of scales at the neck. The dragon twists, trying to bite him, and he bashes its snout with the butt of the spear and laughs, actually laughs like a wolf. What the... I can't finish the sentence. There are no words big enough. The Minotaur and the dragon are in their own war, and the whirlpool is their arena. Every beat of those wings digs us deeper into the spin. Every lash of that tail kicks up a wall of water that hammers my hull. I crank the tiller with my whole body, trying to hold the line I earned, trying to stay on that precious knife-thin shelf near the rim. My hands are slick and raw and split. I can't feel my fingers. Blood makes the rope slicker and I try to wipe it on my shorts and smear it instead. The dragon's head whips. The Minotaur plunges the spear again. A gout of steam erupts, and the heat of it hits my face in the cold like a slap. "Get out of my storm," I snarl, because apparently I'm the sort of idiot who tries to scold mythological apex predators. The dragon shrieks, a horrible metal-on-bone scream that makes my eardrums flutter. It flares its wing to pivot, and that wing, leather and bone and rain, comes down like a living wall. The blast of air and water it throws slams into my sails. The boat heels so hard the starboard ammer digs, and the centre hull skips like a stone, and for a second I think we're pitch-poling. I dump the main, but too late, too late. The force of it knocks us off the rim-line. I feel it like a slip of a boot on a ladder rung. We go skidding inward, faster, the hull's beginning to hiss. "No, you don't," I whisper, panicked and furious. "No, you goddamn don't!" I throw the tiller. The rudder bites. The bow nips toward the rim again. A breath away from a save. A breath from cheating death. The dragon's tail scythes. It's not deliberate. We are nothing to it. But that scythe of wet bone clips the aft quarter like a battering ram. The impact isn't a bang. It's a thud that goes through deck and ribs and teeth, a golf club to the kidney of my boat. The world tilts. The stern swings. The tri-hull yaws and we lose the bight, and suddenly we are sideways in the spin, slewing like a car on black ice, stern first toward the mouth of the whirlpool. "Damn!" I breathe, and it's not a curse now. It's a sacrament. I grab the sheet with both hands. Skin parts. I don't even feel it anymore. I haul and wrap and drop, and the rope whines and smokes a little where it runs. My forearm is a tourniquet of salt-burn pain. The knife is out. I don't remember pulling it, but it's there in my teeth, bitter steel taste and the faint ketchup tang of old blood. I spit it into my hand and slash the last wrap so the boom can swing free and keep us from capsizing as the spin tries to roll us. The boom goes, wild and violent. I duck, and it takes a hank of hair and a ribbon of skin off my knuckles as a souvenir. The Minotaur looks at me. For a heartbeat, I swear on every ugly scar I've earned, those molten eyes find me. The green lightning throws a jag of light across his face, and his grin is pure lunatic joy. He yells something that sounds like a toast, and then the dragon rears and they're fighting again, claw against spear, ancient as myth and twice as stupid, and they vanish in a curtain of spray as the whirl's throat gulps. The sound changes. The world tightens. My ears pop and stay popped. The air pressure goes sideways, my head a balloon being squeezed from both ends. The storm noise, the wind, the water, the sails boom, slides away, like someone is turning a knob that makes sound into syrup. What's left is that low organ note, the world hum and a distant chorus of voices, people speaking backward underwater. The green lightning doesn't flash now. It flows, veins lighting through cloud, like the sky is made of glass and someone poured poison into it. We're in it. The whirlpool takes us the way a mouth takes a sugar cube. Not a swallow, an insistence. The deck tips into an angle no boat should survive, and my legs splay and every muscle in me is a wire. The hull groans, a long, helpless sound like an animal in a trap. I feel the mast shudder, the stays humming with a note that is almost a cry. I snatch a breath and it tastes like burned cloves and rain on hot pavement. Not today, I tell the sea. I'm not done. The sea does not give a single fuss. We drop. It feels like the world has become a spiral staircase made of water, and we are taking those stairs 6 at a time. The bow knives. Spray hits my face and it's warm now. God, warm and slick and smelling like beeswax and something that might be flowers if flowers had a funeral. The main sheet rips out a wet scream, and my hand goes with it until I let go, or it tears my fingers off. I let go. The rope burns across my palm and leaves little satiny strips of skin behind like ribbons on a maypole. Hold, I beg the mast, because the mast is the spine of the world right now, and if it goes, there is no world. Hold, hold. And of course the mast answers the way bones answer when you ask them to be steel. With a sound like a rifle shot, the middle panel cracks. The carbon splits along a seam I've stared at 100 times and never feared. The rigging goes slack, then taut, a whip. The boom swings wild. The whole boat shivers with that sick final shudder of something that has been asked too much for too long. The deck tilts into an angle that makes the horizon a smear. I slide, knees buckling, shins slamming into a cleat, hard enough to make stars burst in my eyes. The rope I'd wrapped around my arm turns traitor and jerks, wrenching my shoulder. I bark an animal sound and bite it back down, because I will not scream yet. Not yet. Not. Okay, I say to nobody, and everyone, my voice almost calm, which is how you can tell I've crossed some threshold. Okay. Well, the sky flares one last mad time, emerald lightning lancing down the throat of the world, and the last thing I see before the blackout grabs me by the back of the neck is impossible. The dragon's head turning back like it's looking at me, eyes bright as coins, and the orc's mouth splitting in a crazy grin as he raises his spear in salute. And then the dark folds up over me like a wave, warm and absolute, the storm's howl sliding into silence as if someone reached into the hurricane and flipped off the switch. I go out laughing, because if this is it, then god damn did I pick a way to go. I wake to birdsong. Not the raucous, gull-wheeling cries of the South Atlantic, not the thin metallic shrieks of terns. No, these are rounder, stranger. Warbles and flutes and a staccato clacking like somebody shaking maracas. My eyes crack open against blinding light. The sun is vicious, overhead and merciless, like it's personally offended by my existence. I groan, throat raw as sandpaper. Well, either I died and woke up in a petting zoo or... My voice croaks. I cough brine, spitting salt onto the deck. My head feels packed with wool. My arms, raw rope burns and blood-cracked blisters. My ribs ache where I slammed into God. What did I slam into? A cleat? The storm? The world? The storm. Oh, damn, the whirlpool. The dragon. The Minotaur with the maniac grin. The memory claws through me like a hangover flash. So surreal I almost laugh. Dream, hallucination, brain tumour fireworks. Pick your poison, Eliana. I blink and force myself upright. The deck tilts gently beneath me, not the wild bucking of a storm-tossed sea. My boat, my stubborn, beautiful, nameless tri-hull, is bobbing as docile as a rubber duck in a bath. Turquoise water gleams around us, clear enough I can see fish flashing like dropped coins beneath the hulls. The air smells wrong. Warm, floral, heavy with the musk of green things. Not the sharp, salty knife edge of Cape Horn, but a sweet, cloying perfume that coats my tongue. Where the hell? My voice cracks again. I swallow, throat raw, and croak. This isn't South America. No way. One mast is snapped clean, a blackened fracture tangled in the rigging like a broken bone. The sails hang shredded, flapping weakly, but the hull floats. She floats. I run my palm along the deck, sticky with dried salt and something coppery. My blood. The sting in my palms flares as I peel my hands open. Rope burns angry and swollen, welts ridged with embedded fibres. Splinters. Good. Pain means alive. All right, Captain Baker, damage report, I mutter. Hull intact, one mast down, sails screwed, crew status, still 0. I bark a laugh, hoarse and cracked. Rations, what's left in the locker, which I didn't inventory before going insane and sailing into the goddamn apocalypse. I stumble below deck, nearly cracking my skull on the hatch. The cabin smells of mildew, salt, and blood-soaked bandages. My bandages. The dry bag with food is mercifully sealed, but the contents are depressing. 2 sleeves of crackers, 1 squashed protein bar, a half jar of peanut butter, and a gallon of water. Oh yeah, we're living large, I say. My stomach twists, not in hunger, but in some hysterical approximation of laughter. I grab the half-empty bottle and take a careful sip. Warm plastic tang, faint algae. It tastes like survival. I pour a trickle over my face and wince as salt stings raw skin. The reflection in the water-bubbled steel kettle startles me. Eyes red, skin pale, hair plastered in snarls across my face. I look like a drowned rat in denial. Still cute, though, I rasp, middle finger at my reflection. Screw you too. Climbing back on deck, I shade my eyes against the sun. Ahead, lush green cliffs rise sheer from the turquoise sea, dripping vines, massive trees crowding to the edge. Bright flowers scream colour from the greenery. And the sky's wrong. Not the pale cobalt of Chile. It's deeper, richer, indigo-tinted, and there's something off about the sun's angle. The clouds are too crisp, edges burning with greenish shimmer. I grip the tiller, even though it's useless with one mast gone. Chilly nonsense. I've been around the Horn twice, and I'd remember this postcard from Jurassic Park nonsense. The tiller jerks weakly as the current nudges us toward a gap in the cliffs. I coax what's left of the sails, improvising a jury rig, sweat slicking my back. Hours pass, or maybe only minutes. The sun hammers time flat. My arms ache, my legs tremble, my throat burns with every muttered curse. But finally, blessedly, the tri-hull drifts into a small cove, ringed by pale sand and overhung with palms. The water calms, glassy and blue-green. I drop anchor with a grunt, muscles screaming. The chain rattles like coins in a miser's fist. The hull settles, sighing. I slump against the mast stump, heart thudding like a drum. Landfall, I announce to no one. Captain Baker, survivor of storms, whirlpools, and hallucinations. Now, starring in Gilligan's fever dream. I pull on my boots, the cracked leather stiff with salt. Each step crunches as I stagger down the gangplank I rig from a broken spar. My feet sink into sand white as bone, warm as fresh bread. The jungle breathes heavy just beyond the tree line. humid, wet, alive. It smells like rot and honey, green things in every stage of life and death. I draw my machete from its sheath. The blade feels too heavy, my arm trembling, but the weight steadies me. Okay, I mutter. Recon. Check the terrain, maybe find fresh water, don't get eaten by mosquitoes the size of drones. Easy. The sand shifts to tangled roots and loam as I push into the jungle. The air thickens, muggy, buzzing with insect chatter. Leaves slap my face, wet with dew. My boots sink into black earth, spongy with decay. My shirt clings, sweat streaming down my spine. And then, the world shudders. A bass note, deeper than thunder. Birds explode from the canopy in a screaming cloud. The ground itself trembles under my feet. Oh no, I whisper. Another roar follows, closer. Not thunder, not wind. A sound that claws the primitive part of my brain that remembers we are prey. My chest seizes. My heart spikes. The trees crash apart, snapping like matchsticks. A beast steps into the clearing, sunlight scalding its scales. Green-brown hide, massive hind legs, jaws lined with steak knife teeth. 30 feet tall if it's an inch. Its head swings, yellow eyes locking on me, and it bellows, hot stinking breath rolling out, smelling of meat and rot. I gape. My throat scrapes. Then I croak, nope, screw this, screw you, screw that. I spin and run. Branches whip my arms. Roots grab my boots. My breath rasps like broken glass in my throat. Behind me, the ground shakes with each step the monster takes. Roar after roar pounds my eardrums. Why is it always dinosaurs? I shout, panic a cracked laugh in my voice. Why not kittens? Why not ponies? No, let's give Elena Baker the T-Rex special. I bolt, lungs tearing, sweat stinging my eyes. The world narrows to pounding feet and snapping branches and the death drums behind me. My heart screams, my body burns. I don't look back. I can't. My toe catches a root. I fly. Crash. The machete skitters from my hand as I slam into loam, breath torn from my chest. Dirt fills my mouth, bitter, gritty, alive with ants. My ribs flare white-hot agony. The ground shakes. Boom. 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 The dinosaur's shadow falls over me, blotting the sun. I claw for the machete, fingers numb. My breath comes in sobs. No. No, no. Its roar splits the jungle. A wall of sound. My body trembles against the earth as the stink of its breath washes over me, hot, wet, metallic with old blood.
Chapter 2. Captain Storm Shadow. The sea lies flat as hammered iron, too calm for my liking. A night like this, you hear everything. The flap of canvas, the creak of a spar, the nervous cough of a sailor pretending he's not afraid. I taste copper and brine on the air, and I know before my spyglass confirms it. Something foul's ahead. Through the brass, I see her. A sleek frigate, sails trimmed neat, hull dark and gleaming in moonlight. Too neat, too polished. She flies the pennant of a neutral merchant house, but I've slit enough elf throats to know their lies by scent. False colors. Bastards, I rumble. Scratchy limps up, his scrawny frame more bone than muscle. His beard's a rat's nest tangled with salt, his tusk chipped from years of chewing through bad odds. He spits a stream of brown into the sea and cackles. She's a woman wearing silk, Captain. That's no merchant. That's a knife dressed as a feather. You don't trust feathers, I mutter. Aye, he grins, showing gums where teeth should be. Still alive, ain't I? I clap the rail once. Sharp. Battle stations. The plague of the sea stirs like a beast waking. My crew moves, each a freak, a fiend, a misfit. But mine. Hissy Fit slithers across the deck, his serpentine torso gleaming with oil, tail coiled tight around a cannon's wheel. His tongue flickers as he loads shot with ritualistic precision. Blood tonight, Captain. Yes, the sea will drink." He laughs, a wet hiss that slides under your skin. Gunwitch is already there, her twin pistols glowing ember red. She never speaks, but her silence is louder than any battle cry. She stands straight-backed, her half-demon eyes lit with promise. The triplets, Laurie, Darrell, and Darrell, bicker as they haul lines, ropes snapping tight. Laurie curses first. "Darrell, haul like you've got stones, not feathers in your hands!" The first Darrell roars back, "My hands are fine, it's your brain that's the problem." The second Darrell just grunts, confused, and pulls harder. I don't care if they're idiots. They move lines like no three men I've ever seen. Albatrosity, damned bird demon, wings half-plucked and beak crooked, perches on the rail, claws digging deep. His squawk splits the air. "Pray, Cap'n, I see, pray!" His eyes glint, sharp as glass, scanning shadows beyond the frigate. Lila lingers in the shadows of the mainmast, her lavender skin glistening in the moonlight, cloak draped to hide the writhing tentacle where her left arm should be. She strokes the limb absently, embarrassed as ever. "They'll mock me when they see it," she murmurs. Then the tentacle lashes out, snaring a length of rope and tying it in a sailor's knot faster than any normal hand. Her eyes glow faintly. "But I'll show them." Tora, our ship's striped cat, smug bastard, pads across the rail, his fur bristles, tail flicking. "Smells wrong," he says, his voice the smooth purr of arrogance. "I want double rations if I stay on this deck, Captain. Hazard pay." "Stay or I'll skin you and make gloves," I growl. He flicks his ear. "You'd never." I'm too pretty. And old Shen, my wizard, leans against the mizzen like the ship itself is the only thing keeping him upright. Bent, wrinkled, cane carved with runes. But when his eyes flare blue and he taps that cane on the deck, the wood hums with restrained power. "It's a trap," he wheezes. "All this quiet, all this still water. It stinks of elvish perfume and vanity." Then he grins, showing 2 yellow teeth. I hate vanity. I breathe deep. Salt, tar, ozone. And under it all, the stink of blood about to spill. "Crew," I thunder, voice rolling like surf. "You know me? I don't waste lives. Not mine, not yours. But those aren't traitors out there. Those are liars and cowards, and they think we'll kneel." I bare my tusks. "Tonight, we show them what it means to face the plague." A growl rises in my chest, and the crew answers. Howls, cheers, curses. The ship thrums under our feet. And then the water ripples, the air shimmers. 3 more ships peel into sight, cloaked, invisible, now revealed. Sleek hulls, sails blacker than ink, lined with steel charms that jingle in the wind. An ambush. Silence falls. Just the creak of ropes and the whisper of the sea. From the lead frigate, a voice cuts the night. "Luorgus Storm Shadow," it purrs. A figure strides the elf deck, lanterns framing him in theatrical glow. Admiral Awesome himself, Lord of Lace, Prince of Perfume. His armor is gilded, useless for war, more ballroom than battlefield. Feathers plume from his helm, glittering silver. He waves a rapier with a flourish, his free hand holding a goblet of wine. "The terror of the seas, the beast who haunts our shipping lanes. Oh, how disappointing you look." He sips delicately, lips pursed. "I had hoped for more than a barnyard ox with a bad temper." Scratchy spits over the side. "He's prettier than a peacock's buttocks." Awesome ignores him, spreading his arms to his assembled fleet. "Mark this night, elves. I, Admiral Awesome of House Silvertwine, shall be the one to slay the infamous Storm Shadow. Songs will be sung, ballads composed, and you, beast, will be remembered only as the fool who crossed me." My grip tightens on my axe. The star marking over my silver eye burns. I step forward to the rail, voice low but carrying. "Funny," I growl. "The last elf who bragged to me didn't live long enough for a second verse." The crew roars with laughter. Awesome's smile twitches. He flicks his rapier in some flourish, then shrieks, "Kill them!" And the night ignites. Cannon's thunder. Hissy Fit hisses mad laughter, coiling around his gun and slamming shot into the chamber. "Dance! Dance!" The boom rattles my chest, fire lighting the deck. Gun which races both pistols. She doesn't move her lips, but the air around her vibrates with power. She fires, 2 crimson bolts punching straight through 3 elves. They crumple, smoking holes where hearts should be. Albatrosity takes to the air, wings ragged but strong enough. He dives, talons ripping into a helmsman's face, tearing out eyes in a spray of red. "See you bleed!" he shrieks. Lila steps forward, cloak falling back. Her tentacle lashes, coiling around a dark elf's waist and slamming him into the mast with a wet crack. She gasps, embarrassed even in battle, whispering, "I didn't mean..." But then she hardens, striking another across the deck. The triplets charge in unison, bellowing nonsense, swinging belaying pins like clubs. "Darul, hit harder! I am hitting harder, Darul! Shut up, Darul!" Elves scatter before their brute force idiocy. Scratchy hobbles into the melee, swinging a rusted cutlass with surprising speed. "Come on then, you lace-wearing milk drinkers. Let's see if you bleed pink." Tora leaps onto a barrel, tail lashing. "Don't get blood on my fur," he yowls. Then he pounces, claws tearing at an elf's throat, his teeth sinking deep. He spits the taste with a hiss. Ugh, too bitter. I prefer tuna." Shen leans on his cane, eyes glowing bright as he mutters spells. Illusions ripple across the enemy deck. Phantom minotaurs roaring, fire blooming where none exists. Elves falter, confused, blades striking at shadows. Shen chuckles, coughing. "Idiots." "But me? I carve through them." The first elf lunges, blade flashing. I parry with my axe, sparks flying, then cleave him down the middle. The spray is hot, iron-heavy, spattering my muzzle. Another tries to flank. I catch his sword arm, twist until bone snaps like driftwood, then bury my tusks in his throat. His blood runs down my chin. I spit it back in his friends' faces. They hesitate. For one fatal breath, they hesitate. And I roar. A sound deeper than storm, than cannon, than anything mortal. "Come and die, then!" I smash through them, axe-cleaving bodies like wheat. They are quick, lithe, clever, but I am fury given form. My crew fights, bleeds, kills, but I take the lion's share. My star-burned eye gleams silver in the firelight, the mark of a beast the sea itself respects. For a moment the tide is ours. The plague is iron and blood and fire, the elves buckling. And then the wind changes. Not a shift, not a breeze, a wall. It slams across the sea with the force of a hammer. Our sails snap, masts bend, deck lurching sideways. The frigates pitch, their formations broken. The sea itself heaves, foam hissing white. The unnatural gale shrieks, tearing across the fleet. Awesome's voice carries, high and cracked. "What sorcery is this?" I plant my hooves, grip the rail, silver eye burning. "This," I snarl, "isn't ours." The storm screams louder. I wake to the stink of salt and smoke. My tongue feels like sandpaper, my chest burns as if I swallowed a cannon blast. For a long breath I just lie there, listening. Not battle, not storm. The water laps gentle against the hull, a child's lullaby compared to last night's fury. Birds chatter strange calls, clicking, fluting, chittering. The air smells too sweet, heavy with flowers and rot. I push myself upright, fur stiff with salt. The deck of the plague lists under me, wounded but alive. The sails hang in ribbons. Tar bubbles where fire kiss the wood. My crew groans and stirs around me, everyone battered, bloodied, but breathing. "Gods damn my whiskers, I hate magic storms!" Scratchy rasps, coughing up seawater. He props himself on the rail, his wiry frame a shadow of bone and beard. "Took 10 years off my life." "You didn't have 10 to spare," I grunt. He snorts, spits brown sludge overboard. Still here, ain't I? Tora slinks out from under a coil of rope, fur spiked into salty ridges. He shakes himself violently, spraying me with brine. Ugh! Salt everywhere! Do you fools know what this does to my coat? He sits primly, licking between his toes. I'll itch for weeks. I demand someone brush me immediately. Brush your own damned fur, I growl. Heartless brute, he mutters. I should mutiny. Find a captain with taste. Lila staggers toward me, cloak torn, her lavender skin streaked in blood. She pushes it back, exposing the writhing tentacle where her arm should be. It curls uneasily around a spar. Captain, she murmurs, voice low, embarrassed even now. The mast? She's split. From base to top, her glowing eyes flick to the ruin of sailcloth. She'll hold in calm water, but not much more. I bare my teeth. We'll find wood. This island's got enough trees to build a fleet. Albatrosity crashes down from above, wings ragged, beak clicking. His black feathers are matted, one eye bulging with manic light. Smell it, he squawks. Wrong. Wrong air. Wrong trees. Wrong sea. He hops, claws scraping the deck. Pray, but not pray. Blood not meant for this place. Shen shuffles out from below, cane tapping, robe scorched at the edges. He leans on the rail, squinting at the cliffs that rise green and heavy around the cove. The world shifted, he says, his voice thin as smoke. This isn't the Horn. This isn't anywhere I've walked. He smirks, wheezing. Of course, I always wanted a holiday. The triplets bicker as they haul a torn sail. Darul! Pull your weight! I am pulling, Darul! Shut up, both of you, Darul. I let them argue. Noise is better than silence, and silence here feels like a predator watching. Cap'n, Scratchy says, jerking his chin toward the far end of the cove. You'll want to see this. I follow his point and stop. Tied neat to a rock sits a vessel like nothing I've ever seen. White, gleaming, smooth as bone, polished by tide. No figurehead, no carvings, no gun ports. A mast snapped and tangled in rigging, but the hull itself shines flawless. I step closer, awe prickling my hide. The thing looks magical, but it isn't. No hum of wards, no sting of ozone. Just alien craftwork. I lay my hand on its side, cold, seamless. Someone built this. Pretty toy, Scratchy scoffs. Bet it leaks like a sieve. No, I rumble. This is no toy. It was sailed. Alone. That silences even him. Lila's tentacle curls tighter, nervous. Alba squawks low, feathers ruffling. Tora narrows his green eyes, tail lashing. Whoever made it isn't from here, he says flatly. Curiosity gnaws at me, sharp as hunger. I hate it. Curiosity kills. But I can't look away. Landing party! I snap. Lila. Alba! Hissy! The Naga slithers up, coiling lazily, his scaled chest heaving. His grin is full of teeth. You call. I break. Good. We row ashore. The skiff scrapes onto sand white as bone, hot underfoot. The jungle looms, dense and wet, vines hanging like ropes, trees thick as fortress walls. The air clings, humid, buzzing with unseen life. We stand at the edge. None of us speak at first. Even Tora, padding along disdainfully, twitches his ears like he hears whispers. The jungle smells wrong. Rot and honey, blood and blossoms. Smells like a graveyard in bloom, Lila mutters. Alba hisses a laugh. Prey inside! Big prey. Hissy coils tighter, tongue flicking. Something watches. Even I feel it. The weight of eyes. The sense of being trespassers. And then the scream comes. High, sharp, human. I freeze, ears forward. My heart spikes. Captain! Lila starts. I'm already moving. I crash through the undergrowth, snapping vines, tearing leaves. My horns shear through low branches. The others shout behind me, but I wave them back, roaring, "Stay!" With the boat, the scream cuts again. Desperate. Terrified. I push harder, lungs burning, hooves pounding mud until I burst into a clearing. And I see her. A young woman, small and pale, black hair wild, green eyes wide. She clutches a blade barely bigger than a kitchen knife. Behind her, a beast. 3 tons of scaled muscle, yellow eyes burning, jaws lined with teeth longer than my hand. It stalks her, tail lashing, drool steaming as it hisses. It lunges. I meet it head on. The axe bites deep into its flank, hot blood spraying. It roars, snapping jaws at me, but its eyes, its hunger, stay locked on the girl. "No, you don't!" I snarl. It swings its head low, jaws gaping for her. She screams, stumbling back. I grab its tail with both hands, hooves gouging the earth, muscles screaming. The beast thrashes, dragging me forward, closer, closer, its teeth snapping inches from her face. The stench of rot pours over us, gagging thick. "Run!" I bellow at her. "Move!" She doesn't, frozen. I yank the tail with every shred of strength, dragging the monster sideways. My back tears with fire, my arms shake, but I hold. It snaps again, jaws clacking shut where her head had been. The sound is a cannon shot crack. "Not today!" I roar. The beast twists, tail whipping. I'm flung forward, rolling. My axe skitters from my grip. The predator charges the girl again. I leap, tackling its hind leg. My horns drive deep into muscle, blood gushing hot down my shoulders. It bellows, thrashing, claws raking my side. Pain blinds me. Still I climb, gripping its hide, tearing upward until I'm at its neck. I rip my axe free, swinging high, burying the blade deep into skull. Bone cracks. Blood floods hot over my fists. The beast convulses, staggering, then collapses, shaking the ground with its death. Silence. My chest heaves, lungs aflame, every muscle trembling. Then her voice. "Jesus Christ!" she gasps, stumbling back. Her knife clatters from her hand. She stares at me, horror wide in her green eyes. You're a Minotaur!" I stand dripping blood, panting, staring back at this impossible girl. I growl.
Chapter 3. Ileana. My lungs burn like I sprinted through hellfire, and my body shakes so hard I can't tell if it's from fear, exhaustion, or both. My ears are ringing from the dinosaur's final scream. I still feel its hot, rotten breath on my face, as if the stench crawled into my pores and won't leave. And then there's him, the Minotaur. 7 feet of horn, fur and rippling muscle, standing in the gore of the beast he just slaughtered like it's a normal Tuesday. Blood drips down his axe, down his chest, painting silver streaks across the black of his fur. He looks like a nightmare that decided to crawl out of a mythology textbook and take up bodybuilding. I gape at him, mouth hanging like an idiot. My brain spins through options: fight, flight, faint. All 3 seem equally appealing. "Jesus Christ," I blurt again, because apparently my mouth is on autopilot. You're a Minotaur." He doesn't flinch, doesn't laugh, doesn't snarl. He just looks at me, silver eye glinting in the dappled light of the jungle. His voice comes low, deep, like thunder rolling across the ocean. That's it. No roar, no threats, just calm agreement, as if I'd pointed out that the sky was blue or that the sea was wet. I bend, fumbling blindly for something, anything, my fingers closing around a fist-sized rock. Before I can think better of it, I hurl it at his chest. It thuds harmlessly off him, like I just tossed a pebble at a freight train. "Stay back!" My voice cracks halfway through. I'm shaking so bad the words tumble out in uneven bursts. "I don't know what you are or what the hell just happened, but stay away from me." He lifts one thick-furred hand, palm outward. The gesture is almost gentle. I mean you no harm, he says, voice even. His tusks gleam red with beast blood. If I wished to hurt you, little sailor, I'd have done so before you threw your stone. Oh well, thank you so much for not murdering me, I snap, hysteria sharpening my words. You want a medal for that, big guy? He huffs, almost amused. I've no need of medals. My knees wobble. Adrenaline still rages in my veins, making my heart slam so hard it hurts. I want to run. I want to scream. Instead, I sag against the tree, my knife forgotten in the dirt. Where the hell am I? I rasp, throat raw. His silver eye studies me with unnerving patience. You are not of this place. Not of Protheka. What? I laugh, high and sharp. Buddy, I was off Cape Horn 12 hours ago. This is, I don't know, Chile, Patagonia, something. Whatever isn't on my charts. He tilts his head. The motion is strangely civilized, like an officer considering a question. Then you are from the counter Protheka. The what now? Your people call it. He pauses, tasting the word like it's strange on his tongue. Earth. My blood runs cold. You what? He nods once, solemn. Thought so. My laugh comes out half hysterical, half disbelieving. Yeah, sure. Earth. Cape Horn. Dinosaurs. Talking bulls with battle axes. This is all totally normal. Minotaur, he corrects calmly. Not bull. Oh, excuse me. I throw my hands up. I'll be sure to get your pronouns right while I'm busy losing my goddamn mind. He waits, patient, still, like the ocean right before it swallows a ship whole. Finally, he bows his head slightly. I am Captain Lurgis Stormshadow. I blink. Captain? Of course, because why wouldn't the giant talking Minotaur also be a pirate captain? This day just keeps getting better. Better? He echoes with the faintest twitch of a grin. Or stranger? Stranger. Definitely stranger. I rub a hand across my face, smearing dirt and sweat. My body still buzzes with the need to bolt, but my curiosity gnaws harder. My instincts scream, don't go with him, don't trust him. But also, he did just keep me from being dinosaur chow. He gestures toward the jungle path, where I can hear voices faintly. Others, calling, waiting. You are injured. Come with me. I freeze, backing up a step. No, I don't even know you. You could be... I wave vaguely at his bulk, his horns, his blood-soaked axe. You are terrifying. If I meant you harm, he says, voice steady, you would not still be breathing. Great sales pitch, I mutter. He doesn't move closer, just waits, a wall of patience, a mountain of muscle giving me the choice. And God help me, my curiosity wins. My body's scraped and raw, my ankle throbs from where I tripped earlier, and every breath tastes like copper. I can't make it alone. Fine, I sigh, dragging my knife off the ground, gripping it uselessly. But if you try to eat me, I swear to God. Eat you? He blinks, then actually chuckles. A deep rumbling sound that shakes the leaves overhead. Only dark elves. My stomach flips. Excuse me? Mostly, he adds, silver eye gleaming. I stare. He stares back, perfectly calm. You're not joking, are you? Dark elves deserve no better. I groan, rubbing my temples. Yeah, great, sure. Totally reassuring. Let's just go meet your cannibal friends. He doesn't correct me. He just turns, axe across his shoulder, and waits for me to follow. And against every ounce of better judgment I've ever had, I do. By the time we break through the tree line, my nerves are so shot I could scream at a squirrel and mean it. My ankle throbs, my palms sting from rope burns, and every step feels like I'm walking deeper into a fever dream. And then I see his ship. The plague of the sea looms like something carved out of nightmares and set adrift. Its hull is black, glistening with wet, carved with runes that shimmer faintly like molten metal under the sun. The sails, what's left of them, are stitched with threads that glow faintly blue, like lightning frozen in cloth. And the figurehead, oh, the figurehead. A kraken, a screaming kraken, all tentacles and teeth, jaws wide as if about to swallow the world. Its carved eyes glow faintly, following me as I limp down the beach. Jesus, I whisper. That's not OSHA approved. Lurgis snorts beside me, a low rumble. She's beautiful. Beautiful? I gape at him. That thing looks like H.P. Lovecraft had a wet dream and someone decided to weaponize it. He glances down at me with that one silver eye gleaming. She carries us. She fights with us. You'll learn respect. Sure, I mutter, right after I learn not to wet myself looking at her. We reach the gangplank, and immediately all eyes are on me. The crew gathers. What a collection of nightmares. A tall, silent woman with guns that look like art pieces forged in hell stares at me. Her eyes glow faintly red, her mouth flat, lips unmoving. She doesn't blink, doesn't smile, just stares. I manage, raising my hand in a weak wave. Hi? She doesn't respond. That's Gunwitch, Lurgis says. Gunwitch? I echo. She's not much of a talker. She talks. Scratchy calls from the rigging, his cracked tusk glinting as he cackles. When she wants to ruin your life. The next crew member is Lila, the lavender-skinned woman whose cloak flutters despite the lack of wind. Her eyes glow faint, otherworldly. She lifts her free hand in a hesitant wave. Her other arm is a writhing tentacle, curling nervously against her side. I blink. Twice. Damn! She blushes, the tentacle tightening. It's complicated. I wasn't going to say anything. I lie instantly. Tentacles cool. Big Cthulhu vibes, very chic. She smiles weakly, like she doesn't believe me. And then a snake man slithers forward, scales gleaming, eyes bright with mischief. He grins wide, fangs catching the sun, and points a clawed finger at me. You owe me 100 gold, he hisses. My jaw drops. Excuse me? 100 gold. Don't lie, I can smell it on you. I literally just got here. I yelp. I don't even know what a gold looks like in this economy. He hisses with glee, tail coiling tight. Pay up later. With interest. Oh my God, I mutter. This is worse than the hospital billing department. Enough. Lurgis's voice cuts the air, rolling thunder. He steps between me and the crew, his massive frame blotting out the sun. She's under my protection. The crew goes still, silent. Their strange eyes linger, measuring, testing. But none of them argue. Great. Apparently, I belong to the Minotaur now. Lucky me. And then an old man shuffles out from the shadows, bent as a crooked mast. His horns are cracked and yellowed, his fur patchy and thin. He leans hard on a gnarled cane, each step deliberate. His eyes, though, his eyes burn bright, glowing blue as stormfire. He stops in front of me, squinting. Well. His voice is smoke and gravel. What have we here? Hi? I offer. He circles me like I'm a horse he's thinking of buying. Too thin. Too pale. The sickness eats her. I stiffen. Excuse me? The wasting disease, he mutters, his eyes narrow. Still in her bones, still in her blood, still in her very cells. My heart seizes. How the hell do you know that? Before I can take a step back, his palm snaps out, old and gnarled, and slaps flat against my forehead. "Hey!" I start, and then my body ignites. It's not fire, not really. It's worse. Every cell, every fibre, every thread of me boils. Agony tears through me, white-hot and merciless. My muscles seize, my veins feel like they're filled with molten glass. I can taste metal, burning sugar, lightning itself. My scream rips out of me, raw, clawing, endless. The deck tilts. My knees give out. The world fractures into shards of light and pain. And then, black. The last thing I hear before the dark takes me is the old man's chuckle. That'll do it. There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me.
Chapter 4. Captain Storm Shadow. Her screams still haunt the planks. I sit on the stool beside her bunk, elbows on my knees, axe propped against the wall where even I can't reach for it without effort. It's the only way I trust myself not to snatch it up and split Shen in half for what he did. The girl, Eliana, she said, lies still, sweat beading her pale brow. Her chest rises and falls in steady rhythm now, but not long ago she writhed like a fish on a hook, voice raw with pain. I can still hear the echo of it in the timbers, a sound sharp enough to split a heart. "She lives," Shen croaks from the shadows. His staff thumps the deck as he leans against it. His eyes glow faint, storm bright. "Better than she ever has." "You'll thank me." I grind my teeth. She nearly broke herself screaming. "Birth is no gentle thing," Shen replies, smug as ever. "Neither is rebirth." I glare at him, but my gaze drifts back to her. She's small, fragile, yet I watched her stare down a beast that would have swallowed 3 of my crew whole. Her knees shook, but she stood. That kind of bravery is rarer than steel. Her hair clings to her cheeks, black strands glossy with sweat. Her lips move faintly, whispering words I can't catch. Dreams. Nightmares. Maybe both. Scratchy leans in through the door, smelling of salt and rot gut. His grin is wide, broken tusk glinting in the lamplight. "Captain," he rasps, "you're looking at her like she's a treasure chest full of rubies." I growl low, "Watch your tongue!" He cackles, shoulders shaking. "Don't bite my head off." I just meant pretty eyes, weird little shoes. I turn my glare on him, the silver star over my eye burning. "Out!" He raises his hands, mock surrender, still laughing. Captain's gone soft. That's all I'm saying. I don't answer because I'm not sure he's wrong. Hours pass like heavy waves. The ship groans. The crew whispers above. I stay. Then with a ragged gasp, she stirs. Her eyes snap open. Green. Sharp. Alive. She jerks upright, groaning, clutching her head. What the hell did you do to me?" Her gaze darts around the cabin, landing on Shen. Her hands ball into fists, voice rising. You old creep. What was that?" Shen chuckles, cane tapping the floor. "Healing." "Nonsense," she snaps. "That wasn't healing. That was, I don't even know, torture." He shrugs as if this is all routine. The wasting disease is gone. "You're welcome." Her face goes pale, then flushes red with fury. You're lying." "I don't lie," Shen says, eyes glimmering. "You're whole." Stronger than ever. She staggers to her feet, grabbing the bulkhead for balance. "You don't just cure cancer with a slap to the forehead. That's not..." Her voice cracks, breath hitching. "That's not possible." "Doubt if you will," Shen says blandly. "It changes nothing in regards to my supreme sorceress might." She gapes at him, trembling. "Screw you." And before I can stop her, she shoves past me, throwing the door wide. I follow. She climbs the companionway fast, boots clattering, hair whipping wild around her face. She bursts onto deck like a storm herself, gasping, dragging in lungfuls of sea air as if to prove she's still alive. The sun paints her skin gold, the salt wind tangling her hair. I watch from the hatch, arms crossed, chest tight. She grips the rail, knuckles white, staring out at the water. Her breaths come sharp, ragged. "I should feel the same," she mutters. "I should feel sick. Tired. Weak." She squeezes her eyes shut. But I don't. The words slip out before she can stop them. I hear the truth in her tone, the same way I hear the wind shift before a gale. Her shoulders square. She opens her eyes, staring at the horizon, and I see it. The realization blooming in her gaze. The world looks sharper to her now. The sails ripple with patterns she never noticed. The sea gleams with threads of green light, hidden currents only the keenest eyes trace. Her chest rises and falls easy. Strong. The weakness is gone. She turns, meeting my eyes. There's no fear in her look, only shock, anger, and something like wonder. "What did he do to me?" she whispers. I don't answer right away. I just watch her, this fragile, furious sailor who isn't fragile anymore. Shen's cane thumps behind me. His voice wheezes, smug. "Healed you." Eliana shakes her head, laughing breathlessly, bitter and amazed all at once. Jesus Christ. I don't even know who I am anymore. The girl doesn't leave the rail. Wind combs her hair into black streamers and sticks the wet ends to her cheek. Salt throws a white crust across her lips that she doesn't seem to notice. She stands with her feet braced the way sailors do. Loosen the knees, weight alive to the pitch and heave. The ship has already taught her body a few of our tricks. I don't know whether to be impressed or worried. I keep a respectful pace between us. Close enough she'll hear me without turning. Far enough she won't feel cornered. The deck smells like tar and hot pitch, like sun-baked hemp and a little blood that's sunk into the seams. The cove sends a lazy roll across our hull. The sound is a cat's purr against wood. In the trees, something enormous exhales. "What's it like?" I ask, because silence will start to hurt in another few breaths, and I've never liked pain I can avoid. She doesn't look back. Her voice comes flat, like she's measuring it out so it won't run wild. "What's what like?" "Sailing. Where you come from." That makes her shoulders loosen. Not much. A finger's width. But I see it. She drags her forearm across her mouth, salty lines smearing, and leans in. Elbows on the rail like it's a bar and I've bought her a drink. Her eyes go out across the water. "It's loud and quiet at the same time," she says. "Engines in the harbor, seagulls that sound like broken squeaky toys, dockhands yelling on too much coffee. But once you're off, really off, there's just wind. The slap of water under the transom, the creak of lines, your heartbeat. If you do it right, you make a little, moving world that doesn't need anyone else." "You sailed alone," I say, though I can already smell the truth of it on her. Rope burn in the palms that guarded pride loners wear like armor. "Yeah." She glances down at her hands and flexes them as if they're strangers. "Solo crossings. A couple races when sponsors felt generous or guilty. I did a lap in a Class 40. Not a tri-hull like my baby out there." She nods absently toward the gleaming white stranger, the grief in the admission quick and fierce. "But she handled. Good boat. She never let me down." "Boats are like crews," I tell her. You love them because they fail in the ways you learn. That pulls the ghost of a smile from her. You talk like a poet sometimes, you know that? I talk like a captain, I say. Poetry's just orders the sea can't ignore. She huffs. Not a laugh. Air with shape. Look at you with the fortune cookie wisdom. I let it pass. Tell me about storms. She could say no. A lot of people do. They hide their fear under ragged pride, and the story sours on the tongue. But she turns into the wind like it's a lover walking in the door and starts talking with her hands. You read the sky. There's this bruise that pops under the horizon if you're paying attention. You can smell rain on the water hours before it hits, like wet stone, like metal. I reef early because I'm not stupid, but if I can, I ride the shoulder in. You know that perfect angle when the boat stops feeling like she's on the ocean and starts feeling like she's part of it? Everything hums. The rig sings. Your bones buzz. You stop thinking, and the boat starts doing the thinking for you, and you just... Oh, she cuts her hand through the air, a glide. You become the knife. The knife, I repeat, tasting the edge of it. And what do you cut? Whatever says I can't be there. She presses her mouth tight and looks a little embarrassed by the honesty. I like proving things wrong. A good habit, I say. If you live long enough. Right, she snorts. There's the trick. She goes quiet then, as if she's heard her own words and they've turned heavy in her throat. The green of her eyes hardens and I can almost see the old math returning. The ledger where she wrote out how many days were left and what each one was worth. I know ledgers like that. I keep several. You said you raced, I prod, because I learned long ago that pain will tell you all its stories if you feed it others first. Tell me. Double-handed mostly, she says, and the light comes back. She's a lantern you stoke with salt talk. But I did a couple solo sprints that made my mother swear she'd disown me. There's this moment on the line. Gun about to fire, horn about to go. And it's pure theater. An orchestra pit in your gut, everything tuned to a single note, and you're not allowed to move. Then it happens, and everybody moves at once. Chaos that somehow makes sense. You feel fast before the speed happens. Fast can be a lie, I tell her. Sure, she shrugs, but it's my favorite lie. Mine is that the crew will do what I say dryly, and the ship chooses that moment to let out a complaining creak as if to contradict me. But we both keep sailing anyway. A ribbon of wind lifts her hair. It smells like sun on kelp, like the white belly of waves, like the kind of day that makes apprentices think the sea loves them. She closes her eyes and inhales hard enough that her ribs frame the breath. When she opens them, the softness is gone. The edges are back. She leans on the rail, watching a reef fish flicker green and gold under the skin of the cove. I went out there because I had nothing else, she says. Hospitals smell like lemons and old fear, and I can't stand either. I figured if the ocean killed me, at least it'd be honest about it. Now I'm not dying. Her mouth twists. I don't know what to do with that. I didn't pack for after. You'll make an after, I say. The world's got more than one. Easy for you to say, Captain Minotaur. She glances up, daring me to flinch at the name. I don't. You've got a ship and a crew and a fun hobby of slaying dinosaurs in your downtime. I've got a broken mast and I don't even know what the conversion rate on gold is. Too low, Tora announces from the capstan, where he's sprawled like a heap of arrogance and stripes. Especially when one is owed to me. He saunters over and rubs his cheek against her leg without asking permission. Salt bristles stand up in a ridge along his spine. You smell like fear and hospital soap, he says, and something new. I approve of new. Feed me. She blinks down at him. You talk. Sometimes I sing. He yawns hugely, fangs flashing. You're welcome, by the way. For what? She asks, already suspicious. I'm beautiful. He flicks his tail into her calf and wanders off muttering about sardines. The girl stares after him, then at me, then shakes her head, as if the world is a puzzle that keeps changing shapes every time she's close to solving it. Scratchy clatters down the ratlines with a coil of line over one shoulder and a grin that shows too much gum. "Cap'n," he croaks, faux innocent, "you forget to tell the lady how we pay cats?" "In attitude," I say. "In adoration," Tora corrects without looking back. "In fish," Scratchy says mournfully. "Always fish." Eliana's mouth quirks. "For the record, on my world, the cats don't extort you." "On your world, you're dying," Shen says behind us. Kane ticking the planks. He smells like old leather and ozone. "We make trades here." She doesn't whirl on him this time. She meets his eyes, and the look she gives him could peel varnish. "You could have asked." "I did," he says, absolutely sincere. "With my hand." She groans softly and drags her palms down her face as if she can pull patience out of her skin. She swallows once, twice, then grips the rail again and looks out, because the sea is a constant if you let it be. "What do you fight for?" she asks, not looking at me. "Breath," I say. "Bread. My crew, their stubborn, stupid hearts. The right to choose for ourselves when everything tries to choose for us. And because I'm angry, I let the word hang, ugly and honest. Anger's a good oar. It moves the boat." "You don't look angry," she says. "It's all in the teeth," Scratchy offers helpfully. He gnashes him when he sleeps. Sounds like a millstone grinding. Eliana huffs and the corner of her mouth lifts again. "I used to grind my teeth in hospitals." "Then we share a habit," I say. "You'll need a new one." "Suggestions?" She turns, daring again, because daring is easier than despair. "Work," I say. "There's a mast to find. A boat of yours to salvage. A jungle that hates us. That's more purpose than most people earn." She watch-checks her body like a sailor checks sail trim, chin lifting, shoulder flexing, breath in and out, as if to see whether anything rattles. "I feel hot," she admits, surprised by her own truth. "Not fever hot. Like something's running under my skin. Like a current." "Strength," Shen says, butting in again, too pleased with himself. "Don't waste it." "Get off my deck," I tell him not unkindly. "Go cheat at cards where you belong." He smiles the way old knives do and totters off, already rehearsing the lies he'll tell Darul and the insults he'll trade with Gunwitch-like coins. Hissy Fit slithers up from below with a crate on his shoulders and an expression of unbearable joy. "I heard someone mention work," he hisses. "I volunteer Ileana to carry powder. Or me. Either suits." His eyes glitter as he leans forward. "You owe me 100 gold, girl?" "Why?" she says flatly. "Because you do," he says, delighted. Lila edges close, cloak pulled tight around her left side, eyes phosphor soft. "Don't mind him," she murmurs. "He thinks debt is flirting." I need a spreadsheet," Eliana mutters, and that earns her a puzzled blink from half the crew and an aggressive nod from Tora, who approves of anything that promises columns where the fish-owed category can grow. I step closer to the rail so my elbow rests near hers, a show of camaraderie I don't pretend to understand. Up close, the salt has dried into little stars on her lashes. She smells like fear burned down into resolve, and the faint peppery tang of whatever Shen set alight in her blood. There's always something worth fighting for, I tell her. I want to put a hand on her shoulder, and I don't. I want to promise something I can keep. I settle for the truest thing I have. If you don't see it yet, we'll look until you do. Her throat moves. She nods once, a hard little bob, and for a heartbeat the ship becomes very quiet, like a stage that's taken a breath before the curtain lifts. "Captain!" Scratchy bellows from the mainmast top. He's got the spyglass jammed to his eye, knuckles white against the shrouds. Movement on the island! Describe, I bark, the captain washing down over the man. Big, he cackles, already thrilled, and more than one. A whole goddamn parade. Tails and teeth, and the kind of appetites you only hear about in hymns. The deck changes. A hum under the boards, a tightening of air. Hissy drops his crate with a thud, and the triplets stop arguing mid-insult. Gunwitch doesn't move at all. She simply tilts one pistol a degree, and the barrel gleams a red that makes the hair on my forearm stand up. Eliana pulls herself away from the rail like a swimmer breaking the surface. Her hand goes to the machete at her hip. The blade whispers free and winks a mean little smile at the sun. She rolls her bad ankle once, twice, and looks surprised when it holds. Dinosaurs, she says with a grim brightness that sounds like a dare. Because of course it's dinosaurs. Again. You get used to it, Lila offers, which is a lie we tell so people will keep walking in the right direction. Lila, I say, get a shore kit together. Hissy. Powder stays dry and aboard unless I say otherwise. Alba, eyes in the air. Albatrosity launches from the rail in a clatter of claws and a foul gust of feathers cackling. Dinner watches us, as he flaps toward the tree line. Eliana looks over her shoulder at me. Paint of fear thin enough now I can see the reckless undercoat. This seems like a terrible idea, she says. The best ones are, I say. She chews that, then bares her teeth. Let's go get eaten. The grin claws up out of me without permission, big and tusked and genuine. After you, sailor. Ladies first, she shoots back, jerking her chin at my horns. That's progressive. I'm a gentleman, I tell her. Since when? Tora demands, appalled. Since I decided, I say, and that settles it. We cross the deck side by side. The boards carry her weight easy now. She moves like her body fits her, like the ship has chosen to keep her on her feet. The sun leans lower and fattens, the light turning everything to honey and metal. Beyond the cove, the jungle mutters. Leaves shake where there's no wind. The low-end thump of heavy footfalls begins. A pulse in the soil. A drummer marching an army out of the green. The sound crawls up my legs and sets something old in me to attention. Rules, I say, because rules make chaos fold into shapes people can remember. Stay where I tell you. If I say down, you're already there. If you can't run, make the thing bleed out of whichever holes are closest. She nods like a student, but her eyes are bright and hungry. I've been doing down for months, she says. I'd like to try forward. You will, I say, and it feels like an oath I didn't mean to make. Scratchy tosses her a length of cordage. For your scabbard, he grins. Or for tripping Darul if he gets in your way. Hey, one Darul protests. The other Darul looks offended on principle. Hissy looms, scales gleaming. If you die, he informs Eliana cheerfully, I get your boat. If I die, she says, I'm haunting you. Promises, promises, he sings. Gunwitch passes close enough that the heat from one of her pistols warms my forearm. She doesn't look at Eliana. She doesn't look at anyone. But as she goes by, she taps her temple with 2 fingers and then points them at the tree line. Eyes open. It's more kindness than she's given anyone this season. Lila returns with a satchel of bandages, a flask, a coil of fine line. The tentacle at her side curls reflexively when Eliana thanks her. Shame questions flicker in the girl's gaze and then go, the way a cloud crosses and uncrosses the sun. You saved me back there, Eliana says softly. Jungle vine thing? Lila's mouth tilts. Don't tell anyone, she whispers. Ruin my mystique. I'll tell everyone you scowled and cursed at me, Eliana promises. Keep your brand consistent. Enough sweet talk, Scratchy complains. Where's the blood? On your boots if you keep yapping, I tell him, and he cackles, delighted. We line up at the gangplank. The cove looks like a pretty throat we're about to climb into, unarmed and singing. Alba circles above, a dark saw blade against the soft sky. The footfalls in the jungle resolve into individual notes, one heavy and wet, one quicker and clicking, one that drags. The orchestra tunes. Eliana steals one last breath at the rail, eyes on the horizon like there's a message written there only she can read. When she looks back at me, the fear has rearranged itself into something useful. "Ready?" I ask. "Not even slightly," she says, and grins like the knife she was talking about. "Lead on, Captain." I gesture, but she doesn't wait for it. She hops down to the plank, boots thudding, the machete a comfortable weight. I follow, the ship's breath on my back like a blessing and a dare. "After you, sailor," I say again, because repetition makes truth stronger. She flashes me that bright, impossible look, the one people wear right before they do something that will wreck them or save them, and steps into the green.
Chapter 5. Eliana. The jungle eats sound. That's the first thing I notice when we step off the beach. Back on the sand, there was surf, gulls, the creak of ropes. Here, every noise dies. It's not silence, not exactly. There are insects, sure, and a low thrumming hum in the air, but it's muted, smothered by the weight of green pressing down from all sides. I wipe at the sweat stinging my eyes, and it just pours right back down my face, salty rivers soaking my shirt. This is hell, I mutter under my breath. Literal hell, with leaves. Hissy Fit's coils slide past me, scales rasping over roots that keep tripping me. His tongue flicks, eyes narrow. Smells like blood. Not old, fresh. Great, I say. Love that for us. Darrell, the second, or maybe the first, whichever, grunts behind me, swatting at a dragonfly the size of my hand. "Smells like fart swamp," he declares. "Worse than fart swamp. I hate it." "Your opinion is noted," Lila says dryly. Her cloak swishes across ferns, and the tentacle beneath twitches like it has a mind of its own. Her glowing eyes scan the shadows, restless, suspicious. Up ahead, Lurgis moves like a phantom, 7 feet of bull and muscle, axe across his back, and somehow he makes less noise than I do stumbling over every damn root. He doesn't sweat. He doesn't pant. His fur doesn't even frizz in this nightmare humidity. He just is, all calm authority and terrifying grace. I'm gasping like a busted bellows trying to keep up. The machete in my hand already feels too heavy, slick with damp. My calves burn, lungs ache, ankle still throbs from tripping earlier, but I keep moving because the alternative is sitting down and letting the bugs strip me to bone. "Something feels wrong," I whisper. "You finally notice," Hissy hisses. Rot, ozone, blood, yes, something hunts. My skin prickles. The air is too still, too heavy. It presses on me like the jungle itself wants me gone. Lurgis glances back, silver eye catching the dim light. "Stay close. Keep steady. We need mast timber. The cove won't hold her forever." "Of course," I mutter, "because naturally, the only good trees grow in murder forest." Lila's tentacle curls tighter, shivering against her cloak. "This place doesn't want us here," she murmurs. I swat at a mosquito the size of a damn hummingbird. "Yeah, well, it's mutual." We keep moving. The game trail winds upward, roots snaring ankles, branches clawing at arms. Sweat drips down my back in rivulets, soaking the waistband of my pants. Every step feels like sinking into a hot, wet sponge. Then the world explodes. A shriek, piercing, metallic, slices through the canopy. Before I can react, wind slams into me, hot and fetid. Feathers and leather wings blur. Claws crash into my shoulders, digging deep. Something wrenches me off the ground. "Lurg!" The scream rips out of me before I can even form his name. The jungle drops away beneath me. My stomach lurches, weightless. My boots kick empty air. I twist, thrashing, and catch sight of the beast hauling me skyward. A pterosaur. Massive, ugly as nightmares. Wings like tattered sails, each beat booming like thunder. Its beak is a lance, yellow eyes soulless and hungry. It shrieks again, the sound so close my eardrums throb. Saliva drips in long strings past its jaw, hot and reeking of rot. "Not like this!" I scream, voice breaking. "Not like this!" Below, the jungle is a green blur, my crewmate's specks scrambling. Lurgies looks up, silver eye blazing, axe raised. He's roaring something, but I can't hear over the wind ripping past my ears. My stomach twists. My ribs ache where the talons dig. My machete is still in my hand, slick with sweat. I swing wildly at the claws gripping me. The blade clangs off bone. Sparks fly. The creature screeches, banking hard, dragging me higher. The ground spins away. I'm dizzy, vision doubling. The air thins, sharper, colder. Then I see it. Above us, cradled in the branches of a monstrous tree, is a nest. A jagged, woven platform of sticks and vines, crammed with feathered shapes. Nestlings, 4 of them. Their eyes glow like sick lanterns, beaks snapping in hunger. They scream in chorus, the sound a nightmare choir. The pterosaur carries me straight toward them. My throat locks, my chest heaves, my pulse is a drumbeat in my ears. I'm not prey, I'm not food, I'm Eliana Baker. I've sailed through Cape Horn. I've faced storms that could flatten skyscrapers. I've fought the ocean itself and lived. I'm not dying like this. I thrash harder, twisting my body sideways, and jam the machete into the creature's talon. Blood sprays, hot, metallic, sour. The grip loosens for a fraction of a second. My body slips, dangling, my shoulder screaming as the other claw tightens. "Damn!" The word tears out of me, shredded by the wind. Below I see flashes, Lurgi sprinting through the jungle, trees splintering under his charge. Lila's cloak flickers between leaves as she runs, tentacle lashing upward uselessly. Hissy's voice hisses a constant stream of curses. Darrell just bellows wordless rage, swinging an axe like it might somehow reach me. "Hold her, damn you!" Lurgis roars, and somehow through the chaos I hear him. His voice is thunder, grounding me. The nest looms closer. The babies screech louder, wings flapping, eager. Their beaks click like knives. Adrenaline scorches through me. I slash again, harder, aiming for the tendon. The machete bites deep. The talon convulses. My arm jerks free. For one terrifying second, I'm dangling by one shoulder, body whipping like a rag doll. My ankle bangs against the pterosaur's scaled leg, pain exploding. The machete nearly slips from my slick grip. I clutch it tight, knuckles white. "I am not bird food!" I scream at the top of my lungs, though my voice tears thin. The nest fills my vision. Feathers, snapping beaks, hungry eyes. I swing again. The blade buries into the joint. Blood gushes, hot and foul, splattering my arm. The talon shudders, grip faltering. The world tears itself apart beneath me. 1 second I'm clamped in those claws, wings beating air into knives, the nestlings screaming above like a choir of broken trumpets. And then the talon spasms, slick with its own blood, and I'm weightless. I fall. The jungle spins up at me in a blur of green and shadow. The scream tearing out of my throat doesn't sound like mine. It's higher, sharper, ragged with panic. My stomach vaults into my chest. The machete wrenches from my hand and vanishes. The wind slams into me, whipping my hair across my face. Branches rush upward, teeth and spears ready to shred me on the way down. This is it. This is how I die. Not the ocean, not the cancer, not even the goddamn hospital. Death by prehistoric sky lizard and gravity. Then something moves. The jungle below erupts. Lurgis bursts from the underbrush like the earth itself spat him out. Black-furred, horns glinting, silver eye blazing, his muscles bunching as he hurls his spear. It cuts the air in a brutal whistle, a streak of steel, and sinks deep into the pterosaur's wing. The beast shrieks, spinning off course, flailing. My fall turns sideways, momentum slamming me toward the ground faster, harder. And then I'm caught. Arms. Massive, crushingly strong arms. His chest slams into mine, his body taking the brunt of the fall. We hit the earth in a tangle, crash through ferns, tumble down a slope. Rocks scrape my knees, moss slaps my face, my lungs seize with every roll. We spin, weightless, then heavy, then weightless again, until finally we slam into a bed of thick moss at the bottom of the incline. The world stops moving. My chest heaves, my pulse roars. Every nerve is a live wire, and I'm still alive. I open my eyes, dazed, blinking through sweat and blood and shredded leaves. The first thing I see is him, Lurgis. His huge body cages mine, hooves dug deep into the moss, horns gouging the dirt where he tilted his head on impact. His black fur is streaked with crimson. His blood, not mine. His silver eye glows faint, like moonlight distilled into fire. He breathes hard, chest heaving against me. I should move. I can't. My voice comes out breathless, broken but edged with hysterical relief. Well? That's twice now you've saved me. The corner of his mouth curves. He's so close I feel the rumble of his reply through his chest before I hear it in my ears. I've got a vested interest in it. I blink. Did you just flirt with me? Silence stretches between us, thick as the air pressing down from the canopy. The jungle hums, the moss cool and damp beneath me, his weight heat and iron above me. My pulse trips over itself. My brain refuses to pick a lane between terror and laughter. And then I laugh. Not a nervous chuckle, not a bark of disbelief. Real laughter. Full-bodied, tear-stinging, stomach-clutching laughter that rips free and won't stop. It shakes me, shakes us both, dissolves everything for one wild, giddy moment. The jungle hears and answers back, leaves trembling, insects buzzing like applause. He stares at me, startled at first, then his tusked grin breaks through. A low laugh rolls out of him, deep and rough, like boulders shifting in the earth. It's not polished, not practiced. It's real. For the first time since I woke on this impossible island, I feel it. Joy. Simple, stupid joy at being alive. I choke on the last of my laughter, blinking tears off my lashes. He leans in without thinking, maybe just instinct, and his thumb brushes across my cheek, wiping away blood. His skin is rough, the touch careful. His hand lingers too long. My breath catches in my throat. The air between us thickens. The ache in my shoulder, the sting of scrapes on my legs, the terror still buzzing in my veins. They all fade behind the heat building in my chest. My heart thunders, not from fear this time, but from something else. His silver eye glows, locked on mine. The black star-flecked fur around it glistens with sweat. He smells of iron, earth, salt, and something darker. Battle and musk, danger and safety, both at once. I part my lips, a word forming. Are you two going to screw each other or what? Scratchy's voice rips down from the ridge like a cannonball. I jolt, blinking, pulse snapping like a rubber band. Lurgis growls low in his chest, tusks bared. I whip my head upward, glaring through the canopy. Sure enough, Scratchy is perched on a ledge above, one arm slung around a branch, grin wide enough to split his scrawny, scarred face. Because if you are, I can have the boys clear a space. A rock sits conveniently near my hand. I snatch it up and hurl it. Not without a better mattress, I scream. The rock misses him by a foot. He cackles anyway, his laugh echoing through the jungle like some demented parrot. I flop back against the moss with a groan, covering my face with both hands. My heart is still doing cartwheels, my skin still buzzing, my chest still pressed against the memory of his. Beside me, Lurgis exhales through his nose, long suffering. But his lips twitch, just a little. The jungle roars with life around us, cicadas, bird calls, distant howls. But for me, for this one stupid shining moment, it feels alive because I am.
Chapter 6. Captain Storm Shadow. The sound of axes carries across the cove, steady thock, 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 the rhythm of survival. Bundles of freshly cut hardwood come down the slope on the backs of sweating minotaurs, naga coils and rope nets dragged by Darrell's brothers. The trunks are long, straight, strong enough for a new mast if we don't splinter them dragging them aboard. Lila directs with curt nods, her cloak flaring as her tentacle lashes out to grip a log and help roll it onto the sled. Even Darul manages not to complain too much, though his shirt is soaked through. On deck, the crew works like they've done it 100 times. Maybe they have. We've replaced more masts than I like to admit. This one feels different, though. The wood is heavier, denser. It hums faintly under my hand as if it doesn't want to belong to us yet. I lean on the railing, watching the lines of men haul bundles into the cargo net rigged over the side. My silver eye tracks the movement automatically. Rope slack, rope taut, not secure. Every motion matters. A single loose knot, a missed heave, and all this timber goes to the bottom, wasted. And yet it's not the crew that holds my attention. It's her. Liliana. She moves across my deck like she's always belonged here, barefoot and sure-footed despite the pitch and sway. Her hands knot the rigging faster than some of my seasoned sailors. She doesn't bark orders, not yet, but when she gestures, they follow her instinctively because confidence is its own kind of language. She's no pirate, no sailor of Protheka, but she's sailor enough. I see it in the way she checks tension by feel, and how she braces when the lines strain, and the way her eyes never stop scanning for what's next. She's competent, efficient, sharp as the wind itself, and it stirs something in me. Not lust, not exactly. Not hunger, though that's there too, coiled low and patient. No, it's something else. A weight in my chest I don't recognize, an ache like the calm before a storm. I push it down. Pirates don't dwell on feelings. "Haul away!" she shouts, voice cutting through the clang of work. The crew strains together, pulling the net up the side. She grins, hair plastered damp to her forehead, green eyes bright, sweat streaking her jaw. She looks alive, fierce. For a moment the ache deepens. Then a shadow flashes across the deck. A high, grating squawk splits the air. Albatrosity. He plummets out of the sky like a feathered curse, wings snapping open at the last second. His talons scrape the rail as he lands, beak clacking furiously. "Sails!" he screeches, voice half bird, half demon, all grating. His wings flare and fold, feathers scattering across the deck. "Dark sails! East!" The deck goes still. I shove off the rail, already reaching for my spyglass. My gut knew this peace wouldn't last. The elves never quit. They sniff blood like sharks. Snap the brass open and lift it. The horizon wavers in the glass, blurred by heat and haze. Then I find it. There, a cutter, sleek, sharp, black sails angled like razors against the turquoise sea. The shape is familiar, too familiar. My jaw sets. It's a sister ship to the frigate we fought. She's hunting. Damn. The word rumbles from me, low and hard. "Captain?" Scratchy limps up beside me, his one good eye squinting. He doesn't need the glass. He sees the truth in my face. "Dark elves," I say, "and not just any. That's a cutter built for speed." He spits, a glob arcing overboard. "Bastards don't give up." "No," I agree. "They don't." The crew's muttering now, tension rolling across the deck like a storm surge. Hissy hisses louder, agitated. Lila's tentacle curls around her waist, squeezing tight. Even Darrell stops hauling wood and stares at the horizon with unease written on his blunt features. I lower the glass. My decision is already made. "Make fast the cargo net!" I bellow. My voice cracks the hush like a whip. We're not staying to finish the job. We sail, now. A beat of stunned silence, then the deck erupts. Men run to secure the last bundle, ropes whipping through hands. Alba squawks overhead, circling like a scavenger. Gunwitch appears ghost-like from the companionway, pistols glowing faint in her hands, silent as always. At my side, Eliana stiffens. Her voice cuts sharp, fierce. We're not ready. I turn to her. Her chest heaves from the work, sweat glistening on her collarbone. Her jaw is set, stubborn. Her green eyes blaze up at me. She's right. The mast isn't ready. The sails aren't trimmed. The hull's still bleeding from our last fight. Leaving now risks everything. But I can't let that cutter close. I step closer, lowering my voice just for her. We don't have a choice. Her lips part, the words she wants to say caught in her throat. I see her hesitate, not because she's afraid, but because she sees it. The weight. The burden I carry every day. Command isn't glory. It's choosing the lesser death. Our eyes lock. For a heartbeat, she understands. The fire crackles low, eating driftwood and spitting sparks into the humid night. Smoke curls lazy through the canopy, where the jungle presses in dark and heavy. The smell of roasting meat rolls across the sand, thick and savory, drowning out the rot stink of the island. The crew sprawls around the fire, bellies full, voices carrying. Darrell argues with his brother Darrell over who hauled more timber. Hissy drags out his sibilance as he tells some half-true story about biting a man in two once. Lila sits half in shadow, cloak drawn, her tentacle twitching like it wants its own meal. Alba squawks between mouthfuls, feathers ruffled, grease on his beak. Gunwitch lurks at the edge, pistols across her knees, silent as ever, but present. Scratchy heckles everyone, his one eye bright in the firelight. It's the sound of survival, the sound of a crew who knows they bought another day. I sit apart, back braced against a log, watching the fire throw red across the tide. My plate rests untouched on my knee. The meat smells good, but my appetite isn't there. My mind is still on the horizon, still seeing black sails. She drops down beside me. Eliana. She moves gingerly, one hand pressed against her side, her green eyes tight with pain she tries to hide. She's favoring her left rib, no doubt from the tumble earlier. Her hair smells of smoke and salt, her face streaked with ash where she wiped it thoughtlessly. She's bruised, scraped raw, but alive. You look worried, she says. Her voice cuts into my thoughts like a blade through rope. I grunt. I don't run from fights. But the crew comes first. Her gaze sharpens. She studies me openly, like she's still trying to fit me into some frame that makes sense. A Minotaur pirate captain should be all horns and bloodlust. That's the story her world would tell, I think. And yet here I sit, weighing lives against pride, staring too long at fire instead of meat. You could have left me in that jungle, she says after a beat. I glance at her. Her lip quirks, daring me to shrug it off. So I shrug. Didn't want to. She huffs out a breath, something between a laugh and a scoff. Her eyes shine faint in the firelight, not mocking, not sharp, just soft. You're not what I expected, Minotaur. Neither are you, human, I answer without hesitation. Her laugh this time is real, bubbling, warm. She tilts her head, studying me again. I let her. I don't flinch from her eyes. She doesn't flinch from mine. The fire cracks. The jungle hums. The crew's voices rise and fall. But here at the edge of the light, it feels like the world shrank to the two of us. She breaks it, voice low, almost testing. So what now? Now we mend the ship. Now we sail before the elves catch us on land. My words are steady, but my chest aches with something I don't want to name. She nods, though I see her mind spinning. Her fingers curl and uncurl against her ribs, restless. I shift, clearing my throat. "Want to dance?" She blinks at me, caught off guard. "What?" "Dance," I repeat, the corner of my mouth twitching. "You do that where you're from?" Her brow furrows, suspicious. "Of course." "But here? Now?" I grin, tusks catching the light. "Only when we're scared." Her mouth parts, then closes. She stares at me like she can't decide if I'm serious. "Are you serious?" "As a snapped mast," I rumble. A pause, then slowly she laughs again. "Fine, but if I trip over your hooves, then you'll fall into my arms," I interrupt. Her cheeks flush, just faintly, but enough for me to notice. She stands, brushing sand from her pants. For a moment she hesitates, like she might back out. Then she steps in front of me, hand extended. "Come on then, Captain. Show me how a Minotaur dances." I rise, towering over her, my shadow swallowing hers in the firelight. My hand swallows her smaller one. Her skin is warm, calloused from rope and sail. The crew notices, of course, they always do. Scratchy whistles, long and low. Hissy hisses, "Yes, dance for us, sis." Lila hides a smile behind her cloak. Alba cackles, feathers shaking. I shoot them a glare sharp enough to cut sailcloth. The laughter dims, but not the grins. "Ignore them," I mutter. She smirks. Easier said than done. We step into the sand where the firelight fades into shadow. The surf shushes in and out, slow and steady, a rhythm older than ships. I set my hand at her waist, careful, gentle, and she lays her hand on my arm. It's awkward. Of course it is. She's small, I'm not. My hooves sink deeper in the sand. Hers scuff on the surface. Our movements are clumsy, unsure. But it doesn't matter. Because she laughs, a real, bright laugh that spills out of her chest and into mine. And I find myself laughing too, low and rough, surprised at the sound of it. We sway not to music, but to heartbeats. Hers quick, wild, mine slow, heavy, out of sync, yet somehow matched. The moon climbs higher, casting silver over the water. The fire crackles behind us. The crew pretends not to watch. For one moment there is no jungle, no dark sails, no elves hunting us. There is only her and me, breathing the same air, moving the same beat, scared together under the indifferent moon.
Chapter 7. Eliana. The morning feels wrong. Mist clings to everything. Thick, wet, heavy, curling low over the sand and twisting around the trunks of the jungle like smoke from some unseen fire. The air is damp enough to bead on my eyelashes and drip down my neck. Every breath tastes like cold metal. And it's too quiet. No birds calling, no insects buzzing. Even the surf is muffled, hushed. The kind of quiet that presses in on your ears until you feel like you're going deaf. I kneel, fingers brushing the sand where it meets the tree line. Tora pads beside me, a striped shadow against the fog, his tail twitching like a metronome. His paws make no sound, but his voice, sharp, sardonic, lazy as hell, rumbles into the silence. "Bad vibes," he mutters, whiskers twitching. "Told you. Should have stayed on the boat." I glance at him. His yellow eyes glow faint in the mist. "What, and miss the morning hike through Murder Forest?" "No thanks." He huffs, tail flicking my knee. "Suit yourself, two legs. But when we're neck deep in elf guts, remember I called it." I roll my eyes, though my stomach knots. He's right. The stillness isn't natural. Something's waiting. The crew spreads out behind us, muted shapes in the fog. Lurges leads, silver eye glinting faint even in the gloom, his shoulders a black wall against the pale mist. Lila keeps close to my side, her cloak dragging wet over the undergrowth, her tentacle twitching with nervous energy. Scratchy mutters obscenities under his breath, every curse a punctuation mark in the silence. Hissy slithers just behind, tongue flicking, scales rasping on damp leaves. Alba circles overhead, wings cutting shadows across the mist. We creep deeper into the trees. The smell hits me first. Burned wood, acrid and sharp, riding under the mist. Then my eyes catch it. Scorched bark. Charred streaks up the trunks, black against green. I crouch low, running my hand over the rough, warm scar. Fire, I whisper. Not natural, Lila murmurs. Her tentacle reaches, brushing ash like it remembers the heat. I move further, pushing aside hanging vines, and my stomach drops. The ground is torn, branches broken, leaves shredded, gouges in the soil where hooves or boots dug deep. Arrowheads scatter the dirt, black steel with wicked edges. One is buried deep in a tree trunk, still vibrating faintly when I touch it. Battle, I breathe. Scratchy spits to the side, voice sharp. Dark elves. Tora growls low in his throat, fur bristling. Told you. Bad vibes. Always listen to the cat. I open my mouth to answer. The jungle explodes. Figures drop from the mist, cloaks unfurling like wings. Blades flash, steel catching the grey light. Dark elves, pale eyes gleaming, their voices sharp as broken glass as they shriek battle cries. Ambush! Scratchy roars, his voice cracking the silence into chaos. Everything shatters at once. A blade whistles past my ear. I whirl, machete up. Lila is already there at my back, her tentacle lashing out and catching an elf by the throat, slamming him into a tree with a sickening crunch. I slash low, steel biting through another elf's thigh. He screams, stumbles, and her tentacle flings him like garbage. Stay close! Lila shouts, hair plastered to her face, her cloak whipping with every strike. Working on it! I yell back, breath ragged. The mist churns with screams and steel. Scratchy's voice rises above it all, swearing in languages I don't even recognize. Alba dive bombs, talons out, shrieking like a banshee. His claws rake across an elf's scalp, tearing flesh and feathers alike. Hissy coils through the melee, his body a blur of muscle and scales. He snaps up one elf in a constriction, bones cracking like dry twigs, while his other hand fires a pistol with a hiss of flame. Gunwitch's pistols thunder, red flares streaking through the fog. Each shot drops an elf screaming, their bodies smoking as they fall. The smell of blood fills the air, iron-rich, sharp, sticky. My boots slip on wet leaves turned slick with it. My ears ring with clashing steel and guttural screams. Fall back! Lurgis bellows, voice carrying through the chaos. His axe cleaves through a pair of elves in one swing, spraying crimson across the mist. To the beach! Now. I cut down another, my arms shaking, chest heaving. I spin, searching for Lila, for Tora, for anyone. A hiss builds behind me. Too late. The world erupts. A spell detonates at my feet, a circle of red lightning flashing through the mist. The explosion throws me backward, ears ringing, lungs empty. Smoke billows, acrid and choking, filling my throat with fire. Eliana! I hear my name in Lurgis's roar. I cough, stagger to my feet, eyes streaming. The smoke clears just enough for me to see him. Lurgis, massive, axe dripping, his silver eye glowing through the haze. And then I see what's not there. No Lila. No Hissy. No Scratchy's curses. No Alba's screech. Just me. And him. Cut off. Trapped. Dark shadows move in the smoke. More blades flashing. Cloaks flicker. Pale eyes gleam like knives in the fog. I grip my machete tighter, my pulse hammering in my ears. Well, I mutter, breathless, wild. Guess it's you and me, Minotaur. His tusked grin flashes through the haze, sharp and dangerous. Then we make them regret it. The jungle swallows us whole. Mud sucks at my boots, roots claw at my shins, and the air is thick enough to choke on. My lungs burn, my ribs ache, and the sound of pursuit, those pale-eyed bastards with their blades and their shrieks, rattles through the trees like a drumbeat. We duck low, sliding under a massive tree root as thick around as a car, the hollow beneath it just deep enough to wedge ourselves in. Lurgis drags me down into the muck with him, one heavy arm across my shoulders, his bulk shielding me like a wall. Mud squelches cold against my side. Damp earth presses into my palms. My breath soars out too loud, too fast. That could have gone better, I mutter, voice shaky but sharp. Stay quiet, he growls. His voice is low thunder, rumbling against my ribs where his chest presses mine. We're too close, too close. The root hangs over us like a ribcage, dripping beads of water down the back of my neck. My heart slams against my sternum so hard I think the whole jungle can hear it. I force myself to breathe shallow, quiet, even though every nerve screams to suck in air. I can feel him, every inch, the heat of his body, radiating through the mud and sweat, heavy fur damp and rough against my cheek. His arm is braced over me, solid muscle and raw strength holding us still. His breath ghosts my temple, hot and slow, his chest rising steady where mine jitters. I whisper before I think better of it. I should be terrified right now. His head shifts, horns scraping bark overhead. His golden eye catches faint light, glowing like a coal in the dark. And are you? The question sinks straight through me. Yes, I whisper. It comes out too fast, too brittle. A lie wrapped in truth. He doesn't call me on it. He just looks at me, then away, his jaw tight. The sounds outside grow louder. Footsteps, light, quick, practiced, elven voices, sharp syllables that slice through the fog. I don't know the words, but I know the tone. Hunting. Lurgis tenses, muscles going hard as stone. His axe is too big to use in this crawl space. My machete's handle digs into my side, useless. If they find us, it's teeth and claws, no finesse. I hold my breath. Boots splash close, too close. I can smell them, leather and smoke and the tang of blood that isn't theirs. A shadow falls over the root, stretching across the mud in a warped silhouette. My pulse spikes so hard it hurts. The elf pauses, listening. Lurgis doesn't move, doesn't breathe, doesn't blink. He's a statue, a wall, a shield. His arm presses tighter against me, pinning me down, keeping me from giving us away. His fur is coarse under my fingers. My nails dig into him without realizing it. Seconds stretch into centuries. Then the shadow shifts. Footsteps move on. Voices fade into distance, swallowed by the mist. We stay frozen. A long time passes before I dare breathe again. The air tastes of dirt and sweat and fear. Hours slip like that. We stay pressed together in the mud, listening. Every time footsteps scrape too near, I tense, he stills, and we wait. My whole body hums with exhaustion, but the fear won't let me sleep. I count breaths. His are steady, mine aren't. Somewhere deep in the jungle, a bird cries out, a single note. The silence after is worse. Finally, the sounds of pursuit fade. The mist thickens, the jungle exhales, and we are left with the steady drum of my heart and his quiet, unshaken strength. I slump against him, body trembling, every muscle gone rubbery. We can't keep doing this, I whisper. My throat is raw, my eyes sting. No, he agrees. His voice is a low rumble, so close I feel it in my bones. I shift, staring up at him. He's shadowed, silver eye glimmering faint through the dark. My breath hitches. But I'll keep doing it, he says, voice rough with conviction, if it means keeping you alive. My chest aches. I don't have words. I don't know if I want them. So instead my fingers curl against his arm. not pulling him closer, not pushing him away, just there. His gaze drops to mine, holding it steady. Neither of us speaks again. The jungle hums, the mist drips. His warmth wraps around me, and I let myself close my eyes. And I don't feel afraid.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 8. Captain Storm Shadow. The rain comes in like a hammer. Not a drizzle, not a storm that builds its warning. One moment the air is heavy, thick with the promise of it, and the next the sky cracks open and empties itself in one breath. Sheets of water slam down through the canopy, pounding leaves so hard it's a roar, constant and deafening. In minutes, the jungle floor becomes a sucking swamp. Every step is mud and water. Every breath tastes of iron and wet bark. Ilona slips once, curses, catches herself on a root. Her hair is plastered black against her cheeks, her green eyes sharp even through the sting of water. Her lips are blue. She is small beside me, drenched, shivering, but her jaw is set like she'll drag herself through this storm if it kills her. I search the shadows, shelter, anything. And then I see it, a shape carved of stone, half buried by the earth. An old ruin, strangled by roots thicker than a man's waist. A broken arch yawns wide, darkness spilling out. Moss has eaten its carvings. Vines hang like drapery, but it holds against the rain. Here, I grunt and take her arm. She doesn't protest. We duck inside. The change is instant. The rain's roar dulls to a muted drum overhead. The air is still, musty with stone and rot. Roots push through the walls like the bones of giants. The floor is cracked, uneven, slick with age, but it is dry, or dry enough. Eliana slumps against a wall, water dripping from her nose. She hugs her arms to her chest, teeth chattering. Her shirt clings to her like a second skin, soaked through, every curve of her body defined in the flickering half-light. I look away, drop my axe against the stone. My hands are already working at the satchel slung across my chest. Flint, dry scraps of kindling wrapped in oilskin. My claw strikes sparks until the tinder catches. Flame blooms, small but alive. I feed it carefully until a fire licks at the ruin's belly, smoke curling into cracks above. The glow spreads. Amber washes across the stone. Her face flickers into view, cheeks flushed from cold, eyes shadowed, hair dripping down her throat. She curses softly, tugging at her shirt. It peels away from her skin with a wet rip. She fumbles, fingers clumsy, breath ragged with frustration. Then she glances at me, just a heartbeat, before slipping behind a fallen slab of stone, half hidden from view. I turn my gaze back to the fire, but I hear her, the soft grunt as she pulls fabric over her head. The wet slap as it drops to the floor, the hiss of her breath as she wrings out her hair. My ears twitch, traitor things, catching every sound. My body is tense, aching with the knowledge of her just out of sight. The fire pops. I force myself to focus on it, to steady the flame. My claws curl tight against my knees. I tell myself I am captain, protector, not some beast overcome by scent and shadow. And then she steps out. One of our spare cloaks hangs around her shoulders, loose, too big, but it only makes her smaller, more breakable in its folds. Her bare feet whisper across the stone, her cheeks glow pink from the heat, from the fire. And her eyes find mine. I cannot look away. Something moves in my chest, heavy, dangerous, an ache I do not name. She crosses the space between us and sits, close, too close. The fire paints her in amber, highlights damp strands of hair clinging to her neck. Her thigh brushes mine. The heat of her body seeps through wet fur, setting me burning. "What happens?" she whispers, voice soft but steady. "If I touch you." My throat tightens. My voice is rough stone, hoarse. I break. Her eyes search mine, not afraid, not pitying. Curious, bold. Do it anyway. Her hand lifts, trembling, small but sure. She presses her palm to my chest, right over the thunder of my heart. It jolts me. My body goes rigid, every nerve alight. Her warmth seeps through wet fur, through hide, straight into me. My heart slams harder, like it wants to leap into her hand. Her breath catches. I cover her hand with mine, rough, calloused, dwarfing hers. I mean to push it away. I don't. Her lips part. Her gaze holds mine, green fire meeting silver. She leans closer. The kiss is a clash. Desperate, clumsy, almost violent with want. Her mouth finds mine, pressing hard enough to bruise. My tusks scrape her jaw. She gasps, but doesn't pull away. My hand fists in the cloak at her waist, dragging her closer. She grips my fur, fingers tangling deep, pulling like she's afraid I'll vanish if she lets go. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks, and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Her fingers move, idle, tracing the scar over my eye. The silver star carved into me long ago. "What's it mean?" she whispers, voice soft with sleep but curious still. My chest rumbles with the answer. That I survived. She goes still, her hand pausing. Then she touches her own chest, just above where Shen burned away her sickness. Me too. For a long moment there is only silence. Not empty. Full. I curl my fingers around hers, holding her hand against my chest. "If you leave," I say quietly, steady, though it carves me raw, "I'll let you go. But I won't pretend it won't kill me." Her throat works. Her breath shudders. "I don't know what I want anymore," she admits, voice small. I brush her hair back, claws careful, tucking it behind her ear. Her eyes flutter shut at the touch. "That's all right," I murmur. "I'll wait." Her body softens. Her breathing deepens. She sleeps without jerking, without muttering, without the shadow of nightmares twisting her face. I keep watch. I always do. But I feel it. Something outside. In the dark, beyond the ruin. Watching. Waiting. Pale eyes glimmer once, then vanish into shadow. The storm may have passed. The hunt has not.
Chapter 9. Eliana. Morning drips into the ruin like water through cracks in stone. Its pale light at first, filtered by the thick jungle canopy, softened by mist still clinging to the branches. The fire's down to ash and a few glowing embers, the faint smell of smoke mixing with damp moss and wet roots. My eyes blink open to all of it. Slow, reluctant, my head still full of dreams that don't vanish like they used to. I realise why. I'm warm, not just from the embers or the cloak tangled around me, but from him. Lurgis. His massive arm is slung heavy over my waist, pinning me against him. His chest rises and falls behind me, each breath a low rumble that stirs my hair. His warmth is solid, encompassing. My whole back is pressed against fur and muscle that feels more like a wall than a body. He stirs, just slightly. I feel it in the twitch of his fingers over my belly, the shift of his thick thigh behind mine. I don't move. I don't want to break this moment. But then, I feel it, hard, heavy, pressed against the curve of my buttocks.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
He falls asleep afterward, one hand draped over my body, but regrets come barreling in before my legs even stop shaking. And I don't know if I'm ready for what I just became. For a long time, I don't move. I just breathe. The weight of him, the heat of him, the steady heartbeat against my spine. It's too much and not enough all at once. My body aches everywhere, but it's not the sick, dying ache I carried for years. No, this ache is new. Deep in my muscles, in my bones. It's the ache of being alive, the ache of want answered, of closeness taken. And that terrifies me. I slip out from under his arm carefully, slow enough that he doesn't stir. His hand flexes once, claws twitching against the cloak, but he doesn't wake. I watch him for half a breath. His silver eye is closed, his tusked mouth slack, the lines of his face softer in sleep. He looks less like a beast, less like a captain, more like something human, and that's the scariest part of all. I dress in silence, tugging damp clothes back over my skin. They smell of smoke and rain and him. My fingers fumble on the buttons. My chest feels too tight. I need air. The ruin exhales cool mist as I step out. The jungle greets me with dripping leaves, heavy with rain, water pattering into puddles. The ground squelches beneath my boots. The air is thick, every breath wet and earthy, filled with the rot of fallen leaves and the faint metallic tang of something I don't want to name. I walk. Not far, just enough that the ruin disappears behind me, hidden in green shadow. My thoughts race, chasing each other in frantic circles. What the hell am I doing? Last night, it was fire and storm and want. It was desperate, earned, needed. But what is it now? What am I to him? Some human curiosity? A distraction before the next fight? He's a pirate captain, for God's sake. He's carved out of violence and salt and blood. And me? I'm just me. A girl who ran from cancer and found herself in a world that makes no sense. I should be figuring out how to get back. To Earth, to my parents, to the life I left behind, unfinished and broken, not making goo-goo eyes at a Minotaur like I'm the lead in some twisted fairy tale. My boots stop moving. I don't even realise it until the sound reaches me. Small, sharp. Not the slow drip of water or the creak of trees. A snap. The unmistakable crack of a branch under weight. Adrenaline spikes. My hand flies to the machete at my hip. I spin, heart hammering, and freeze. He dangles 10 feet away, a dark elf, bound tight in a crude vine trap, strung upside down from a branch. His body swings slow, his pale skin smeared with blood and mud. His cloak is torn, armour dented, one eye swollen shut. His lips move, muttering words too fast and slurred for me to catch at first. His chest heaves, shallow and ragged. I take a step closer, blade up, ready. My stomach twists, bile rising. Every muscle in me screams, this is wrong. This is dangerous. His good eye rolls, finds me. He croaks something, voice raw and guttural. Temple, gate. I blink. My grip tightens on the machete. What did you just say? He coughs, spits blood, then keeps going. Earth. Bound. Walkers. My blood runs cold. The words clang in my skull like bells. Earth. Gate. Walkers. He's delirious, fevered, hanging by a vine trap in the middle of nowhere, but I know what I heard. Earth, I whisper, throat dry. He thrashes weakly against the vines, muttering the words again and again, as if they're all that's left of him. Temple gate, earthbound walkers, temple gate. The jungle presses in close, silent except for his ragged voice. My skin crawls, my mind races. I swallow hard, the machete trembling in my hand. Oh, because whatever he's talking about, it's connected. To me. To home. And suddenly last night feels a million miles away. I don't think. I just run. Branches slap my arms, mud sucks at my boots, mist curls around me like claws trying to pull me back, but I don't stop. My lungs burn, my ribs ache, but I sprint until the ruin looms again through the dripping vines. Lurgis! My voice cracks, raw. He's already half risen when I burst inside, axe in hand, silver eye blazing. He sees me wild-eyed, mud-smeared, machete still clenched white-knuckled in my fist, and his jaw tightens. What happened? There's... just come. I grab his wrist before he can argue, tugging at him with all the strength I have. His arm is solid as iron, unmoving for a beat. Then he relents, following, his heavy stride shaking the ground under us. We push through the jungle until the bound elf dangles into view again, still swinging gently in the vine trap, muttering to himself like a man possessed. Lurgis stiffens beside me, his grip tightening on the haft of his axe. The elf's good eye flickers open, rolls, focuses with difficulty. His lips move, cracked and bloody. Temple, gate, earthbound walkers. My breath catches. You hear that, right? Lurgis growls low. I hear it. The elf babbles again, weaker this time, but I catch it. Earth. Through. Gate. Earth. He said earth. My heart stutters, trips, then slams too fast. The world tilts, my legs feel hollow, my mouth dry. This is it. My way back. Home. Mom. Dad. The unfinished pieces of my life. I whirl to Lurgis, words stumbling out. He said earth. There's a temple somewhere. He said there's a gate. A portal. It's real. His face hardens, that silver eye narrowing. His voice rumbles low, dangerous. You'll leave? The words gut me. I open my mouth. Nothing comes out. Because I don't know. My throat locks, my chest burns. Home is everything I thought I wanted. But the image of the ruin, of his arm over me, of his voice steady in the dark, it's still there, heavy in my chest. I don't answer. I can't. He doesn't press. He just turns away, his jaw clenched, shoulders like stone. The air between us thickens, heavy with silence. That night the fire burns low. The crew circles it as always, eating, laughing, bickering, but the sound doesn't land the same. It feels distant, muted, like I'm underwater. I sit close to the flames, knees hugged to my chest, cloak wrapped tight. My eyes sting from smoke, but it's easier to stare at the fire than at him. Lurgis sits across the circle, shadows carving his face hard. He doesn't look at me. Not once. He talks to Scratchy, to Hissy, gives orders in that steady rumble, but his silver eye never flickers my way. I want to reach for him, to bridge the gap, to tell him I don't know, that I'm just as lost in this as he is. But my hand doesn't move. My throat won't open. Tora curls into my lap instead, a striped weight settling like he owns me. His fur is warm, his purr a faint vibration against my ribs. He tilts his head up, yellow eyes sharp and knowing. "You're going to break him," he murmurs. I blink, startled. "Excuse me?" "You heard me." His tail flicks, batting at the edge of my cloak. Big scary Minotaur, all tusks and steel. "But you? You're the sharpest blade he's faced yet. You'll cut him deeper than any elf." My chest aches. I pet him absently, fingers threading through his damp fur. He leans into it, purr deepening. "I already did," I whisper. The words hang there heavy, swallowed by the fire. My fingers tremble against his fur, betraying the storm inside me, because I don't know how to stop.
Chapter 10. Captain Stormshadow. The elf's words rot in my skull like poisoned fruit. Temple. Gate. Earth. He wasn't lying. I felt it in my gut, the same way I feel the pull of the tide or the coming of a storm. That elf knew something, and what he knew points straight at her. Straight at leaving. Straight at goodbye. I want to tear the thought out of me, grind it under my hoof until it's nothing but dirt. Instead, I march. Focus. Crew first. Always the crew. But her silence follows me louder than any jungle beast. She walks beside me, light and small in the shadows of roots that twist like veins above us. The firelight from last night still lingers faint against her throat, but she doesn't meet my eyes. Not once. Her jaw is tight, her shoulders hunched, her machete swinging at her side like she doesn't even feel its weight. I should ask her. I should demand the truth. Will she leave? Will she walk through that cursed gate and vanish from this world like a dream before dawn? But I don't. I just walk. My tusks grind, my chest burns. The ridge rises ahead, slick with moss. We climb it slow, careful, every root slick with rain. The air shifts as we crest it, and then I see it. Smoke, thin black trails threading through the green, curling toward the clouds. Not wild, not random. Code. "Hissy," I grunt. That's his mark. Relief slams into me hard enough to steal my breath. My crew, my stubborn, foul-mouthed, ridiculous crew, they're alive. Somewhere out there, they're fighting, they're signaling, they're waiting. But the relief curdles quick. Because if they're alive, so is the fight waiting for us. And Ileana's silence hangs between us like a blade I can't parry. We descend into thicker jungle, the ground soft and sucking with each step. The air stinks of damp rot, copper, and something sharp, ozone. It makes the back of my throat sting. That's when I find the first corpse, a dark elf strung upside down in the crook of two roots, his armor torn wide, his chest opened like rotten fruit. Blood drips slow, thick. Flies buzz in black swarms around the wound. Ileana gags, hand flying to her mouth. Christ! I step closer, nostrils flaring. Not our work, not theirs either. Too savage, too deliberate. Not us, I rumble. We press on. The second body lies sprawled across the path, limbs bent at wrong angles, head turned so far I hear the snap of bone just looking at it. But it's not the corpse that makes my hide prickle. It's the tree beside it. Carved deep into its bark are symbols, lines jagged and sharp, circles woven inside one another. They glow faint, sickly green, pulsing like a wound that won't close. Eliana freezes. What the hell is that? I don't touch it. My claws hover inches from the mark, close enough to feel the hum in the air. Not their work. Shen hobbles up behind us, cane tapping the mud. His old eyes flare blue as he peers at the glyph. Wild spawn, he mutters. Arcane disturbance, magic pulled loose, bleeding into the world. Wild spawn? Nonsense! I growl. This is older, hungrier. Shen's gaze flicks to me. He doesn't argue. That's worse than if he had. We move slower after that. Every rustle makes my hackles rise. Every flicker of shadow feels like a claw at my back. The smell thickens. Blood, rot. That metallic sting of magic gone sour. More corpses. More glyphs. Always paired. Always the same story. An elf torn apart near a mark that still glows faint. The jungle is watching us. I feel it in my hooves, in my horns, in the tightness of my chest. Something else hunts here. Not elves. Not beasts. Something that feeds on both. I glance sideways at her. She walks quiet, machete loose at her side, eyes fixed on the mud. Her hair clings damp to her cheeks. She doesn't look at me. The silence is worse than the glyphs, worse than the corpses, worse than the stench. I want to shake her, demand she speak, demand she tell me what she wants, where her heart lies. With Earth, with me, with neither. But I don't. I just march, because the crew waits, the fight waits, and the jungle is not done with us yet. The camp bursts alive when they see us. Captain! Scratchy's voice cracks like a rusted hinge, louder than it has any right to be. He comes stumbling through the line of hammocks strung between palms, all knobby elbows and wiry muscle. And before I can brace, he's clutching my arm with both bony hands. His eye shines suspiciously wet. I narrow mine. Smoke in your eye? He snorts, sniffs, wipes his face with the back of his sleeve. Shut it. Jungle pollen. Nasty stuff. I grunt, but the corner of my mouth twitches. Behind him, the others close in. Lila, with her half-cloak pulled tight, glowing eyes soft in a way she never lets the others see. Her tentacle hand flicks nervously against her side before she mutters, "Knew you'd come back." Albatrosity drops from a branch with all the grace of a falling rock, his wings half spread, feathers ragged. "Thought you were elf food for sure, Captain," he squawks, voice like gravel. "Lost a week's worth of wages thanks to you." "Your book's void," Scratchy snaps. "Nobody gets paid on a captain's corpse." "Squawk fine," Alba mutters, shaking out his wings. "But I had good odds." The triplets are there too, Laurie, Darrell, and Darul, stomping up as one, broad shoulders knocking together. "We knew you'd make it, Captain," Laurie declares, grinning wide. "Didn't we, Darul?" "Sure did," says the first Darrell. "Absolutely," says the second. I rub my brow with a claw. "If you start a cheer line, I'll feed you to the cat." "Oi!" Tora hisses from a coil of rope, tail lashing. "Don't drag me into your management problems. I've got standards." The laughter that ripples through the camp tastes like salt and fire and home. And then Shen totters forward, leaning heavy on his cane. His eyes glow faint blue as he studies me, muttering like he's picking apart the bones of fate itself. His hand clamps my arm, and a pulse of warmth shoots through my bruised ribs, knitting them smoother. "Stubborn bull," he grumbles. "Charging storms, fighting things twice your size, now walking into glyph-cursed jungles. Even bulls have soft spots." "Not on me," I growl. Shen raps my shin with his cane so hard I grunt. "You do now." The crew chuckles. It's Eliana they look at next. Gunwitch doesn't speak, she never does, but her stare is sharp as a blade. She looks at Eliana, then at the faint color still high in her cheeks. Her eyebrow arches slow. deliberate. Leona sputters. It's not. Oh my God. And turns away fast, hair hiding her face. Scratchy smirks. Oh, it's exactly what it looks like. Shut it, I snap. But the murmurs spread like fire through dry rigging, and I can feel every smirk, every side glance. Gossip moves faster on this crew than wind through sails. That night, the torches burn hot against the dark. Repair work hums along the beach, saws cutting, hammers beating, voices sharp with curses and laughter. Salt and pitch mix in the air, thick enough to sting the nose. I lean on the rail of the Plague, the waves rolling black beneath me, the ship groaning like she's hungry for the sea again. My hand curls around the wood until it creaks. The horizon is wrong. A shadow where there shouldn't be one. Alba screeches down from above, wings flashing silver in torchlight. "Dark sails!" he cries, voice raw. "Dozens!" Coming fast. The camp freezes, tools drop. Conversations cut off mid-word. The jungle hushes like it knows what's coming. I see them. Black sails cutting across the moonlit sea, one after another, stretching as far as my eye can follow. Dozens. Too many. The stink of war rides the wind. Oil, steel, the faint copper tang of blood waiting to be spilled. Scratchy drifts to my side, his mouth tight, his eye narrowed against the night. "He's not here for the ship," he says quietly so only I can hear. My jaw locks. I don't answer. "Not here for plunder, not here for vengeance," Scratchy continues, voice like sandpaper. "He's here for her." I don't move, don't speak. The rail creaks beneath my grip. My tusks grind against each other, slow and steady. Because I know. I knew the moment I saw those sails. I knew the moment that damned elf spat his words. Awesome doesn't want the Plague. He doesn't even want me. He wants her.
Chapter 11. Eliana. The Plague feels different tonight. The crew moves like they can smell blood on the wind. Every muscle flexes sharp, every face is hard, every sound is louder in the dark. The cannons are being hauled into place, their iron mouths yawning wide as hissy fit slithers between them, tail coiling over coils of rope while his scaled fingers stroke the barrels like they're pets. He laughs, that broken rasp of his, words dragged out on sibilance. "Yes, my lovelies, oh yes. Tonight we crack open their pretty elf hulls. Boom, boom, and down they go." "Talking to the cannons again?" Lila mutters, passing with a bundle of powder bags slung over her shoulder. Her tentacle hand flexes in the torchlight, twitching like it's impatient. "One day, Hissy, they're going to answer back. And then what?" "Then I'll marry them," Hissy hisses, laughing at his own joke, his serpent's tail smacking the planks. Alba flutters down from the rigging, wings rattling, his ugly vulture head cocked. "You'd have to consummate it. Don't think anyone wants to watch that." He squawks his own punchline, talons clicking on the deck. The triplets stagger by with a crate of shot between them, each insisting he's doing most of the lifting. "I've got the weight," Larry says, teeth flashing in the torchlight. "No, I've got the weight," says Darrell. "Both of you are dead wrong. It's me," says the other Darrell, nearly dropping his corner. "Don't you drop that!" Scratchy snarls from the rail. "If that crate cracks, I'll make you three share a brain cell permanently." "You can't," one Darrell mutters. "We already do." The crew bursts out laughing, even in the dark, and the sound is sharp as glass. I stand off to the side, clutching my machete, feeling like the only one whose knees are made of water. I didn't ask for this, didn't mean for it, didn't mean to drag these lunatics, these pirates, into my nightmare. They're readying for war because of me. Lurgis comes up beside me, big as a wall, fur damp with salt spray. He doesn't look at me at first, just at the crew, just at his ship. Then he speaks, low enough that it's only for me. "This isn't on you." My stomach knots tighter. I shake my head. Don't. Don't make this harder. He finally turns, his silver eye catching torchlight, sharp and unreadable. Harder than what's coming? Harder than knowing they're about to bleed because of me. My voice cracks, and I hate that it does. They'll bleed because they're pirates, he says, voice rough as storm surge, steady as steel. Not because of you. We bleed. We fight. That's the life we chose. I didn't choose this, I snap back, throat tight. I didn't ask for any of this. No, he agrees, calm, maddeningly calm. But you're here. And now you fight, same as the rest of us. My jaw trembles. I look away before he can see my eyes shine. Don't. Please. Just don't. Something flickers in his face. Pain, maybe, but he buries it fast. He only nods once and walks back to his crew. The fog rolls thick as dawn edges the horizon, pale light bleeding into the mist. The sea is hushed, like it knows it's about to scream. My breath clouds in the cold. My fingers ache around the machete's hilt. Scratchy grips the wheel, his good eye narrowed. Fog's ours if we use it right, Captain. Then we'll use it, Lurgis growls. His tusks glint as he bares his teeth. Hold steady. We strike before they smell us coming. The plague surges forward, sails tight, her hull creaking like she's hungry. My pulse keeps time with her heartbeat. Then the cannons roar. The blast tears the fog open, rattling my bones. The plague smashes into the flank of an elf cutter, wood splintering, rails shattering. Hooks fly, iron teeth biting into the enemy's hull, dragging us together with a sound like screaming metal. Board! Scratchy bellows. They swarm. Dark elves in black lacquered armour, their blades flashing like liquid fire. They leap the gap with inhuman grace, hissing curses in a tongue that tastes like poison. And our crew meets them. Lila's cloak whips as she spins, her tentacle arm lashing out, wrapping an elf's neck and snapping it with a crack that echoes across the deck. She snarls, "Didn't like the look of you anyway." Hissy laughs like a maniac, tail coiling around a fallen elf as he slams his gunnery lever. Boom! The cannon blasts point blank, shredding two more in a spray of fire and splinters. Alba dive bombs shrieking, his talons gouging out eyes, feathers scattering blood across the fog. "You picked the wrong nest," he caws, swooping up again. "The triplets. Gods, they're idiots, but they fight like walls." Shoulder to shoulder they bellow as one, each swinging axes in rhythm, cleaving through armour like they're chopping wood. "Darrell! Darrell! Darrell!" Each kill punctuated by a brother's name. And Gunwitch. She doesn't speak, she doesn't need to. Her twin pistols flare red with every shot, arcane fire lancing through the fog. Her face never changes, calm, unblinking, like she was born for this, like death is her dance partner. Bodies fall where she walks. The deck shakes under me as I move, machete up, my body thrumming with something I can't name. Fear, yes, but underneath it, adrenaline so hot it burns the fear away. A dark elf lunges at me, blade flashing for my throat. I scream, raw, instinctive, and drive my machete forward. It sinks into his gut with a wet sound that makes my stomach turn. His eyes go wide, his breath catches, hot blood spilling across my hand. He collapses against me, heavy, too heavy. I shove him off and stagger back. My stomach heaves. I vomit over the rail, bile burning my throat, the taste of acid and salt mixing with blood. My hands shake so hard the machete nearly slips. Another elf rushes me. I raise it again. "Come on then." My voice cracks, but I don't run. My boots slip on blood, my knees quake, but I plant them. His blade swings down. I parry clumsily, sparks spitting where steel meets steel. My arms scream with the force of it, but I don't fall. Behind me, Scratchy laughs like a lunatic, carving through another elf with his cutlass. "That's it, sailor girl. Don't puke yourself out yet." "I hate you," I shout, teeth bared, and drive the machete sideways into the elf's throat. He gurgles, choking, then crumples. My stomach lurches again, but I don't throw up this time. My hand shakes, my chest heaves, my eyes burn. But I stay standing. All around me the battle rages, cannons thunder, steel clashes, the fog burns with fire raining from above, the plague shudders under every impact. But she holds. The crew roars, fights, bleeds. And me, I fight too. I never asked for this, never wanted it. But I'll fight anyway. The deck is chaos, screams and steel and fire, smoke curling so thick it claws at my lungs. I choke on salt and ash, stumbling across blood-slick planks as the plague bucks under cannon fire. My machete feels welded to my hand. My arms shake, but I can't stop. I can't blink. I can't breathe, because I see them. Lurges and Ausum. They've carved out a circle of hell in the middle of the shattered main deck, the crew and the elves forming a jagged ring around them, everyone too stunned, or too smart, to step between. Ausum is... Christ. He's beautiful in the worst way. Dark armour polished like glass, white hair flowing loose, his rapier gleaming silver with a hungry edge. He moves like a dancer, each step precise, his blade singing through the smoke. His mouth curves in that smug, cruel smile as he presses forward. "Finally," Ausum calls, his voice carrying above the din, lilting, mocking, the infamous storm shadow. The Minotaur who thinks himself a captain, who thinks himself a man. Let us test the tales, shall we? Lurges doesn't answer. He growls low, a sound that rattles the deck beneath my boots, and swings his axe in an arc so wide it screams through the air. Steel clashes, sparks shower. Ausum slips aside, his rapier flicking in like a serpent's tongue. The tip kisses Lurgis's chest, a shallow slash, but blood sprays anyway, staining his black fur crimson. "Too slow," Ausum croons, eyes gleaming. "Too brutish. You lead pirates, yes, but you'll die like cattle." "Keep talking," Lurgis snarls. His axe swings again, heavy, relentless. "Might distract me long enough to tear your head off." The crew roars their approval, banging steel on wood, bellowing curses. My stomach flips. I can't look away. My whole body trembles, useless, my throat raw from screaming already. Ausum's rapier darts in again, faster than thought, slashing across Lurgis's arm. Blood sprays. He hisses but doesn't falter. "Bleed for me," Ausum whispers, his voice somehow carrying even in the storm of battle. "Bleed, beast, and know you never deserved her." I freeze. Her. His gaze flicks at me. Just for a second. I feel it like a knife across my skin. My knees nearly give. Lurges bellows, charging, swinging his axe with both hands. The blade slams down into the deck where Ausum had been standing a heartbeat before, splintering wood, sending shards flying. Ausum dances aside, laughing, rapier lashing across Lurgis's thigh. "Elegant, elegant," Ausum sings, "but clumsy." "Tell me, Minotaur, do you grunt this way when you rut?" "Damn you!" Lurgis snarls, horns lowered, tusks bared. He barrels forward, his axe swings high, then low, then up again in a brutal rhythm, each strike heavier than the last. Ausum parries, spins, deflects, but sweat glistens on his face now. His smile falters. "Captain!" Scratchy bellows from the rail. "Make him bleed, you stubborn bastard!" "Cut his damn wings off!" Hissy shrieks, firing another cannon into the fog. "Don't die!" I scream, my throat shredding with it. My voice cracks raw. "Don't you die!" Ausum smirks, eyes on me again. She cares. How quaint. Rage blazes through Lurgis's silver eye. He slams his axe forward, and this time Ausum's too slow. The blade bites deep into his side, tearing through armour, sending blood spraying in a hot arc. Azum gasps, staggers back, his rapier wavering. His perfect smile shatters into something sharp, vicious. "You'll regret that," he hisses. He raises his free hand. Magic flares, sickly green, runes burning across his skin. The air splits open with heat and light. "Lurgis!" I scream, throwing myself forward, but it's too late. The blast erupts. A wave of force tears across the deck, flinging bodies like ragdolls. Wood shatters, cannons topple, screams tear the air. Lurgis and Azum are both hurled back, silhouettes swallowed by fire and smoke, overboard. "No!" My scream rips from my chest, raw and broken. Before I can think, before I can breathe, I dive. The ocean swallows me whole. Silence. Blue and black all around me, broken only by drifting fire from the wreck above. Salt burns my nose, fills my mouth. My ears throb with pressure. My chest aches. I see him, Lurgis sinking. His massive frame drifts down, his axe tumbling away into the dark. Blood clouds around him, curling in the water like ribbons. His body doesn't move. "Move, damn you!" I scream into the water, bubbles streaming from my mouth, soundless. I kick, arms burning, lungs screaming. My fingers claw through the dark, through blood and salt and silence, until they catch fur. He's heavy. Gods, he's heavy. His horns drag like anchors, his chest barely stirs. My arms scream, my ribs feel like they're cracking, but I kick, I pull, I fight the sea itself. Up, please. The surface shatters above us, light breaking through. My chest feels like it's going to explode. My vision goes black around the edges. And then air. I break the surface with a gasp that tears my throat. Salt spray blinds me, waves slam us, but I cling to him, dragging his head above water. "Help!" I choke, voice raw. Get him up!" The crew's voices thunder from above. Ropes slap the water, hands reach, claws and scales and feathers grabbing, hauling, pulling. We're dragged onto the deck, both of us coughing, choking seawater. My chest heaves, my arms quake, but I shove myself to his side, kneeling hard enough to bruise. "Breathe, you bastard!" I whisper, my hands on his face, cradling him, my fingers digging into wet fur. His silver eye flutters open, just barely, unfocused. "You big dumb bastard, you're not allowed to die. Not before I figure out what this is." He coughs, water spraying from his mouth. His chest heaves once, twice. Then, against all odds, he grins, tusks and all. "Guess I'll have to live then," he rasps. Tears burn my eyes, but I laugh anyway. Ugly, broken, half-sobbing laughter. "Yeah, guess you will."
Chapter 12. Captain Storm Shadow. The plague groans like an old warrior after the fight. Her hull is scorched, her deck split in places, her sails ragged. Smoke still clings to her timbers, mingling with the salt stink of blood and powder. But she floats, she breathes, and my crew lives to curse another day. That's worth more than gold. The men and women laugh now, exhausted laughter that sounds like growls and coughs, like they can't believe they've cheated death again. Hammers ring as they patch planks. The triplets bicker over who swung hardest. Lila tells them they all fought like half-drowned goats. Hissy croons to his cannons like lovers he almost lost. Even Alba squawks a victory song off-key. They survived, against odds, against Ozum, again. Me? I sit in my quarters bare-chested, the lantern light flickering shadows over the walls. My axe leans against the table. My sword lies across my lap, edge wet with oil and blood. My hands move slow, careful, wiping the steel, sharpening, breathing. The rhythm steadies me. The door creaks. I don't look up at first. My eye narrows, watching the reflection of lantern flame on steel. "Didn't knock," I rumble. "I don't care," she says. Her voice is ragged, raw, and it drags my gaze up. Ileana stands in the doorway, hair dripping salt water, skin still damp from the sea. A towel clings to her shoulders, her eyes swollen like she's cried herself dry. She's smaller than I've ever seen her, fragile, but the fire in her gaze is unbroken. For a long moment, neither of us speaks. The only sound is the scrape of my whetstone against the blade. Finally, she whispers, "Why do you keep saving me?" The words cut deeper than any rapier. I set the sword down slow, the whetstone beside it. I lean forward, elbows on my knees, and meet her stare. "Because I want to," I say, my voice low, steady. "Because I choose to." Her breath hitches. Her jaw trembles. "You don't have to," she whispers. "You could have let me drown. You could have let the jungle take me. You could have." I don't let things I want slip away. My tusks flash as I bare my teeth. "You're mine to save, sailor." Silence. Then she moves. No hesitation. No coyness. Just a sharp step forward, the towel slipping, and her mouth crashes into mine. It's fierce. Needy. Not the shy brush of lips in some fairy tale, but desperate, bruising, the taste of salt and smoke and blood still fresh on both of us. Her hands fist in my fur, tugging me down, pulling me closer like she'll split apart if I don't give her everything. I growl into her mouth, deep, feral, and my hands close on her waist, lifting her like she weighs nothing, setting her astride my lap. She gasps, but doesn't stop kissing me, her tongue sliding against mine, her teeth catching my lip. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort, and as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
She lets out a breath she's been holding, shaky, like a storm breaking. Her forehead presses into my chest, and for a while she doesn't say anything. I don't either. Words feel too small. Finally she whispers, "But I'll never regret this." That one twists me open. I tilt my head, tusks brushing her temple. Neither will I. Silence stretches again, thick with all the things we don't say. The lantern flickers, throwing shadows across her face. Outside, the sea sighs against the hull, steady, eternal, like it doesn't give a damn about us or our choices. The wind shifts. I feel it in my bones before I hear it in the timbers. The island calls. The temple waits. She stirs, pulls away. The heat of her body leaves me cold. She rises, wrapping the sheet around her frame. Her hair falls loose, wild, dripping salt water down her spine. Her green eyes catch the lantern glow, fierce now, not afraid. "Then let's fix the mast," she says, voice iron, "and find the damn portal!" I lean back on my elbows, watching her, every muscle in me tight. She looks like a storm-given flesh, dangerous, untamed, unstoppable. And gods, I want her more than I want breath. "You sure?" My voice rumbles low, testing, and her chin lifts. "I'm sure." "You're still bleeding under your skin," I mutter. "You just pulled me out of the sea, nearly drowned yourself." She spins, eyes flashing. "And what about you?" "You went overboard with Awesome, nearly died right in front of me." "Don't you dare lecture me about limits, Minotaur." I can't help it. I grin, tusks flashing. "Fair." She stares at me, breathing hard. Then she laughs, sharp and bitter. "Christ, listen to us, we're insane." "We're alive," I growl. "That's all that matters." She shakes her head, wrapping the sheet tighter around herself. No, it's not all that matters. There's still Earth. My parents. My life before all this. I can't just... Forget it? I finish for her. Yes. Her voice cracks. She swallows hard, staring at the floor. I can't forget where I came from. No matter how much I... She trails off, biting her lip. How much you... What? My chest tightens. She looks up, eyes blazing. No matter how much I want this. The words hang heavy between us. My breath catches. My claws curl against the floorboards. Say it again, I growl. She blinks. What? Say it again, I rumble, leaning forward, silver eye catching hers. Her throat bobs. Her hands shake on the sheet. But she doesn't look away. I want this. My chest swells with something I can't name, can't tame. I want to roar, to tear the world apart, to keep her here where she belongs. But I don't. I just nod once. Heavy. Then that's enough, I say. She stares at me like she wants to argue, like she wants to scream. Instead, she lets out a long, shaky breath. You're impossible. And you're trouble, I mutter back. Her lips twitch. Guess that makes us even. We sit in silence again, her wrapped in a sheet, me bare-chested on the floor, the lantern burning low between us. The weight of what she said presses on me like a storm. She wants this. She wants me. But she still wants Earth. I can't cage her. Not when I love the fire in her too much. Finally, she straightens, shoulders back, chin high. Then it's settled. We fix the mast. We find the portal. And then? I ask, my voice hoarse. Her eyes soften just a little. Then I decide. It's not a promise. It's not forever. But it's enough. She turns, walking toward the door, her back straight, green eyes sharp with purpose. She's not running anymore, not hiding. And maybe, just maybe, when we reach that temple, she'll choose to stay. I watch her go, the taste of her still on my lips, the ache of her still burning in my chest. My claws flex against the floorboards. My tusks grind. If she leaves, I'll let her. The gods help the world if she stays.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 13. Eliana. The jungle feels like it's swallowing us whole. Every step deeper into its gut, the air gets heavier, wetter, pressing down on my shoulders like a hot hand. My shirt sticks to my back, my hair clings to my neck, and the smell... God, the smell. Sweet rot, like fruit left too long in the sun, mixed with wet earth and flowers so heady they make my skull swim. I keep my machete up anyway, hacking vines out of the path, the blade ringing dully with every swing. Behind me, the crew hauls ropes and axes, muttering curses under their breath. We're supposed to be looking for resin-rich trees, something to patch the plague's cracked hull seams. Easy in theory, except nothing's ever easy on this island, and the words keep echoing in my head. I can't stay. Over and over, like the jungle itself is whispering them back to me with every rustle of leaves. Scratchy tromps along at my side, chewing a wad of jungle leaves like it's tobacco. His fur's patchy, his horns nicked, his frame scrawny for a Minotaur, but his one good eye is sharp, glittering. You're walking too stiff, he rasps after a while, spitting a streak of green juice into the undergrowth. Jungle'll eat you faster if you walk like prey. I'm fine, I snap, swiping sweat from my brow. You're not fine, he says flatly. You're thinking too much. Thoughts'll trip you quicker than roots. I bite back a retort. He's not wrong. My boot catches on a tangle of vines, nearly pitching me face first into a fern the size of a living room sofa. Scratchy cackles spitting again. See, told you. Thanks for the warning, I mutter, yanking my leg free. We walk a while in sticky silence, the crew behind us grumbling as they drag tools through the muck. Somewhere above, something screams, high, bird-like, except no bird I've ever heard rattles the bones like that. The canopy shudders with wings I can't see. I grip the machete tighter. Tell me again why I'm the one leading this little field trip. Because, Scratchy says around his mouthful of leaves, when the captain tells the crew to jump, we jump. And when he tells the girl with the green eyes to lead, we follow. My laugh comes out dry, brittle. Oh, come on, he doesn't what? Scratchy cuts in. Doesn't watch you like the whole damn horizon lives in your pockets. I stumble, just a second, just enough for him to see. He spits, shakes his head. You know, I've seen him stare down elf admirals, sea serpents, storms big enough to swallow a fleet. Never once saw him look at any of those the way he looks at you. My throat goes tight. I try to laugh it off, but it comes out rough. He's a 7-foot murder cow, Scratchy. You're reading too much into it. Scratchy barks a laugh so sharp it makes a monkey somewhere shriek back in alarm. Murder cow? Aye, that's one way to call him. And you're a fire-headed fool if you think he'd let you walk away without carving the sea open to follow. I keep moving, hacking another vine, trying not to let my face burn. You're exaggerating. He snorts, chewing his leaves louder. Girl, exaggerations for tavern tales. This is plain truth. We push deeper, the ground sucking at my boots with every step. Mosquitoes whine in my ears. The air tastes like copper, like storm metal, though the sky above is hidden by a ceiling of green. The words keep chasing me. I can't stay. And the worst part? Scratchy's right. The way Lurgis looks at me. It's not the way someone looks at a crewmate. It's not the way someone looks at cargo. It's the way someone looks at something they'd bleed for. And maybe I already feel the same. Scratchy spits again, eye narrowing at the trees ahead. There, he mutters, pointing with his bony chin. See the bark? Thick, dark, bleeding sap even without a cut. That's resin wood. I follow his gaze. A towering tree rises out of the earth like a pillar, bark slick and glossy, amber droplets oozing from cracks like the thing's already bleeding. It smells sharp, pine mixed with tar. Perfect. I signal to the crew. Axe is here. Careful. We need it clean, not splintered. One of the Darrells grunts, hefting his axe. Clean? In this swamp? Lady, you ask too much. Do it anyway, I snap, surprising even myself with the sharpness in my tone. They blink at me, then nod and set to work, steel biting into wood with a wet thunk. Scratchy leans close, voice pitched low. See? You've got command in you, girl, like it or not. I shake my head. Don't start. He grins, green juice staining his tusks. Too late. The jungle closes tighter as the axes fall, each strike echoing like a drumbeat. Sap runs down the bark in sticky rivers, golden in the dim light. The air grows hotter, thicker, pressing down like the weight of choices I don't want to make. I wipe my face, swallow hard, and the words slip out before I can stop them. What if I really can't stay, Scratchy? He doesn't look at me at first, just chews, spits, watches the men work. Finally he says, then he'll let you go. I blink. What? He shrugs, eye glinting. He loves you enough to let you. Don't mean it won't tear him in two, don't mean he won't curse every tide till his throat splits, but he'll let you go. My chest twists. And you? Scratchy spits into the dirt. Me? I'll tell him he's a dumb bastard for letting you walk. Then I'll buy him a drink and we'll sail on, 'cause that's what family does. The axes bite deeper, resin splattering, the tree groaning under the weight of each blow. I grip my machete tighter, trying to keep my voice steady. I don't know what I want. Scratchy finally looks at me, really looks, his one eye hard as stone. Then figure it out fast, girl. 'Cause wars like the one you just dragged on our backs don't wait for hearts to catch up. And the jungle holds its breath, like it's listening. The jungle never gives us quiet for long. Scratchy's words are still chewing on the back of my skull when the air changes. He spits his wad of leaf, squints ahead and mutters, "Hear that?" I pause mid-step, machete raised. "Hear what?" "Too quiet," he says. Behind us, the Durrells keep swinging axes at the resin tree, wood thudding wet with every blow. Their laughter is too loud, too easy. Then one of them, Darrell number 1, I think, shrieks. Not a battle cry, a real scream, sharp enough to tear bone marrow. I spin. At first I think it's a root catching his ankle. But no root writhes like that. The thing is green and slick, fat as my wrist, and it's moving, slithering, dragging him backward into the underbrush. Scratchy growls, yanking his cutlass free. "It's got him! Hold on!" I scream, bolting forward. Darrell's axe slips from his grip as he claws at the dirt, hooves gouging tracks. The vine tightens, dragging him into shadows where the ground heaves like it's breathing. "Cut him free!" I shout, raising my machete. "Now!" 2 other Darrells crash after him, swinging wildly, but more vines explode out of the ground, snapping like whips. One slams across Darrell's chest, sending him flying into a tree with a crack that makes my teeth ache. Another wraps around the second's arm and yanks. Bone pops from socket, his scream breaking into sobs. "Mother of..." Scratchy curses and dives in, hacking, green sap spraying across his fur. "Crew, form up!" I bellow, adrenaline burning away the echo of fear. "Axes front! Keep the bastards busy." The jungle erupts. Vines coil from every direction, snapping, wrapping, dragging. The resin tree trembles, roots shifting. And then I see it, the heart of the thing. Not just vines, a plant, a nightmare. 20 feet wide, its maw yawns open like a crater, lined with serrated leaves that look too much like teeth. Inside, a gullet pulses, slick and wet, stinking of rot and old meat. "Damn, it's a plant!" I gasp. "No plant I've ever smoked." Scratchy snarls, hacking another vine in 2. The creature screeches, not a sound plants should make, high and wet, rattling the canopy. The noise drills into my bones. The crew fights like madmen, Darrells screaming, Scratchy spitting curses, axes biting into green flesh. I dive in too, hacking, my blade catching vine after vine, sap splattering across my face, stinking like copper and tar. But the thing is fast, smarter than it should be. A vine whips around my wrist, jerks my machete free. Another coils around my waist, tightening until my ribs scream. "Damn! Get it off!" I choke, clawing at the slick coil. The pressure builds, crushing. White-hot pain explodes through my chest. Pop, pop, like twigs snapping underfoot. I scream until my throat tears. "Eliana!" Scratchy howls. He lunges, swinging, but 3 more vines lash out, tangling his arms, his legs. He goes down, spitting fury. The plant drags me closer to its mouth. The stink of rotting meat hits me full force, sour and gagging. Flies buzz around the gullet. Bones crunch somewhere inside. "No, no!" I kick, thrash, the sheet of panic blotting out thought. Vines crawl up my neck, my jaw. My vision goes black at the edges. And then, light. Not sunlight. Something colder, stranger. I hear it before I see it. A hum, deep and thrumming, like a drumbeat through water. The vines around me shiver. Enough! Lila's voice snarls. She steps forward through the chaos, half-cloak whipping back, and I see it. Her arm. Not just a mass of writhing tentacles, but glowing, pulsing, alive with a furious inner light. The vines lash for her. She catches one in that monstrous grip and tears it apart like wet parchment. Another wraps around her waist. She rips it loose and flings it aside, snarling words in a language I can't understand, harsh and guttural, echoing like something not meant for human or Minotaur throats. The glow spreads, down her tentacle, through her veins. Her eyes blaze like lanterns. The plant screeches again, high and furious, but she doesn't stop. She tears and rends, each movement leaving shredded vines twitching on the ground. I hit the dirt hard, air rushing back into my lungs in a jagged sob. I roll to my side, clutching my ribs, wheezing through the pain. "Eliana!" Scratchy bellows, still tangled. I cough, blood flecking my lips. I'm alive. Stay that way. The plant thrashes, more gaping, vines writhing in a frenzy. Lila charges straight at it, her glowing arm lashing into the gullet itself. She plunges deep, ripping out chunks of pulsing green flesh, bile spraying across her face and chest. "Back to hell!" she roars, her voice not entirely hers. The plant convulses, lets out one last shriek that shakes the canopy, and then collapses. The vines go slack, slumping lifeless across the clearing. Sap oozes in sticky rivers. The stench is unbearable, rotting meat and copper and flowers all at once. For a long moment no one moves. Then Lila steps back, panting, glowing light fading from her skin. She wipes sap from her face, smears it across her cloak. Her eyes meet mine. "You good?" she asks, casual, almost smug. I gape at her. "Good?" My ribs are cracked. I nearly got swallowed by Audrey the 2 on steroids. And you, what the hell was that? She smirks, helps me to my feet with her normal hand. "Don't tell anyone I saved you." Ruins my mystique. I bark out a laugh, then clutch my ribs with a groan. "Mystique? You just went full Cthulhu on a salad bar. I don't think mystique's your problem anymore." She grins, sharp and sly. Still, keep it between us. Behind us, Scratchy groans, hauling himself free of limp vines. Bloody hell! First the sea tries to eat us, now the bloody garden. What's next, sailor girl? Birds with teeth? As if on cue, something screams overhead. A shadow passes across the canopy, massive wings blotting out the dappled light. I swallow hard. Don't. Just don't. And just like that, I walk away even when every fibre of my being screams at me to stop.
Chapter 14. Captain Storm Shadow. The plague's deck smells of sawdust, pitch, sweat, and salt. My ship breathes again, her broken spine braced with fresh wood. The new mast stands tall, lashed with tar-stinking ropes, its grain etched with runes, Shen scrawled in spidery chalk lines. Gintowitch hovers nearby, her twin pistols resting in her hands, barrels smoking faintly as the runes settle. The magic crawls across the wood like fireflies sinking into bark, glowing for a moment before fading into scars. I stand with arms crossed, watching. My furs still stiff with salt, my ribs still ache from Ozm's blade. But there's no room for rest. Not when we're pinned between the jungle and the sea. Not when the elf is still out there. "Hold still!" Shen snaps, hunched over the base of the mast. His old bones creak as he kneels, pressing his palm against the wood. Runes don't like twitchy wood. "It's a mouse, not a child," Scratchy mutters, spitting into the sand. "Ain't twitching, Shen." "Shut it, salt rat," Shen growls, cane tapping once against the planks. The runes flare brighter. "Gunwitch, your turn." She tilts her head, silent as always, and raises both pistols. Her eyes glint in the lamplight. Runes coil from the barrels, threads of red magic stitching into Shen's glyphs, binding them with a hiss. The mast hums, alive with energy. "That'll hold," Shen says at last, dragging himself upright with a wheeze. He wipes sweat from his brow, then stiffens. His ears flick, his eyes narrow. "Shen?" I ask, my hand dropping to my axe. He doesn't answer, just mutters, "We've got company." The air shifts, heavy, sharp. My fur bristles. "Bad company!" Shen hisses. A heartbeat later, the beach explodes, fire blossoms hurling sand and wood into the air. The crew screams as a blast rips across the shoreline, black smoke rising in a column. "Battle stations!" I roar, voice booming across the deck. "Cannons ready!" From the tree line, figures emerge. Dark robes, hands glowing, awesome sorcerers. Their laughter slithers through the air as another bolt tears toward us. "Shields!" Shen croaks, slamming his cane into the deck. An arcane wall flares across the hull, absorbing the blast with a crack of light. "Too many!" Scratchy shouts. "They'll fry us like fish on a spit!" "Then we gut them before they do," I growl, leaping down from the deck to the sand. My boots hit hard, the beach trembling beneath me. My axe hums in my grip, the silver star over my eye blazing hot. I charge. The first sorcerer lifts his hands, mouth curling into a spell. I bury my axe in his chest before the word leaves his throat. Blood spatters hot across my fur. The second screeches, hurling a lance of fire. I twist, horns catching the heat, the blast searing past my ribs. I swing low, cut his legs out from under him, finish him with a stomp that cracks his skull. "Captain!" Scratchy bellows from the deck. "Left flank!" I turn just in time to see him. Awesome. Elegant bastard, striding through the smoke like it's a ballroom, his rapier glinting silver, his smile sharp enough to cut. His armor is unscathed, polished black, his white hair flowing loose. "Storm Shadow," he croons, his voice carrying smooth and vile over the screams. "Twice now we meet. Twice you survive when you shouldn't. How terribly inconvenient." I snarl, hefting my axe. "Come try again, Silk Elf." He bows mockingly. "With pleasure." We crash together. His rapier sings, my axe roars. Sparks shower as steel meets steel, his speed against my strength. He darts in, blade flicking, cutting shallow across my shoulder. I slam him back with a swing that splits the air, his boots skidding in the sand. "You fight like a bull," Awesome purrs, eyes flashing. "Charge, snort, bleed. Predictable." "And you fight like a peacock," I snarl, tusks bared. "Pretty useless, loud." He laughs, twirling his blade, then lunges. His rapier glances off my horn, scoring sparks. I drive my knee into his gut, feel the breath woof out of him, but he twists, slashing my thigh. Behind him, the beach burns. My crew screams, cannons roar. I hear Eliana shouting somewhere above deck, her voice raw. I swing again, aiming to end it. He parries barely, the impact rattling his bones. His smile never falters. 'Cause this isn't just about me. From the corner of my eye, I catch movement, a shadow slipping past the chaos. Small, lithe, fast, cloaked in black, mask gleaming silver. Not Awesome, not a sorcerer. Carissa, his second in command. She moves like a ghost, sliding along the edges of the fight, blades tucked close. Not toward me, not toward the crew, toward the ship, toward Ileana. And the note she scrawled about the temple. My chest roars with rage. I slam my horns against Awesome, driving him back, teeth grinding. "You send your lapdog while you dance with me." Awesome grins, blood on his lip. "Distract the bull. Unleash the blade." I hurl him backward, my axe carving a trench in the sand. "Scratchy!" I bellow, voice cracking across the chaos. "The ship! Protect her!" But Carissa's already climbing the ropes, blades flashing in the smoke, moving faster than any mortal should. And Eliana is waiting there, alone. The beach still reeks of smoke and blood. My axe drips red, My chest heaves like a bellows, but I don't feel the ache of wounds, only rage. Ozum's rapier hums with faint blue light as it circles, darting in and out against my swings. I push harder, faster, every strike aimed to break bone and spill guts, but his grin doesn't falter, because he isn't fighting to win. "Storm Shadow," he purrs, flicking his blade across my arm. So loud, so certain, but you are already too late. I slam into him with my shoulder, sending him stumbling across the sand. "Too late for what, Peacock?" I growl, voice thunder. Then I hear Shen snarl from the deck. "She's gone!" I whip my head toward the plague. The air warps above the railing, smoke coiling in strange patterns. Carissa's silhouette is there for only a breath, mask gleaming silver as she melts into shadow. In her hand I see parchment. Ileana's notes on the temple, scrawled in her sharp script. "No!" I bellow, charging. But Ozum slides between us, rapier flashing, footwork like a dance. He bows mockingly, his cloak shimmering with illusion. "Pleasure as always, Captain." Then he vanishes. His form ripples, shatters into mist. "Face me, coward!" I roar, swinging wild at smoke that isn't there. The beach falls silent. Sorcerers retreat into darkness, spells flickering out one by one. The jungle swallows them like they were never here. My chest heaves. My fists clench around my axe until wood creaks. I throw my head back and roar so loud the sails quiver. Not victory. Fury. Because I see it clear. This was never about killing us. This was a theft. The temple's location is in their hands now. The crew works through the night, restless, jumpy. Shen mutters curses in 3 languages, his cane thumping the deck with each step. Gunwitch doesn't speak. She never does. But she carves sigils into the hull with her pistols, glowing red marks burning into the wood like brands. Scratchy paces the beach, muttering about shadows moving where they shouldn't. Tora prowls the railing, tail twitching, ears pinned flat. "They're watching," the cat hisses, eyes glowing faint. I smell it. I smell her, the masked one. "Then bite her ankles next time," Scratchy snaps, but his voice is too tight, his blade still in his hand. The jungle presses close, too close, every rustle sounding like another ambush. The crew sticks close to the firelight, nerves frayed raw. Me? I sit on the prow of my ship, legs spread, axe across my knees. The horizon glows faint with moonlight, the waves whisper against the shore, but all I see is her mask. All I taste is failure. The parchment is gone. The enemy knows what we only guessed. The temple, the door, and Ileana. Boots crunch against sand behind me. I don't look. I don't speak. Then her scent cuts through smoke and pitch. Salt, sweat, jungle blooms. "Ileana." She climbs aboard with the jungle party trailing behind. Lila still smudged with sap, the Darls bickering, Scratchy chewing his cursed leaves. They're alive but scraped raw, eyes wide with the same restless fear infecting us all. I don't turn. Not yet. Her footsteps approach slow, steady. She stops at my side, staring at the horizon with me. "Lurgus," she says softly. I exhale through my nose, the sound low, rough. Without a word, I reach out and take her hand. My palm swallows hers, but she doesn't flinch. "They know where the door is," I say at last. My voice is hoarse, heavy with the fury I've held down since the smoke cleared. Her fingers squeeze mine. When I finally glance at her, her eyes burn green fire in the dark. "Then we better get there first," she replies, fierce, sure.
Chapter 15. Ileana. The jungle has teeth today. Every vine feels sharper. Every thorn digs deeper. Every step lands heavy like the ground itself resents us. The humidity is a fist around my throat, each breath tasting of rot, copper, and wet stone. Mosquitoes swarm in clouds, whining in my ears, biting through fabric. The crew curses in 6 tongues, steel flashing as they hack their way forward. I'm at the front with my machete, Lurgis looming at my side like a wall of black fur and muscle. Neither of us says much, but we don't need to. The connection's there in the way he glances at me when I stumble, the way my shoulder brushes his when I need grounding, wordless, steady. Behind us, Scratchy complains, gnawing on a vine like it owes him money. This ain't a trek. This is punishment. You're breathing, Lila mutters, brushing a tentacle back beneath her half-cloak. That's more than some of us can say. Don't tempt fate, girl, Scratchy spits. Jungle's listening. Tora slinks between us, tail flicking, ears flat. The jungle always listens. You fools just don't like what it has to say. Shut it, cat, Darryl number 2 growls, sweating through his leathers. Last thing I need is doomsday poetry from a flea factory. Tora hisses, then adds sweetly, Enjoy your pillow tonight. I'll make sure it's covered in beetles. I snort despite myself. The banter keeps us from losing it, keeps fear at bay, but the tension hums beneath everything. They all feel it. Something's close. Hours pass. The canopy darkens until it feels like twilight under the leaves. My shirt clings to my spine. My boots squelch with every step. The machete grows slick in my grip. Then the world splits open. A thunderclap cracks beneath our feet, and the earth groans like a dying beast. The ground shudders, roots tearing free. 3 crew members scream as the trail collapses under them. Damn! I drop my machete and lunge forward, the dirt crumbling under my knees. Lila slides past me, cloak whipping. I grab it with both hands just as her boots vanish into the dark. Got you! I grunt, heels digging deep. My ribs scream in protest, pain spiking from old bruises, but I don't let go. Pull! She yells, her voice edged with panic. I am pulling! My arms feel like they're tearing out of their sockets, but I brace, grip my teeth, and drag her back inch by inch. Dirt showers over us, choking my throat, blinding my eyes. Lurgis is there in a heartbeat, his massive hands closing around Lila's waist like she weighs nothing. With one roar, he yanks her free, tossing her onto solid ground. Below us, the sinkhole yawns wide. A cavern glows faintly green in its depths, ruins jutting up like broken teeth. Spires carved from stone, glyphs etched in metal, pulsing faintly with unnatural light. I freeze, heart thundering. Oh, damn! The others crowd around, peering into the abyss. Alba squawks, wings flapping nervously. That ain't natural! Shen hobbles up, cane tapping, his eyes glowing faint. He peers down, lips curling. That's older than the dark elves. Older than the sea. Scratchy spits. Great. Just what I needed. Ghost rocks. But I can't look away. The ruins call to me, their glow sinking under my skin. I feel the hum in my teeth, in my bones. The temple, I whisper, breathless. It's not ahead. It's below. The crew murmurs, shifting uneasily. Lila's face is pale, sweat dripping down her jaw. She looks at me with something sharp in her eyes, fear, or maybe recognition. Lurgis stands at my side, silent, staring into the green glow. His hand brushes mine, heavy and warm. When he finally speaks, his voice is rough, low. Then below is where we go. I swallow hard, staring at the abyss. My ribs ache, my palms are raw, and the jungle breathes hot against the back of my neck. I believe him. We're going down. The ropes creak under my palms, sticky with sap and sweat. I lower myself inch by inch, the sinkhole's mouth gaping above me, the green glow from below painting everything sickly and strange. The air grows colder the deeper we go, damp like a cave, metallic like blood. Steady, Lurgis rumbles above, his voice carrying down the vines. His silhouette blots out the slice of sky as he begins his own descent, weight straining the ropes. even in the half-light, even surrounded by a dozen other bodies grunting their way down. His presence feels heavier than all of it combined. "Steady!" Scratchy curses somewhere above me. "If these vines snap, I'll haunt you, sailor girl." "You'd have to be prettier to haunt me," I shoot back through clenched teeth, though my grip aches, my arms shaking. Below, Darryl number 1 yelps as his foot slips, the rope sliding. "Rope burn! Rope burn! Ow!" "Hold tighter, dumbass," Darryl number 2 calls down. "That's your advice?" "Better than nothing," Darryl number 2 mutters, grinning around his tusks. The banter helps, a little. But as I go deeper, my chest tightens. The air down here isn't just damp, it's alive. Every breath tastes thick, humming on my tongue, vibrating against my teeth. By the time my boots hit the floor, I feel it in my bones. A pulse, a rhythm, slow and deep, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. The crater spreads wide, choked with vines and moss, towering stone spires leaning like broken fingers. At its centre rises a ziggurat, steps rising steep and sharp, each one carved with symbols that glow faintly, green like old copper. I step closer, my boots sinking into moss, my breath fogging in the sudden chill. My skin prickles. The hair on my arms rises. "Sweet mother," Scratchy whispers, his voice hoarse. "What in the black tides is this?" Lila steps forward, her cloak brushing wet leaves, her tentacle twitching beneath it. "I've seen ruins." "Never like this." "Not ruins," Shen corrects, his voice trembling for the first time I've heard. "This is a gate." I swallow hard, eyes tracking the carvings. Some are jagged runes, familiar from dark elf script. But others, my chest lurches, others are earth symbols, Greek letters, Latin script. I see a compass rose, etched deep into the stone, lines radiating out like the map of an ocean. My breath hitches. No way. "It's real," Alba croaks, feathers bristling as he perches on a broken pillar. "It shouldn't be real, but it is." The ground shudders. A shockwave rips through the air, hot and cold at once. Light explodes from the ziggurat's top, coalescing into a swirling portal, black, rimmed with lightning green. It crackles, pulls, screams with a soundless noise that shreds the air. I stumble back, heart hammering so hard I think my ribs might split. My mouth goes dry. It's real. The portal, the door, my way home. "Damn," I breathe. My legs want to run toward it. My stomach wants to collapse into itself. Then the light dies. The portal blinks out, leaving only silence and the stink of ozone. The crew murmurs, shifting, uneasy. Lurgis's shadow falls over me. His eyes are fixed on the top of the ziggurat, jaw tight, unreadable. He doesn't speak. Tora slips onto a stone beside me, his fur bristling, tail twitching. His voice is low, too low for the others. "You don't belong here, girl." I flinch, looking down at him. "Excuse me?" "You heard me." His green eyes glint sharp. "This place, this crew, him. You don't belong. You're borrowed time." I crouch, glaring into his slitted pupils. That's rich coming from a talking cat. His whiskers twitch. I'm Prothekan. This place sings to me. It sings to him. It doesn't sing to you. The words bite harder than I want them to. I look back up at the ziggurat, my throat tight. "I'm starting to wonder if that's true," I whisper. For a long moment, no one says anything. The jungle breathes around us. The ruins hum. The cold digs deeper into my bones. And at my side, Lurgis stands like stone, his silence heavier than any words.
Chapter 16. Captain Stormshadow. The fire cracks low between stones. The scent of smoke and damp earth wraps around our camp like a second skin, thick with the tang of old ash and jungle loam. Wind stirs the canopy above in slow exhalations, a restless rhythm whispering secrets we're not meant to understand. Everything here breathes like it's alive. Trees creak with too much intent. Shadows shift like they're listening. I don't trust any of it. The crew settled in shallow circles around the dying fire, murmuring soft, their voices blurred by the wind. Scratchy has wedged himself up against a fallen log with his old bones creaking louder than the jungle. "Don't suppose this place has hot tea and a feather bed," he mutters, puffing smoke from a damp cigar that keeps going out. "Would settle for just the bed, though." Gunnitch is polishing her pistols, the metal catching firelight in red glints. She doesn't look up, doesn't speak, just sits cross-legged near the edge of the circle like she always does, half here, half somewhere else. Lila is half asleep beside her, the folds of her half-cloak twitching as the tentacle beneath it coils and uncoils in her dreams. Hissy Fit is coiled like a question mark near the base of a moss-slicked tree, humming something that sounds like a death chant and keeps sharpening the same knife over and over. No one tells her to stop. We're quiet tonight. Too quiet. The temple looms just uphill. Even in the firelight, the silhouette of its arched gate crouches against the jungle like a sleeping beast, massive and brooding, its stone steps cracked with roots and time. None of us have gone closer than the clearing. Not even Shen. Which says a lot, since the old bastard thinks curses are funnier than his cane. And she's there. Ileana. She's standing at the edge of the firelight, arms crossed, head tilted just slightly like she's listening to something I can't hear. Her hair's down again, wet from earlier, when she rinsed off sweat and blood in the stream. It curls dark at her jaw, a few strands sticking to her cheek. Her shirt clings to her back, the white stained gray and brown and green from days of sweat and brush. She hasn't said a word since we stopped here. Just stared up those stairs like they're the edge of the world. I rise from my log, joints groaning. Every step aches from fighting through vine-strangled paths and hauling what's left of our rations up hills that weren't even on the map. My boots are caked in jungle mud, and something still squishes when I shift my weight wrong. Thanks to a snake bite I was lucky didn't turn septic. I roll my shoulders. The leather creaks, wet with sweat, salt, and rain. My axe hangs heavy at my hip. It's not the weight that bothers me. It's what it might need to do soon. I stop beside her. She doesn't look at me. Doesn't flinch either. "What scares you more?" I ask. "Going back? Or staying?" She doesn't answer right away. Her jaw works like she's chewing on a truth that doesn't want to be swallowed. "Both," she says at last. Her voice is low, hoarse from the smoke and the screaming she did when that pterosaur snatched her earlier. "But mostly, leaving you." The wind doesn't move. Even the fire holds its breath. I stare at her, this wild, furious woman who stormed into my life with blood on her hands and no idea what she'd stepped into. And still she never ran. Not from me, not from the monsters, not from anything but her own goddamn heart. I reach for her hand. She lets me take it. "I've never asked for anything," I murmur, quiet enough that only she hears it. "Not really. But I'd ask you. Stay." Her fingers tremble in mine. She's warm, too warm, like fever and stormlight. She turns toward me, slow. Her face tilts up. And gods, she's close enough that I can count the flecks of gold in her green eyes. Close enough that the burn mark on her cheek from the gunpowder flare 2 days ago is still pink and raw. She leans in, just barely, until our foreheads touch. Her skin is damp. Her breath brushes my lips. "Don't make this harder," she whispers. "I'm not trying to make it easy." She doesn't kiss me like the last time. Not like hunger or desperation. This kiss is something else. Slower. Deeper. Like trying to memorize the shape of a heartbeat. Her lips part against mine with a shuddering breath, and the hand not in mine curls into my chest, gripping leather and skin like she's afraid I'll vanish. We sink down beside the fire, slow and wordless. Her hands undo the buckles of my vest with the care of someone peeling bark from an old tree. My fingers find the hem of her shirt, tug it over her head. The firelight turns her scars to ribbons, the salt track down her belly a story I haven't heard yet. Her hands trail over the silver starburst above my eye like it's a talisman. Around us the fire pops, the wind hums through the trees. Someone snores, someone mutters. But here is just us. We lie on a bedroll half covered in the old captain's cloak I never used. She's warm against me, her breath catching when I slide my hand up her spine. We don't talk. We don't need to. I learn her by touch. The hard muscle in her thighs, the old bruises on her ribs, the way she gasps when I kiss the pulse in her throat. I wasn't planning to fall for anyone, she says. Then I guess this is poor planning, I murmur. She laughs. It's tired and honest and breaks me a little. I press a kiss to her temple. Stay. She doesn't answer, but she doesn't pull away. She's still against me, her skin slick where it rests on mine, her cheek just beneath my collarbone. The sweat's drying between us, but I don't care. Her body's warm, real, a weight I've learned to crave. The fire's collapsed in on itself, nothing but glowing coals now, pulsing faint and red like they're keeping time with my heart. Smoke ghosts around us. A mosquito lands on my forearm and I don't even bother swatting it. The heat, the jungle, the scent of damp leather and sex. Everything lingers. Ileana traces her fingers absently along the edge of my ribs, dragging her nails light enough to make me twitch. Then softly she says, "What would you have done if I never fell here?" I don't speak right away. It's one of those questions. Soft as a whisper, sharp as a blade, one that cuts deeper than it sounds. I run a hand slowly through her hair, tucking a strand behind her ear even though it'll fall again. Burn the sea searching for something I couldn't name. She breathes out, a sound that's not quite a laugh. You poetic now, Captain? Don't make me start quoting sailor songs. I'll get real tragic. She grins against my chest. Too late. A pause stretches between us. She lifts her head just enough to meet my eyes, and the firelight catches the edge of her lashes, the sheen on her lips. You found it, she says. I slide my fingers along her jaw, then stroke her face, palm cradling her cheek. Don't make me lose it. Her eyes shimmer then, just a little, like she wants to cry but won't. Ileana's not built for weeping. She'd rather bleed. But the jungle never lets a moment hold. It begins as a hum, low buried in the trees. A vibration that prickles along my spine before my ears even register the sound. A horn, long and low, too long for a beast, too hollow for a bird call. I sit up fast, scanning the trees. Then the second blast comes, closer, louder, hungrier. Ileana's already reaching for her trousers. That's not one of ours. No, I say, grabbing for my axe. It's his! Around us, the crew stirs fast. Not with panic, with precision. These are killers, survivors, pirates with nothing left to fear but each other. Scratchy's voice rises from behind a log. Gods damn it! I was just dreaming about fried squid and a soft pillow. Gunwitch is already on her feet, pulling her belt tight. Dream better next time. Shen's leaning on his cane, one eye glowing green, muttering under his breath as he traces a ward in the dirt. Too soon, he grumbles. Way too soon. Lila rolls to her knees, her tentacle extending from under her cloak like a living whip, curling toward the nearest pack of gear. Confirm direction? East, says Tora, emerging from the dark like a wraith. His hands drip water, and his shoulders are slick with river foam. He's coming up the river channel. Full force, no stealth. Gunwitch cocks her pistol, checks the chamber. Bold bastard. He knows we're here, I mutter. Knows what we're planning. Then he's scared, Ileana says, yanking her shirt over her head. Scared we'll finish what we started? Tor growls, low in his throat. He's bringing everything. I glance at the fire. It's dead now. Hissy Fit kicks dirt over it, muttering about wasted warmth. Move, I bark. Standard break. 3 lines. Everyone knows their evac and flank points. Gunwitch tosses a firebomb to Hissy. Mix more of those. Using what? She hisses. We're down to piss and gun oil. Get creative. Ilana's beside me now, her boots half-laced, shirt stained with ash, eyes hard. She hasn't looked away since that second horn. We hold here? She asks. I look to the jungle, then to the base of the temple. Its ancient steps rise like teeth from the earth. I shake my head. No, we make them bleed first. She grins. Then let's end this. She grabs a short blade from her belt and tucks it behind her back. I toss her the flint dagger she gave me days ago. She catches it without looking. Darrell stomps up to us, dragging a crate full of nails and explosives. Where do you want the surprise gifts? Edge of the cliff, Eliana says. Rigged to blow the second they breach the fog line. Hope they enjoy fireworks, he mutters, stomping off again. I tap Tora's shoulder. You're on perimeter. You and Shen, if anything breaches from the west... It won't, he interrupts. But if it does, I'll feed it its own spine. Good. I pull Eliana to me just for a second, long enough to touch my forehead to hers. You ready? She closes her eyes. No, but let's do it anyway. Then she pulls back, already moving, already giving orders. Her voice carries through the camp, slicing through panic with ice-edged steel. The crew listens, not just because she's good, but because they believe her. We believe her. It's not just a battle now. It's ours.
Chapter 17. Eliana. The wind screams through the trees like the jungle itself wants us gone. I can barely hear myself breathe over the sound of it, roaring, whipping, dragging branches down in our wake as we scramble up the moss-slick stone steps of the ziggurat. The rain hasn't started yet, but it's coming. I can feel it like pressure in my sinuses, like something thick building behind my eyes. Faster! I shout, voice raw, shredded by ash and adrenaline. Lurgis is right beside me, feet thudding hard against ancient stone, his axe glowing faint green-blue with runes that pulse like they've been waiting centuries for this fight. His breath is steady, jaw tight, eyes scanning the upper tiers. I see the flicker of lightning in his horns, the firelight dancing on the sweat running down his temples. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't have to. Behind us, the crew clatters and grunts, boots slipping, weapons drawn. Gunwitch's coat flares as she barrels past Shen, both hands lit with arcane fire. Hissy Fit's laughter echoes like a damn banshee. Too loud, too happy, blades spinning in both hands. "They're here!" Shen barks from below, pointing with the butt of his cane. "Orzum's vanguard!" No time to respond. We hit the summit. The sky splits open. A blast of green lightning rips across the horizon, painting the clouds in corpse light. The storm overhead churns like a living thing, veins of electricity writhing through the sky, spiralling toward a tear in the fabric of everything. The portal at the centre of the summit glows with impossible colour. Red, violet, green, all of it bleeding at the edges like it's struggling to decide what world to belong to. The taste of ozone hits the back of my tongue like biting metal. Iron. Burned air. I don't even get a full breath before the trees below scream. They don't fall. They shatter. A wave of dark surges up the slope, Auzum's forces crashing through the canopy like a tidal wave. "Positions!" I bellow, spinning toward the edge of the summit. "Hold the top. Push them back or we die up here." The first wave hits. Dark elves, armour slick with obsidian and bone, scream up the steps like insects. Their war paint glows under the stormlight, lines etched in blood and oil. Behind them, summoned beasts stalk like nightmares, wolf spiders with glistening eyes, hounds with too many mouths. Eat me raw, you pretty-faced bastards! Hissy-Fit roars and launches himself into the thick of them. His knives sing. I see one elf crumple with a blade buried in his eye, another stagger back with Hissy's teeth sunk into his throat. Gunwitch lifts both hands. Clear the left. Twin blasts of magic erupt from her palms. White-blue arcs that rip through the air like cannon fire. The concussion alone knocks a dozen attackers flat. Another few go flying, their armour boiling off their bones mid-scream. Daryl's right behind her with his hammer, howling something crude about someone's mother as he smashes a skittering arcane drone straight into the stone with a splatter of ichor. "Don't let them circle the altar," Shen calls out, throwing down a ward stone that detonates in a pulse of light. Lurgis is a wall beside me, his axe cleaving through limbs and armour like wet wood. He doesn't even grunt. He moves like he's part of the storm. I dart in, machete in hand, breath burning my throat. One elf charges, lean, fast, fangs bared. I catch his blade with mine, sparks flying. He snarls. I spit in his face and drive my knee into his gut. He folds. I follow with a slash across his throat. "Try harder," I hiss. Another comes, then two more. My muscles scream, but I don't stop. Every blow is a question I don't know how to answer. Am I fighting to stay here, or to earn the right to leave? A crossbow bolt whizzes past my ear. I duck, roll, come up stabbing. My blade punches into something soft and hot. The elf beneath me gurgles, clawing at the air. His blood is slick on my hands, his breath sour with rot and spice. I yank the blade free and stumble back, catching my breath. "Behind you?" Lila's voice cracks like a whip. I spin and see one of the summoned beasts lunge, a six-legged horror with a beaked face and coils of shadow for ribs. "Oh!" Gunwitch dives in from the left, firing mid-air. Boom! The thing detonates mid-lunge, raining black ichor and pieces of nightmare across the stone. I wipe blood from my face, panting. "Thanks. Don't get sloppy," she snaps, already reloading. "Save the heroics for the books." The ground shakes beneath us. Auzum's main line has arrived. They climb the temple like it's personal, like they know exactly what waits at the top. His elite, taller, thicker, wearing arcane plate that shimmers with mirrored runes, charge behind a vanguard of armoured beasts and flamecasters. Their formation is terrifying, efficient, beautiful, in a way that makes me want to vomit. Lurgis drops beside me, blood on his horns, his mouth pulled in a tight snarl. "Front flank slipping!" I see it. I shove past a stunned dark elf, hurling my machete into his neck, then yank a fresh blade from my thigh sheath. "Fall back to the second ring," I shout. "We choke them here." "Not if they split left," Tora bellows, dragging one of Auzum's brutes to the ground by the throat. "We need to—" The portal shrieks. We all freeze, just for a second. The air warps, colours split, sound distorts, and the damn thing pulses, like it's breathing. The sky goes dead silent, just for a heartbeat. Then, boom! A crack of thunder explodes above, tossing debris and bodies alike. I hit the stone hard, shoulder first, air punching out of me. When I sit up, everything's chaos. Smoke, screams, blood. "Eleana!" Lurgis's voice, raw with panic. "I'm here!" I yell, coughing hard. My ribs ache. My ears ring. He barrels to my side, grabs my arm. "You okay?" "Nothing broken." I spit blood. Yet. His face softens for half a second, then hardens again. They're regrouping. We don't give them time. "You're bleeding!" Then so are they. We get to our feet, back to back. "Plan?" he grunts. "Kill every last one of these jerks." His laugh is low and hungry. Now that's the woman I fell for. I grin, tasting copper. "Then let's remind Auzum why he fears us." And we charge again. I don't even feel the blade anymore. My whole arm's gone numb from swinging it, shoulder to wrist a raw line of ache, but the damn thing keeps moving like it knows I don't get to stop. Blood coats my fingers. Some of it's mine. Most of it isn't. Lurgis bellows something behind me, a wordless sound that splits through the clash of steel and spells, and I whip my head around just in time to see him swing his axe into the gut of a dark elf twice his size. The impact cracks bones loud enough to echo. The elf crumples, twitching. Then I see her. Carissa. She's gliding through the chaos like it doesn't touch her, like the smoke and blood and ruin bend around her because she's too sharp to catch. She's masked, just like before, long black coat slicing behind her like a second skin. I'd know that silhouette anywhere. Cold rage slams into me so hard I forget to breathe. She stole my notes, my maps, my goddamn life. Lurgis! I scream. He's already seen her. Their eyes lock over the bodies littering the stone. His breath hitches. His grip tightens. You! He snarls. Carissa stops just a few feet from him. Doesn't even blink. Still hiding behind muscle and madness, I see. He charges. She meets him with a spin, blades flashing. One curved short sword, the other a sickle so dark it drinks the light. Steel sings. Their clash is violent and close. Intimate like a knife fight in a closet. No wasted moves, no grandstanding. Just raw precision. Rage wrapped in muscle and memory. She moves like smoke. Slipping, ducking, slashing. He moves like earth. Brutal, inevitable. I watch for half a heartbeat too long. A guttural cry yanks my head back around. A crewman I don't recognise being torn apart by one of Owzum's beasts. I drive my heel into the back of its neck, cleave my blade down between its shoulders, and don't stop to see it fall. The portal flickers again, pulls my attention like a tether snapping tight. It's open, really open. A swirling maw of colour has stabilised, forming into something clear, something impossible. Mountains, the Andes. I know that skyline, that jagged crown of snow and stone. My heart nearly stops. Home, I breathe. It's right there, a heartbeat away, but... Move, Eliana! Gunwitch's voice cuts through the haze. You want your brain melted? Snap out of it. I spin, heart still hammering, eyes wide, and see Carissa drive Lurgis back with a spin kick to his gut. He stumbles. Blood arcs through the air from a slash across his chest. She's fast, too fast. I bolt for the portal. My legs burn with every step, lungs dragging air like fire as I cross the blood-slick stone. Elves try to block me. I cut one down mid-scream, parry another and gut him in the same breath. Cover her! I hear Tora shout, voice hoarse. She's going for the gate! And then Carissa sees me. She breaks from Lurgis like smoke peeling from a flame. Eliana! Lurgis roars, lunging to stop her. Too late. She's a black shadow with steel teeth, blade raised. I twist. Our shoulders collide hard. I use the momentum, spin her around, bring my elbow into her throat. She chokes, stumbles. But she recovers like lightning, cuts low. I leap back, but not clean. Her blade catches my thigh, hot pain flaring. I scream, fall to one knee. She raises her sword. I drive my blade up into her gut. Steel slides through cloth, through muscle, into heat. Carissa gasps, eyes wide behind the mask. Her mouth opens, but no sound comes out. I lean in, nose to hers, breath sharp and wet between us. Wrong choice. She collapses forward. Her sword drops with a clang beside me. Lurgis crashes down next to us, blood slicking his arms, a limp to his left leg. She dead? I don't look away. She better be. He grabs my arm, hauls me to my feet. I stagger, breath ragged, thigh on fire. He steadies me with one hand, his other holding his axe like it's fused to him. The portal pulses again. The skyline is clearer now, an early dusk back on Earth. Clouds soft, so normal it hurts. We stare at it together. His voice is gravel. We hold the gate. I nod, no matter what.
Chapter 18. Captain Storm Shadow. The gate pulses behind me like a goddamn second heart, slow and deep, like it's breathing, like it's dreaming of something awful. My own heartbeat's pounding too fast to match it. Blood's running down my side, thick and hot, soaking into the waistband of my pants and dripping slow off the back of my thigh. I can feel it cooling on the inside of my leathers, sticky and wet. I don't have time to look. Don't have time to stop. The fight still rages below the steps, a full-blown teeth-and-bone brawl that would have made the old wars look polite. From up here, I can see the chaos rippling through our crew like fire through a dry forest. Toro's voice roars out of the smoke like a war drum. "You limp-wristed beasts! Hold that goddamn line or I'll flay your hides and sell the leather!" The sound of crunching armor and splintered bone follows, along with a distinct shunk that's gotta be him pulling his cleaver out of something's spine. A shriek pierces the air. I glance up and spot Albatrosity, wings soaked in blood, her talons glowing with runes. Diving like death from above, she slams into one of those spider-legged siege crawlers, Awesome's freaks, dragged up the ridge. The thing explodes in flame and flailing metal limbs. The blast hits me in the chest like a second wind. But none of it pulls my eyes from her. Elena. She's standing at the gate, motionless, like the wind's gone out of her sails, and all that's left is the ghost of her bones. She stares into the swirl, that flickering image of jagged mountains and open sky, and cleaner air than Protheka's ever tasted. Home. She's trembling, not from pain, not from fear, from memory. I know that look. I've worn it. The kind that means you've already got one foot out the door, and the other one's thinking about joining it. I step up beside her. My shadow stretches across the stone, and just barely touches her shoulder. "Say it," I murmur. She doesn't answer. "Say it," I repeat, low and rough. Out loud. Whatever's running laps in your head right now. She swallows. I can see her throat move, tight and tense. "That's Peru," she says. "The Andes. That exact ridge, I know it. I've stood there." "How long ago?" I ask. She doesn't look away. It feels like 1,000 years. My side aches like a fresh brand. I press a hand to the wound, feel the warmth pour out between my fingers. "You want to go?" I ask her. Still no answer. "I mean it," I say. "You want to run? Now's the time." That gets her. She jerks her head toward me, eyes flaring. "Run? From this? From them?" Her voice is hoarse, but sharp. "After everything?" I tilt my head. "You're looking at that skyline like it's got answers." She lets out a bitter laugh. "It's got nothing but ghosts." I nod slowly. "Then why are your knees shaking?" "I'm not," she starts, then stops, grits her teeth. "I ain't judging you, Ileana," I say, softer now. "But I can smell your fear from here. You're right on the edge." "I'm allowed to be?" she snaps. "Damn right you are. You're just not allowed to quit." She goes quiet again, eyes tracking the swirl like she's reading old letters in the clouds. Behind us, the crew screams. Gunwood shouts something about flanking. Scratchy's laugh turns into a cough that sounds too wet. Someone shrieks. Short, sharp. Then silence. Someone's not getting up. "We're not holding forever," I say. "Plague crew's damn good, but they're bleeding." She turns finally, really turns blue and looks at me. Her eyes are wet, not crying, just full. Like she's holding back a flood and her teeth are the dam. "Lurgus," she says. I grunt. "If you die here..." "I won't. You might." I nod once. "Then I'll die making sure you don't." "That's not fair," she whispers. "Fair's for bedtime stories." She flinches. I don't want to leave you. Then don't. But I can't. Her voice breaks. I can't stay here forever. You know that. I know. We stand there in it, in the blood and smoke, an ancient stone soaked with history, in the space between a promise and a sacrifice. I reach out and touch her face, thumb smearing soot across her cheek. You asked me once, I say, what I would have done if you never fell here. She nods. I'd have kept burning, looking, cursing the stars. Her voice cracks. You don't make this easy. Not trying to. A sound like a war horn blows from the trees. We both stiffen. The portal pulses again. She looks at me, the wind tearing through her hair. We have to hold. Yeah, I say, tightening my grip on my axe. No matter what. The wind howls like the gods are mocking us. Rain spits in bursts, not enough to clean the blood off the stone, but just enough to sting where the cuts are fresh. Smoke curls low across the summit, dragged by the pressure building around the portal. It pulses again, deep and slow, like it's counting down to something we can't take back. Ileana's still staring into it. I don't have to see her face to know what's churning behind those green eyes. That skyline, that goddamn skyline, has her by the throat. Earth, her world. A place I've only ever heard described in scraps and dreams. To her, it's memory. To me, it's a question mark I never got to ask. She takes half a step forward. My gut clenches. I turn to her. Go, I say. My voice sounds steadier than I feel. Low, measured, laced with heartbreak so thick it burns behind my ribs like bad liquor. If you must. She freezes. The wind grabs her cloak and flutters it around her legs like the gate itself is pulling at her. She turns slowly, blinking hard, her mouth parting just a little like she wants to say something but forgot the words halfway through. You're not even going to try to convince me? She says. Her voice is jagged with disbelief. I huff out a laugh, but it's more pain than humor. Convincing someone to stay isn't love, I say, and the words taste like rust on my tongue. It's fear. I love you too much to trap you. She flinches like I hit her. And gods, that's the last thing I want. But it's the truth, and she deserves that more than anything. Silence stretches between us, filled only by the crackle of distant magic, the low groan of shifting stone, and the screams from down below as our crew keeps dying for the chance she has right now. You could have lied, she says, voice small. I ain't never lied to you, I say. Not starting now. Her hand trembles where it hangs by her side. You'd really just let me walk through that gate, she says. Back to Earth. Back to people who'll never know what this place cost me. What you cost me. I nod once. Yeah. She laughs then, a short, bitter sound. You're a stubborn bastard. Takes one to love one. She swipes at her face, annoyed, like the tears are betraying her. You know I never wanted this, she says. Any of it. I know, I whisper, but I don't know who I am without it anymore. I take a step toward her, slow, careful, like she might vanish if I move too fast. Then maybe that's the answer. She lifts her chin. To what? To where you belong. She looks at me, and now I see it. Really see it. The war behind her eyes. The weight of too many choices made in fire and blood. She's not just a woman caught between worlds. She is both, Earth and Protheka, flesh and fury. I hate this place, she says. I nod. But I love you. The words hit harder than a blade. I step closer, close enough now that I can feel her heat. I reach up, brush her damp hair behind her ear. And I love you, I say. More than I knew I could. She leans her forehead against mine. Her breath is shaky. I can feel it fan across my lips. So what the hell do we do now? She whispers. I want to say stay. Gods, I want to. I want to fall to my knees and beg her not to leave, not to abandon me in this hellhole with nothing but ash and memory. But I don't. Instead, I say, "Whatever you decide, I'll carry it." Her voice cracks. "Even if I go?" "Especially if you go." She pulls back, eyes shining with fire and salt. "I hate you," she says. "Just a little." "That's fair." She steps away from me, turns toward the gate again. The portal pulses. The skyline glows brighter now, vivid and real, almost close enough to breathe. She takes one slow step forward, then stops. "You said once you never asked for anything," she says without turning. "I did." "You gonna ask now?" I breathe deep. My side screams, my heart bleeds louder. "No." She turns halfway back toward me, frowning. "Why not?" "Because if you stay, I want it to be yours. Not mine." Her lip quivers. Behind us, another explosion rocks the ridge. The whole ziggurat shakes. Somewhere, Tora is cursing so loud I can hear it echo off the trees. Gunwitch shouts something unintelligible. A horn wails in the dark. She walks back to me, 2 steps 3, and grabs my hand. "Lurgis." "Yeah? Tell me what happens if I go." I grit my teeth. "I'll keep fighting." "Killin', maybe die, maybe not. That's not what I meant." I look her in the eye. "I'll miss you," I say. "Every day. I'll remember the sound of your laugh, the way your face looks when you're trying not to cry. I'll remember the first time you stabbed me, and the second time you kissed me." Her voice is thick. "I'll remember how you sleep curled like a dog. I'll remember how you cuss in 2 languages. She chuckles. It breaks into a sob halfway through. Then she's kissing me, hard, desperate, tasting like salt and fire. I grab her waist, pull her against me like I can anchor her here with sheer force of will. But I can't. She breaks the kiss, forehead pressed to mine again. "I need more time," she says. "You've got what we've got left." She nods, then turns back to the gate. She takes a step, just one, toward the gate. Her hand lifts, slow, like she's pushing through water, fingers outstretched. Not touching it yet, but close. Close enough for the swirl of energy to react, to twist and shudder around her like it senses her blood, her breath, her origin. The pulse of the portal speeds up, deep, low, hungry. I swear I can hear it whisper. "Home." My heart doesn't break clean. It cracks slow, wide. A silent tear from the inside that makes everything ache and nothing bleed. I don't move. Can't. My boots feel fused to the stone. My fingers clench tighter around the haft of my axe, not because I need it, but because it's the only thing that hasn't walked away from me. She's leaving. The world roars behind us, clashing steel, magical detonations, screams both human and not. But this moment, this breath, it's the quietest I've ever felt. Then she stops, just like that. Her back's still to me, but her spine straightens, her shoulders square. She turns, slow, deliberate. And God's help me, she's crying. Not sobbing, not falling apart. Just quiet tears that carve clean tracks down a face smeared with ash and blood. "I'm not ready to lose you either," she says. My breath hitches. I don't even try to hide it. She takes a step back, away from the gate. Her boots scuff the stone. "I wasn't going to go," she says softly, eyes locked on mine. Not really. I open my mouth, close it, open it again. "Then why?" "Because I needed to know you'd let me," she says, voice thick. "That it was my choice." "It always was." She nods, and her smile's so small, so tired, it damn near ruins me. I move toward her. The stone beneath my feet shivers. She notices it too. Her head whips toward the portal. A high-pitched whine rises, like metal grinding against metal, like air being sucked through a wound. The color inside the gate flickers, warps. That beautiful Andes skyline shudders, twists, turns wrong. Something's coming through, and then... crack! The sound rips through the summit like a thunderclap inside my skull. The portal flares blinding white. For a second, I see everything, Every scar on Elena's face, every blood smear on my knuckles, every crack in the ancient stone beneath us. Then the light dims, and he steps out. Awesome. Alive. Barely. He limps through the crackling gate, robes in tatters, one eye swollen shut, blood caking his neck, one arm limp at his side. But his smile's intact. That sneering, fanged grin that makes my vision go red. Oh no, darling, he hisses, voice thick with venom and magic. If you won't go. He lifts his chin toward Ileana. Then I will. His gaze cuts to me. He sneers. Earth will make a lovely new playground. I don't think, I roar, and I charge. The air snaps around me, full of heat and ozone and the tang of broken worlds. I can barely see through the rage. I raise my axe, run straight at the bastard, everything else fading into the background. Ozum's fingers twitch. Sigils bloom around his palm, dark red and spiked with bone runes. Ileana screams, Lurgus! Too late. The portal explodes, not just opens, not just pulses, explodes, outward. Magic detonates like a sun being born. The force hits me in the chest like a wrecking ball. I'm airborne, flung backwards. I don't know where Ileana is. I don't know where I am. Stone tears past my shoulder. Something hot grazes my thigh. My axe slips from my hand mid-spin. I slam into the ziggurat wall. The breath's ripped out of me. Everything goes black. Half a heartbeat later, I slam down hard on my back, sliding across broken stone and blood-slick rubble. The air is gone. My ears ring. The world spins. Then her voice. Lurgus! She's calling me. I blink hard. My vision's all static and stars. I roll to my side, gasping like I've never tasted air before. My ribs are screaming. My sides leaking again. My whole body feels like it's been torn inside out and glued back together with spit. But I'm alive. Barely. Ileana! I rasp. She's on her hands and knees, maybe 10 feet away, crawling toward me. Her cloak's gone. Her blade's missing. There's blood on her temple. The gate behind her is sparking wildly, spilling chunks of unstable arcana across the stone like oil fire. The Andes are gone. In their place, nothing but raw static and screaming wind. And Ozum. He's laughing. Of course he is. He floats above the ruin of the gate, shoulders hunched, hands glowing with unstable magic. Did you really think I'd die in that pit? He snarls. That you two, filthy flesh-wrecked things, could end me? I struggle to my feet. It feels like lifting a mountain. You're not getting to her world, I growl. Not while I breathe. Oh, I intend to fix that, he spits. Then a shadow moves behind him. A blur. Albatrosity. She shrieks as she crashes into him from above, talons raking, wings slicing. They both go down hard. Ileana! I yell, reaching out. She grabs my wrist. I haul her upright with a grunt. We don't speak. We don't need to. We turn together toward the wreckage. The final fight's not over yet.
Chapter 19. Ileana. The air buzzes around me, thick, electric, alive with magic and pain and everything I thought I could outrun. Ozum chants in that high tongue, discordant and ancient, and the portal behind him pulses like a breathing thing ready to break. I taste metal and ash on my tongue and feel the heat of the glyphs in the air, sharp and hungry. Blood drips down my ribs. Each breath rasps through broken cartilage, but I'm locked in place by the horror in his chant. Earth is opening, bending. I can't let it happen. Without thinking, I scramble to my feet. My boots slide on wet stone slick with blood and ichor. The echoes of fighting pound in my lungs. Tora's screeching curses, Darrell's war horns, Shen's crack of a cane flicking wards, Hissy's sibilant hiss of steel slicing flesh, and Albatrosity's shriek overhead as he dive-bombs an elf artillery crew. But it's not noise that moves me. It's heartbeat, heart making me. I push forward. My ribs scream, boots drumming against ancient stone, breath rattling like a broken bell in my chest. My eyes stay locked on Alzum, chanting, consumed by power. Circle of magic contracting around him, swallowing the gate's edge. I tackle him from behind. The impact carries us both over the topmost step. We roll, edge of the portal yawning like a wound at our side. Above us, lightning forks. The portal flickers and hums, unstable. My arm catches a jagged shard of stone, cuts open palm, warmth staining my fingers. His robes catch on the jagged platform behind us. I grunt, wrestle for leverage. My throat chokes with the thought, if he goes through, everything ends. Lurgis! I scream, voice ragged, but sound comes out broken. Alzum barely flinches. He's gone rigid under me, ice cold, silent. Then he snaps. His hand snakes to my throat, fingers dragging through blood and ash, squeezing like iron. Quick, punishing. Pain spikes white and bright. You were never meant to be here, he snarls. His breath is foul, like rot and brimstone. It's so close I taste it. This was always my realm. I gag, cough, my vision blacks at the edges. But this isn't my time to die. Then why? I rasp out. My voice comes out in breathless shards. My fingers catch his wrist, brace like praying in hell. Why are you so afraid of me? His grip tightens. I gasp, because my defiance scares him more than any spell. Through the fog, I catch a glint of silver, Shen's ceremonial dagger, the one he winked and said, just in case. I don't think, I act. I fish my fingers by feel, 1, 2, 3 slashes, and drive the dagger into his side, somewhere below his rib and above his waist, clean and true, blade disappearing in heat and magic. He howls, a sound I carry in bone forever. His eyes go wide, then black. The portal screams. Magic warps the world. Auroras of violet and green swirl up the spiral of the gate like a wound reopened. The platform groans and splits, and the world slows. I lay there, hand on knife hilt, chest heaving. My ribs scream, blood blooms on my shirt in a spreading blot. Eyes watering, I force myself to move. He collapses underneath me, half his form swallowed by the mana rift, half pinned to the stone by my weight. His chanting has gone silent. Only the gate bleeds light, tearing the air around us. I roll off, scrabble to my knees. Pain shoots through every breath. Memory of Announce, the Andes skyline. Home. Gasping through cracked lips, I force my legs to rise. Eliana! A voice. Darrell, Gunwitch, I can't place, but I don't turn. I dig the dagger free. It's slick with blood and mana-scented ichor. Portal pulses behind me, shrinking, fighting to close, but... No, yawning open. I force my feet to move. 1, 2. The world fractures as I stumble across broken stone. Behind me, voices, screams. Tora declares, "Nice cat," then curses someone's hide bloody. I see him flash. Tiger stripes neon fierce in the firelight as he chases down a brigand who stumbled too close to our battle line. Hissy's sibilant laughter and shriek of triumph. He swallowed the head off a spider beast, snakes hissing in joy as he tosses the husk aside. Lila, half cloaked in lavender and shame, lashes her tentacle at a crawling arcane worm, glowing hands guiding the spin. She trips, curses, but keeps fighting. Gunwitch stands by the portal's edge firing twin silvery blasts, slicing skeletal forms away with each puff, her pistols never making a sound of speech. Shen mutters beside her, doubling wards like wall against the world. Lari and the 2 Darrells are hauling rubble and corpses out of the collapsing upper steps, barking at each other in savage Minotaur chorus. And me? I limp forward, dragging my wound with each motion. taste of copper in my mouth, portals roar pressing into my mind. I plant foot on warped stone. The gate bends. Auzum twitches underneath me, darkness crawling over the edges of his smile. He lifts a hand, a pinprick of arcane light forming in his palm. I stare at him. Not this time, I whisper, voice raspy. Gunwitch fires again. Ward shields shatter. I raise my own voice. This ends now. Then I leap, blade in both hands, drive it home. Time breaks. The gate shatters. Shards of colour fragment and rain down. I don't see them fall. All I see is darkness below. The edges collapse, a scream of eternity. I fall. Auzum's body twitches, crackling with leftover magic, but the light is dying behind his eyes. He's still breathing, shallow, wheezing, ugly, and I hate that I can still hear it. Hate that he's still here, that anything is. But I'm too slow. I'm still down on my knees, palms slick with blood, muscles trembling like I've been wrung out and tossed into a storm gutter. Then he's gone, yanked away like a sack of bones. Lurgis, beautiful, blood-soaked, furious Lurgis, grabs Auzum by what's left of his shredded collar and drags him, feet scraping along the stone, a trail of black ichor left behind. He reaches the edge of the stairs and hurls him like trash down the broken steps. I don't hear Auzum land, just the hollow finality of silence. My head tips back. I breathe, once, twice. The wind howls. Magic crackles behind me, the portal still open, barely fraying at the edges, unstable like a wound that won't clot. Lurgis turns to me, that hulking shadow framed by stormlight. Blood streaks his cheek. One horn is chipped, his ribs rise and fall too fast. But his eyes, locked on me. What now? He growls. My knees wobble as I force myself upright, ribs screaming, hip barking in protest. It doesn't matter, none of it matters. I limp toward the altar, every step pounding through marrow and memory. There it is, the keystone, cracked, humming, faint green veins pulsing like a dying heartbeat. The magic's woven through it like roots, like tendons, like it's holding the gate open with raw will and ancient fury. I stop in front of it. I can close it, I say. My voice is hoarse, like gravel dragged over flame. But I'll lose the way back. Behind me, I hear his boots crunch against debris. Silence. Then, "You said you weren't going back." I smile. Just a little. It's tired and crooked and so damn fragile. "I lied," I whisper. "I was still scared." Another beat of silence. Then footsteps. Heavy. Sure. Lurgis steps up beside me, close enough that I can feel his heat, smell the blood and smoke clinging to his skin. "I figured," he says, rough. "Yeah?" He nods once, doesn't say more. I place my hand on the keystone. It's cold, then burning. The magic sears into my palm like it's trying to brand me, trying to know me. The tendrils of ancient spellwork recognize me now, not just as a traveller, but a choice, a conclusion, a closing. I whisper the word Shen taught me, just in case. The one that ends it. Deliora. The keystone pulses once, then explodes. Green lightning arcs in every direction, curling, flashing, striking through air and smoke like God's own fury. It doesn't lash out. It collapses in. The portal snarls, groans, then screams. That's the only word for it. A scream. Pure, pained collapse. The swirl of magic spins tighter, faster, pulls in debris, wind, light, memory, everything. My hair lifts. My boots slide forward. Lurgis grabs my arm, holds me anchored as the gate devours itself. There's a roar, louder than war drums, louder than thunder, and we're both flung backward as the energy detonates. I slam into Lurgis. His arm wraps around me. We hit the stone hard, roll, dust in our teeth, blood in our mouths, and then silence. Real silence. The kind that buzzes in your bones, that thuds in your ears. I open my eyes. The gate is gone. Just a dead arch now. Black stone. No light. No swirl. No noise. No earth. Nothing. I sit up slowly. Every part of me aches. My ribs throb like someone's hammering nails into my side. My hand is scorched. My pulse is frantic. But I'm breathing. I turn, slow, and stare at what's left. Smoke. Craters. Ash. Our crew stands in pieces. Scratched, bruised, bloodied. Scratchy has half a cloak left and one boot, but he's grinning. You call that a portal collapse? Pfft. Seen worse on taco night. One-armed Lila's tentacle flexes around a piece of broken ward crystal, her eyes glowing in the gloom. It's gone, she says softly, like she's not sure she believes it. Hissy Fit hisses a string of syllables that sound like a threat, and a prayer, and a punchline all in one. That was a lot, he pants. Gunwitch walks across the rubble like nothing happened, reloading her twin pistols with a flick of her fingers, expression unreadable. Shen lurches beside her, wheezing. That's one hell of a closing ceremony, he coughs, then points his cane at me. You did it, girl. Albatrosity lands beside Tora, feathers singed, one wing dragging slightly. I think I have concussion, he squawks. Tora curls his tail, sniffs the air. Smells like closure and scorched fur. I hate both. And me. I kneel, right in front of that dead arch. Breathing, shaking, whole. Lurgis crouches beside me, silent. You okay? He asks. I nod slowly. Then I whisper, more to myself than anyone. Well, guess I'm staying. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages. Alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 20. Captain Storm Shadow. It's been 4 days since the gate closed. 4 days since we bled on stone and stared down the end of the world. Since Elena's hand lit up with ancient magic and screamed the stars into silence. 4 days and somehow we're still here. The plague of the sea groans beneath my boots as she slices through lazy waves. Slow now, like even she's tired. Sails full, air thick with salt and the stink of cooked meat. Wind's got that humid heaviness to it that clings to your skin. But nobody's complaining. Not tonight. Tonight's for feasting. The main deck's glowing with lantern light and wild noise. Tora is already sprawled belly up on the center table like the pampered little tyrant he is, letting Gunwitch hand-feed him slivers of spiced fish from a silver platter. He purrs loud as a chainsaw. You're a very good cat, Gunwitch murmurs in that flat, unsettling way of hers. She's even braided a bit of seaweed into his tail. A beautiful cat, Tora purrs, licking his paw with slow self-satisfaction. Strong, agile, a tactician of rare. Oh, yes, scratch behind the left ear, darling. Shen's planted himself in the corner, leaned up on a barrel like he's half dead, which he probably is at this point, but his cane's working overtime as he slaps it down beside the cards with every hand. I win again, you fools, he howls, slamming his cards onto the crate turntable. Scratchy glares through one eye, the other hidden beneath a ragged patch. "You old piss bucket. That's the third royal flush in a row." "Fourth," Shen corrects with a toothy grin. "You're cheating." "Obviously," Shen says with delight. Across the deck, Lila's locked in a hand grip battle with Darul. The other Darul's chanting encouragement while Laurie leans over both of them, munching on a chicken leg like it's a spectator sport. "Come on, Lila!" Darul bellows. "You've got demon tentacle power! Use it!" "It's not a thing I use, idiot," she grits out through clenched teeth, beads of sweat dotting her lavender brow. With a grunt and a twist, Darul slams her hand down with a triumphant roar. Lila sighs, flicks a tentacle lazily at his face. He yelps and stumbles back, giggling like a child with too much candy. Hissy fits pacing the table edge with both hands full of coins. "Tribute. I demand tribute for my service. All of you would be dead 6 times over if not for me. That's worth at least 50 gold pieces and a kiss from Tora's sister." "I don't have a sister," Tora snaps. "You do now." I sit in the far corner of it all, leaned back in the captain's chair, boots off, drink in hand. Rum with some kind of berry pulp. It tastes like heat and memory and burns just right going down. Elena's beside me, her feet propped across my lap, heels calloused, toes scarred. And gods do I love those feet. She sips from her own cup, same drink, but hers has a ridiculous little paper umbrella sticking out of it, courtesy of Albatrosity, who's currently teaching the triplets how to squawk properly. "Now stretch your throat like this," he says, demonstrating something between a scream and a squawk. "It's all in the uvula." Laurie tries. "Sounds like a dying gull." Alba nods proudly. "Better. Still sounds like you're choking on a peanut, but it's progress." Eliana leans in toward me, her skin golden in the lamplight, eyes heavy-lidded and content. "This," she murmurs, "feels like home." I smile into my cup. "Told you you'd come around." She turns her head, gazes at me like she's memorizing my face. Her hand slides down, fingers brushing the inside of my wrist. "I don't think I ever believed in home before," she says. "What do you believe in now?" She doesn't answer. Instead, she leans in and kisses me. It's not a goodbye kiss. Not one of those desperate war-is-coming kisses either. It's slow, deep, warm in a way that's more than heat. A promise. A choice. My hand comes up, curling behind her neck. I drink her in. The taste of rum and salt on her tongue. The low purr she makes in the back of her throat when she sinks into it. The kind of kiss that says we're not done yet. She pulls back just a little. "You smell like sweat and old rope," she says, breath hot against my lips. "Yeah, well," I mutter. "You're the one put your feet in my lap." "Guess I'm staying, huh?" "Damn right you are." That night, after the crew's drunk themselves stupid, after Shen's passed out with cards stuck to his forehead, and someone's painted a mustache on Gunwich, which she will murder them for, we make our way to the captain's quarters. The door shuts, and the world narrows to us. We don't speak. We don't need to. She peels off her shirt like she's shedding skin, scars and all. I step out of my pants, bare and burnt and blood-specked, but still standing. What happens next ain't clean, ain't elegant. It's hunger, gratitude, the soft, desperate ache of 2 people who almost died and didn't. Her hands map the lines of my chest like she's memorizing a language. My fingers grip her hips like if I let go, she'll vanish into air. Her lips move down my throat. Mine find her shoulder. She tastes like sweat and sea, and something so impossibly alive it makes my knees go weak. We fall into the bed like it's a battlefield. And for once, it's not about surviving. It's about choosing. Her breath drifts slow and steady against my chest, her fingertips idly mapping out nonsense across my skin like she's sketching memories she doesn't want to forget. I lie there, arms around her, soaking in the warmth of her. The weight of her legs still tossed over mine, the feel of her heartbeat against my ribs. The lantern above us rocks with the ship, casting lazy golden light across the room, catching on the sweat still clinging to our skin. It's quiet here, just the occasional creak of wood and far-off laughter from the deck above. It smells like sea salt, rum, and the faintest trace of her. Iron and leather and something sweet, like fruit left too long in the sun but still begging to be bitten. She draws a line over my collarbone, then another. "Still think I'm fragile?" she murmurs, voice low and scratchy with spent breath. I grin without opening my eyes. "Fragile things don't bite back, Elena." A soft snort from her. She lifts her head just enough to kiss the hollow beneath my jaw. Damn right. Her lips linger there, brushing skin. It's lazy, affectionate, the kind of intimacy that doesn't ask for anything back, just offers it freely. Her hand presses flat against my chest, right over the scar beneath my heart, the one that nearly ended me before this whole mess even began. Her voice is quieter when she speaks again. "You scared me, you know." Back on the ziggurat. "Only a little?" I tease, hand sliding up to rest on the back of her neck. Thought I was looking real impressive. You know, bloodied, roaring, hurling bodies. She laughs, real this time, chest shaking against me. "You looked like a dying bull with a grudge. That's my signature style." She settles again, cheek against my chest, palm still planted over my heart, like she's listening for some secret beneath the rhythm. "I thought I was gonna lose you." For real. "You didn't." "I know," she says, and there's something soft in it now. "But I was halfway gone, too." I tilt my head, brush my thumb across her shoulder. "What made you stop?" "You," she whispers. There's a stillness after that, a weight. I let it hang between us a while, let the sounds of the ship fill the silence instead, the distant groan of rigging, the flap of sails catching morning wind, scratchy cursing somewhere nearby. It's peaceful in its own noisy, vulgar way. Then I say it. I don't plan to. It just comes. "Will you marry me?" It's quiet, simple, no big speech. Just words that fall out and land between us like they've been waiting there this whole time. She freezes. I feel it in every part of her body tensed against mine. Then she lifts her head, pushing herself up on her elbows so she can look me dead in the eye. "You really want to be legally bound to someone who curses this much?" I nod once. "And bleeds this much?" Another nod. I don't even blink. She raises an eyebrow. "And who will probably crash your ship at some point?" I grin, pulling her closer again. "Especially that part." She studies me for a beat longer, eyes searching my face like she's trying to figure out if I'm joking. But I'm not. Not even a little. Her mouth twitches, then curves into that smirk that always hits me right in the gut. "Okay, Captain," she says, voice husky. "Let's sail this mess together." My throat tightens and I laugh, but it's low, choked, almost disbelieving. "Say it again." She arches a brow. "You got seaweed in your ears?" "Maybe." "Say it anyway." She leans in, lips brushing mine. "Let's sail this mess together." I pull her into me so fast she gasps, and I kiss her like I mean it. Which I do, gods, I do. Her hands slide into my hair, and we tangle again. Slower this time, like we've got all the time in the world. Later, she sprawls beside me, blanket kicked off, one foot dangling off the edge of the bed like she's daring the ship to rock hard enough to toss her out. I tuck a stray curl behind her ear, and she catches my hand, presses a kiss into my palm. "We really doing this?" she murmurs. "Looks like..." Her smile's small, but full of something old and aching. Never thought I'd be the settling type. "You're not. You're just staying with me. I guess that's different." Outside, the crew starts to stir. I hear Shen shouting about someone stealing his cane again, followed by a thunk and a yelp. Probably one of the Darls. Tora yowls something that sounds suspiciously like, "Bow before your emperor," and then hisses when someone, probably Lila, throws something at him. "You want to tell them? Eliana asks, nuzzling into my chest. Nah, let him guess. Scratchy'll start a betting pool. Yeah, but we'll still win. She laughs, throws her leg over me again. You better be prepared for a wedding full of idiots, drunk pirates, and at least 3 broken bones. Sounds perfect. And maybe it is. Maybe this is what perfect looks like. Her tangled in my arms, the ship swaying gentle beneath us, and a crew of chaos waiting outside the door. We're a disaster. But we're our disaster. And I wouldn't trade it for anything. Should we modify this page, or shall we move on to the next page? Tell me what to expand, tweak, or if it hits the right notes as is.
Chapter 21. Eliana. The deck hums under my feet like it knows something's coming, like it's holding its breath. I stand barefoot on the quarterdeck, arms stretched out slightly as I adjust the thin white tunic hugging my hips, the rough fabric gone softer somehow after 100 washings and just enough magic. It's not a real dress, not by any civilized world standards, but the crew's got opinions on what real means, and none of them involve anything traditional. Gunwitch snuck lace along the hem and neckline last night when I wasn't looking. Now it drapes just barely off one shoulder, like it's daring me to admit I love it. I do, but I'll die before I say it out loud. I smooth the tunic again, running my palms over fabric that still smells faintly of salt, gunpowder, and citrus oil. The wind stirs, cool against my neck, and somewhere below deck I hear something crash and someone cackle, probably one of the triplets, or all 3. The sun's not quite up yet. The sky's got that bruised lavender smear to it, cloud edges rimmed in pink, the sea still glassy and mean-looking beneath it. The air tastes like steel and salt and anticipation, and rum, always rum. My hair's twisted up and pinned with one of Tora's lost trinkets, a sharp little thing that looks like a claw dipped in amber. And my fingers keep fidgeting with the knot in my sash. I'm not nervous, not exactly, just wired, coiled. Everything's been chaos for so long, I don't know how to sit still now that it's quiet. Tora brushes against my ankle like he's got sonar for anxiety. You're late, I murmur, looking down at him. He stretches, his striped body arching like a bow, tail curling high. I'm dramatic, he says simply. He hops onto the nearest barrel with the grace of someone who knows damn well everyone's watching. Which they are. The crew's spilled across the deck like a pile of mismatched gods and demons, every one of them louder than the last. Hissy Fitz draped in sashes he definitely stole. Gunwitch's eyes are glowing faintly, and Shen's holding a bottle of something that might be ceremonial or might just be flammable. I catch sight of Lurgis leaning against the railing, arms crossed, gaze locked on me like the world's narrowed to a point behind my ribs. His jaw ticks. He's trying not to smile. Bastard. Tora flicks his tail. All right! He yowls, voice slicing through the noise with feline authority. Everyone shut up! I'm officiating! The entire crew boos and cheers at once. The ceremony is a goddamned mess. Albatrosity dive-bombs the deck from the crow's nest, squawking something unintelligible and scattering confetti everywhere. I blink and realise the confetti is shredded maps. Possibly important ones. Possibly ours. I'm too overwhelmed to care. Scratchy's snivelling into a bandana that was probably once white, muttering about young love and damn allergies, while clearly sobbing his weather-beaten old eyes out. Lila steps forward like she's walking the plank, offers me a dripping bundle of seaweed and shark teeth tied together with a bit of string. It smells like low tide and vengeance. Thanks, I say, holding it like it might bite. It's tradition, she says, face stone flat. Somewhere. Shen is floating several bottles of champagne overhead while muttering what sounds like insults in 3 languages. One of the bottles explodes mid-air, raining fizzy sugar and glass across the deck. Gunwitch doesn't even flinch. She just catches another bottle without blinking and downs it with one hand. Hissy Fit's got ceremonial markings drawn on his face in octopus ink, or so he claims, and he's threatening to hex anyone who speaks out of turn, which, considering it's this crew, means he's hissing constantly. Darrell, and Darrell have no idea what's happening, but are clapping at random intervals like it's a tavern brawl. Tora, still perched on his barrel, rolls his eyes so hard they almost flip out of his skull. "I hope you're all ashamed of yourselves," he says loudly. "This is a sacred moment." "You're the one officiating, fuzzball," Scratchy howls, blowing his nose violently. "Exactly," Tora replies, "which means I demand decorum. And fish, and for someone to tell me I'm majestic." "You're majestic, pretty, and a good cat," someone shouts from the rigging. "Damn right I am," Tora purrs. Despite all of it, or maybe because of it, I can't stop grinning. The chaos, the sweat, the smells of rum and rope and salt and magic. This crew that looks like it crawled out of a fever dream and then forgot to behave. It's stupid and wild and somehow perfect. And then I feel him. Lurgis moves beside me, and the shift in the air is palpable. I turn, and there he is. Gods, he looks like he was carved from the ship itself, solid and scarred and impossibly, infuriatingly real. His eyes lock onto mine, and for a moment, the deck could vanish. The crew could dissolve into mist. It's just him, just me, and the crackle of something bigger than words between us. He takes my hand in both of his, rough palms, warm fingers, calluses pressed against my skin like anchors. "I choose you," he says. Just that. No grand speech, no flourish, just those 3 words in that deep, rumbled voice that always makes my knees feel like sea foam. And God's help me, something in my chest breaks open. My throat tightens so fast I almost choke on it. My mouth's dry and my eyes sting, and my heart feels too big, too loud, like it's trying to climb out of my ribs, because it's real, because it's him, because it's us. The crew's still making noise, Shen cackling, Hissy Fit hissing, someone arguing about the correct way to throw rice. But I don't hear it. I don't hear anything except the wind and the pounding of my own pulse. I squeeze his hand, hard. "I choose you too," I say. "You giant, aggravating, beautiful bastard." He grins, that slow, dangerous grin that could wreck kingdoms. The deck is vibrating with laughter and music, the whole ship shaking like she's trying to dance herself free of every damn chain ever forged. I'm drenched in rum-slick skin, the air thick with salt, sweat, and the cheap burn of celebration. Gunwitch has 2 lanterns on either side of her, glowing like demonic flares, and she's not even blinking. She's just sipping dark liquor from a chipped cup and smiling with one eyebrow raised. That tells you everything you need to know about how she parties. The crew's alive in every language they have. Shen's up on a crate regaling us with stories of when he was young, which is apparently a century ago, punctuating every line with cards or candy or something suspiciously explosive. Scratchy's dancing with Hissy Fit, who's hissing his scaly approval of every beat. Better, better, better. While Lila's weaving her tentacle sleeve around Lari and the other Darrells, who are 3-legged, grinning half-idiots. Honestly, they're the life of the party. Darrell, the triplets, same face, different mothers, different problems, same joke, all splashing rum on each other and juggling cannonballs for some reason. It's inviting disaster right there on the deck. Twinkle, twinkle, like a spark, and one of those balls rockets off, takes a clean bounce off the hull, and knocks an entire stack of mugs into the waves. Everyone yelps. Tora growls. "Damn it!" Tora's tail flicks a glass off the barrel. "Someone's got to stop them before someone decapitates themselves." I laugh so hard I almost spew rum down Lurgis's coat. Lurgis is behind me, warm, solid, lethal even when he's drunk and grinning. He's got one arm slung around my waist, boots untied, hat cocked sideways. His scent, Salt and leather and something like hearth smoke fills my head. Then the cannonballs go boom, not off the ship, but through the deck beside the rail into the sea, creating a nipple-raising splash and a wave that rocks us all on our boots. "Bloody hell!" Lurgis shouts, half laughing, half pissed. I would kill them if it didn't feel so hilarious. But before he can march off to wrestle cannonballs, I grab his collar. Tug so hard I practically yank him off balance. He stares at me, eyebrows climbing. "Come with me," I say, voice low, earnest. I'm surprised he doesn't hesitate. I drag him down the companionway, while the crew screams something about letting love take us to the bottom, and "you two are disgusting in a good way." Gunwitch winks and shouts, "Tell the cat I'm free." We tumble into the captain's quarters, that claustrophobic mix of dark wood and rum-scented curtains and sheets that still smell a little like storm-drenched moss. The door slams shut behind us. He is just legal, in every way. I'm shivering with it. The tremor isn't cold. It's not nerves. It's fire. "Gods, I love you," I whisper, grabbing his face and pulling him down. He goes like glass under my hands, soft. "You're mine now," I murmur, voice rough with drunken devotion. "In every way." His hand slides down to my hip, thumb rubbing little circles into my skin. Was there ever a question? His voice is gravel, warm, steady, claiming. There is no question. We kiss like we could scare gods with the force, teeth and tongues tangled, breath hissing, muscles loosing after too long on edge. It's tender and desperate. A prayer, a promise. We crash to the bed, sheets rustling, the whole cabin tilting with the force of us. I gasp as his body pins me down, 7 feet of muscle and Minotaur heat pressing into every inch of me.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. I rest my head on his chest. The slow thud of his heart is the only rhythm that matters. The glow from the lantern paints him in half gold, half shadow. "What now?" I whisper. "Now," he murmurs, voice a low rumble. "We make the world deal with us." My chest tightens, full, sure, unshakable. "Good," I whisper back. "Let's raise hell." He tightens his arm around me. The boat creaks, the night breathes, and we are more than survivors. We are storm-forged, blood-tied, and absolutely unstoppable.
Chapter 22. Captain Storm Shadow. The fog comes in soft and thick, curling against the hull like a living thing. Beneath my boots, the ship creaks in that lazy morning swell, the kind that smells like salt, and startles me with how quiet it is after the riot of last night. My hands grip the wheel tight enough it's digging into my palms. I taste rum and ocean, and a fading heartbeat of joy that's bracing to crumble. Dead seas. I say it out loud, voice low. Dead seas. Ileana steps up beside me, machete strapped to her back like armor. She watches my face. "You're serious?" "Deadly serious," I say, nodding toward the mist. Below deck, I can hear the crew stirring. Groans and murmurs, a wooden crate sliding, someone whispering about curses and celebrations, probably Shen or Scratchy. Fog rolls in faster now, and the sea quiets, like everything alive has gone into hiding. My chest tightens with every silent beat. I've seen this before. Once, too long ago, when the Leviathan woke. It's the kind of memory you can't scrub out. A shape emerges. First, it's nothing but shadow, a dark pulse beneath the surface. Then the water roils and a fin, long, sweeping, bigger than any mast, cuts through the mist. Water falls from it like curtains. I whisper, now. Eliana does not hesitate. Her eyes fire. Gunnich, I call. She doesn't turn. I see magic spark at her fingertips, flicking through the fog. The cannons ignite, roaring life back into the deck. Magic and gunpowder blooming in the early gloom. Hissy Fit is already streaking across the deck, hissing, Leviathan! Leviathan! His voice frays into wails. Tora leaps from hiding, mews like a banshee, then roars, I told you the wedding woke ancient things! The crew jumps. From the fog the beast rises, huge, hulking, born of nightmares. Coral plates and barnacles armor its skin like relic war runes. Its eye, larger than my fist, black as midnight, fixes on us, and I swear I hear sea and sorrow and hunger in its breath. Before the word impossible finishes in my mouth, I'm shouting orders, voice dry. Open hatches! Ballast down! Eliana lunges toward the railing, machete gleaming white light in the half-dark. Aim high, eyes, gills, whatever's soft. The deck is chaos. Shen proffers wards that flare in impossible colors, tiny explosions of emerald sapphire. Gunwitch's pistols are raised, scarlet magic humming off the barrels. Lila's tentacle-limit fingers glint with ward metal. Darrell twins are flinging rope coils. Darrell triplet is hollering directions like she's the captain. I don't let panic near us. Not now. But the Leviathan curves, lifting more of its colossal form above water. It takes water into its gaping maw, bones groaning. The air fills with a stink of brine and old fear. I ram my shoulder against the wheel and bark, Stand fast! The deck shudders. Gunwitch's blast hits the beast's shoulder. No splash, just thunder. Blood, thick and glowering, shears through barnacle armor. Hissy Fit is dancing on the edge of motion, chanting spells like heat. Burn, serpent! Crack spine, obliterate! Lursus, no, Lurgus, I think. That's me, is digging. Remembering what it was to fight a monster with nothing but trust and want to survive. The beast roars again. Slower. Deeper. It brings its head closer, breath steaming, eyes flicking like falling stars. I hear someone scream water onto deck behind me. Albatrosity shrieks from above, plummeting, talons shining silver. He slams across one fin like a vulture born sideways, feathers shredding scales. The monster shrieks in pain, thrashes so violently the whole boat shudders. I reach for Eliana, but she's already rising to meet it, weapon raised, eyes wild. She cuts into the beast at its exposed gill, that roar rupturing the quiet like lightning. I move again, closing. Her breath smells of salt and fear and fury. We're not done, I say. She says nothing. She glints and I'm on her, leaving everything else behind but muscle and words and the pull between us. Gunnage fires again, tendrils of chaos magic and fire curling into the wave. The beast thrashes, submerged, broken. We hold it. Leviathan's song fades, an echo with fractured wings. Deck tilts. I steady us, hands find hers. Her skin is hot, trembling but unbroken. Still with me? Always, she breathes, eyes fierce as wrath. I look back to the sea. The fog's lifting. Water calms. The world is cracked now, but surviving. I hold her hand tight. We make the world deal with us now, I say. She nods, a single motion, heavy with everything we've lost and lived for. The crew's coming alive again. Shouts, laughter, broken war songs. We both laugh. The ocean is calm again, but different now. Knows our name. The battle begins not with a boom, but a sickening crack that ripples through the air like the hull of the ship itself is breaking open. The Leviathan slams into us, massive and unrelenting. its coral-armored body scraping across our hull with a sound so deep it rattles every bone in me. Crew members fling through the air like ragdolls. A scream, the smell of breaking wood, the sharp tang of salt water splattering my face. And I'm jerking forward, heart pounding with ice and instinct. "Brace!" I roar, voice swallowed by chaos. My boots slide on the slick deck, but I grab an upright rope post, squeezing until my knuckles blanch. Eliana's already in motion, eyes wide, machete in hand, every inch of her sprinting toward the ballista with mad purpose. Her boots bite into the wood, a rhythm that's both calm and frantic. I'm torn, caught between horror and admiration. When I see Lari, Darrell, and Darrell step forward, juggling cannonballs as if playing catch in a dream, not realizing they're about to turn us into a sieve. I curse right in front of Ileana. "Darul's, not now!" But before I can finish, one of those cannonballs slips, thuds against the rail, bounces, and the recoil sends a man flying. The deck trembles, groans. Smoke and blood mingle with fog. I taste salt and iron, heart thundering. Eliana yelps, and without a second thought, Lila's tentacle arm snakes out, yanking her back just as the beast's tail sweeps down and splits the air inches from where Eliana stood. I grip my teeth. She blinks, dazed, breathing ragged. "Nice save," I say, voice rough as gravel. She doesn't answer, just shakes her head and bolts up the deck, arms set, eyes burning. The beast's eye rises above the deck edge, black and fathomless. It stares at us, unblinking, unrelenting. "Now!" I scream to the crew. Gunwitch unleashes a salvo from her pistols, white-blue arcs slashing through rigging and clawing at the monster's side. A hiss of steam where metal meets coral. Hissy fits hisses echo off hull runs. More spells flicker, old wards forming pale shields around the ship. And then... opportunity. I glance up. Elena's already manning the ballista, shoulder braced against wood, hands white-knuckled on the bolt. Tora leaps, ready to light the fuse when it's loaded. I scramble toward the prow, chest searing with adrenaline. "Hang on!" I shout, anchoring a rope to my waist, looping the other end around the helm post. I take a breath, brine and battle and fear. Then leap. Time stretches as I fly. Air whips past. The ship shrinks. The beast's head looms like twilight crashing over me. My boots hit its back. Coral green, slippery, impossible. Scales crack under my weight. Blood hisses where scales break. Brine steams into steam. My fingers catch edges, pulling me up. The rope bites into my waist. I breathe. Deep, ragged. This is madness. But this is necessary. I stand, axe raised. The beast's tongue flicks near, wide as a boat. I duck, swing up, and drive the blade into something softer. Flesh between bone plates. It roars, a sound like ship-breaking thunder, and blood and brine erupt behind me, flooding the deck below. I hold fast, knuckles straining on wet scales. Below me, Gunwitch's voice breaks through the chaos. "Now!" she shouts. Albatrosity, wings blurred with power, hurls a small, glowing orb. I barely catch it in one eye, and it tumbles into the beast's cavernous mouth. An explosion of green light and thunder tears through the creature. I'm blown back, weightless for a second, then slam onto the deck. Deck roars, blood surges across wood. I cough, taste salt and magic and fear. The creature thrashes, oceans shudder, tail raises again, creaking thickly, then it collapses, slowly. With a decisive shudder that sends splinters flying and mist rising, its body falls into the waves with a gargantuan crash, foam and blood mixing as the sea gulps it down. Silence. The world holds its breath. Everyone stands still. Hissy ceases his hissing. Gunwitch lowers her pistol, face pale. Tora lands with a soft thud, shakes his head. Darrells slump into one another in mortal hold. I push myself up, ribs screaming. The smell is fierce, iron and brine and ancient death. I turn, see Ileana, breathing hard, machete dripping still. She runs to me, all flame and resolve, and throws herself into my arms. "I said this isn't how honeymoons work," she hisses, voice cracking, arms squeezing tight. I grin through sweat and blood. "With you?" I rasp. I'd never expect anything less. She laughs, ragged, bitter. "I love you." I pull her closer. We stand in the ruined chaos of deck and fog and shattered bones and magic, and she's home.
Chapter 23. Eliana. The deck is silent after the storm. Only the slow hiss of mended timber underfoot, the groan of the hull settling into the water's uneasy rhythm, and the soft drip of brine from splintered boards where the Leviathan fell. I walk through ghost fragments, barnacle bits, scales half melted by gunfire, puddles thick with blood and magic. The air tastes like copper and reckoning. The sky, pale with dawn, stretches thin over us. We've patched the ship with tar fingers and song prayers. Shen sweats over wards, stitching wood with light, weary incantations. The Darrell twins haul deck planks, one cheering for every board replaced, the other swearing at every splinter snag. Their brother, Darrell III, leads a rum chant, holding a cracked jug like a totem, encouraging others to sing through bruised enthusiasm. Gunwitch stands still, shaking debris from her pistols. Her expression is unreadable but fierce, the magic in the barrels fizzing like coals cooled too soon. Scratchy limps past, hand over his mouth, coughing up seawater, muttering about insurance policies. Cover this, cover that. Every so often he swears he saw the whole thing unrolling in his nightmares since the wedding. Tora prowls the rail, tail high, clearing random curses, feeding running cats scraps of stale bread he'd hoarded. His stripes gleam even in the grey light. I pause at the helm, breath ringing tight in my lungs. The swell brushes soft against wood. Then, from the eastern wind, I see movement. Delicate line of a sail, not ours, not the hulk of a Leviathan. A ship appears. At first I half imagine it. Then its colours unfurl. Soft blue, white trim, a merchant design I've seen before. Familiar, neutral, friendly. My heart hammers. My voice slips out, ragged. "Ship off the starboard bow!" They all look. Shen's incantation falters. The Darrells stop hauling. Scratchy leans on a barrel. Gunwitch's fingers twitch. Even Tora's ears tip forward. A rowboat edges closer. A woman steps aboard, earth clothes, delicate, still smelling of distant plains. She stops. Height of noon versus the leftover dark of battle. She stares at me like I'm not a myth but something pulling at her heartbeat. "You're Eliana Baker," she says, voice steady like a seal breaking ice. "The one who vanished off Cape Horn. You're real." My breath stutters. I want to taste the world again. I don't answer. She leans into the deck, where coral meets scar, wet ash pools at my boots. "I'm Mira Castell," she says, "from Earth." The words fall like stones, familiar but distant. We found thin places. There are more. You walked into Earth once, you understand. Silence roars in my head. Earth remembers. A compass slips from her bag, hits the deck with a soft ring. It's Earth's constellations carved into metal. I slide forward, shivery, pick it up. "This was washed up," she says, voice gentle. "I thought it came from you." My hand closes around it. Lurges appears behind me, eyes wide. He puts a hand on my shoulder. I don't flinch. "This changes everything," I say. Not a question. A fact. No one knows what to do. We stand in the shadow of what we killed, and now what's alive again. Fog pulses around the ship like breath. Mira keeps talking. "We need you. We have others looking for these places, trying to open or close them. You could help." I sink to my knees by the rail. Magic still rings deep in my bones. I'm torn between worlds. Lurgies crouches beside me. The world beyond remembered me. I whisper. He nods, silent guard. Later, the merchant ship leaves behind provisions, small gifts, promise. Mira steps back into her boat, compass sealed in my fist. I watch the boat drift off. Our ship feels smaller. That night, I pace under lantern glimmer, deck muscles tired, ribs still aching, heart overloaded. Lurgies finds me there again, boots wet from deck rain. "You okay?" he asks. "No," I say, voice raw. "I'm married. I chose this. But Earth, we have unfinished business." I stop pacing. What if I can help? He doesn't say at first. Then, his voice low, storm-soft. "If you go, I won't stop you. But you better damn well come back." Tears press. I press my forehead to his chest. "I don't know yet. But I love you." His arms tighten, breath warm. "Then we'll find a way. Together, even if I have to fight across Earths to do it." I nod, swallowed by his heartbeat, anchored in the ship's lull. I fall asleep to the muted creak of boards, waves lulled by dawn. Earth waits, and maybe I will too.
Chapter 24. Lurgus. The plague of the sea slides into the river's mud-grayed embrace. The horizon clangs distant and unknown. Trees lean close and ominous, their moss-stripped arms beckoning like ancient wardens. Rain is just a breath now. Not enough to chase away the cold, but enough to taste in my teeth. Wet iron and promise. The ship creaks with a dying groan, alive at my back, familiar in scorn and wood. Below-deck workmen hammer, spell singers chant, and splintered wood smells of burned magic and loss. But I'm here, upright, boots planted. I walk the deck with Ileana behind me, damp hair clinging to her back like night's half-forgotten song. Her voice is a comfort. "You don't have to keep walking," she says, tone soft as driftwood. I stop. I need the rest of this in me. Rain kisses my skin, cold and steady. Her hand on my shoulder burns through armor. "You don't owe the past your bones." I laugh, bone deep. "You've heard this before." Doesn't make it sound any easier. Her chin lifts. "Tell me." I can feel the weight of it pushing down from my ribs. I use the railing for support, rain baptizing my back, and speak, voice rumbling like distant thunder. "It was night." Moon wild with blood. My tribe's fire drove me awake. I draw breath. They came for me first. Shouts in the dark. My sister's scream, the snap of thatchalight. I ran, skin screaming, tripping through the underbrush. Only Moon watched. Eliana steps closer, whispering back, "I'm here." I nod. I reach the ridge. Star scar burning into chest. That's when they found me. I pause. The air tastes like wet ash. They branded me. A star, saying the gods marked me cursed. Then they left, to burn, and I stayed. Stone cold, breathing. I waited all night for answers. Cue the dawn, birds. But gods never answered. Not then. She traces that fading scar on my arm, bright under layers of salt and sweat. Let's give them an answer now. I swallow. I've tried to stay awake since. Like if I lied still enough, they'd forgive me. I let out a breath I didn't know I held. But they never did. No prayers, no weeping, no vengeful wind. Just silence, cold, stretched out. Mama says silence is just space, not nothing, she says. We fill it. My hand finds hers. Skin slick. You did. You're the betraying noise in my damned quiet. We don't talk for a moment. Just rain, wood, and two people anchored by ghosts and now by each other. But then she presses her forehead to mine. "I've been dying my whole life," she says, "until I came here. With you. Now, I feel like I'm alive for the first time." That name, alive, it tastes like promise on my tongue. The scent of her hair begets heat behind my eyes. Our lips meet slow. Taste of rain and fierce salvation. The kiss blooms quiet, deeper than thunder, wanting nothing but to hold and be held. When we break, breathless, I find her hand. We go below deck, walls creak, air thicker with smoke and candle and sweat from souls huddled in past battles. I light a lantern. Yellow glow steadies the dark. She follows. I touch her collarbone, spongy with forgiveness and heat. She rounds to me. "Tell me what you want." I hesitate. Her eyes storm glass, deep and full. But the gladness there makes something uncoil inside me. Now is not the time for certainty. But for answer, I have one. "You," I say, "right here. Right now." She smiles. That's enough. We move like water meeting stone. Inevitable, full of friction and soft yielding. Our lovemaking is quiet but searing, less desperate than before, more grounding. Wet skin and lantern glow send shivers through memory and bone. Dialogue turns to breath and small murmured names. Moans are low, her voice lurgus, a prayer from the edge of grief and memory. Mine is rough, half-confessing. "Eliana." The bed creaks, rain drums the hull. We speak in sighs and broken words. "Here. Now, we..." Her skin is salt and courage. My scars trace landmaps of survival against her back. When the tide of breath slows, I cradle her in the bed's hush. Lantern flickers blood gold on sweat-slick faces. I whisper, "Survivors." She breathes slow. "Anchored." Outside, river hush drifts through cracked wood. I press a kiss to her shoulder. "Then we'll sail this together," I promise. Her answer, small, half-smile, eyes closing. "Together." I wake to the steady pulse of the river against the hull, a low, dragging rhythm like the pulse of something alive under the mud. Light filters through cracks in the hatch, thick with mist and the smell of forest rot. Sweet decaying wood, damp earth, the promise of something hidden. I pull myself upright on the narrow mattress in the captain's quarters, muscles still knotting with yesterday's loss and triumph. Beside me, Eliana breathes slow and steady, as if the world outside our skin has paused for her. Her hair is tangled with wick and river mist, and the faint light catches the curve of her eyelashes. I reach for her, worry pushing in my chest like stone. "Eyes open," she murmurs, voice a ragged holdover of last night's heat. Rolling over, I press a kiss to her temple, the salt of our skin warm against my lips. "River's talking," I say, voice rough as packed earth. "We're close." She pauses. "And we'll go again." Her words are hunger, but soft, enough to fill my ribs. I dress quietly, boots slick with river, clothes smelling of uphill trees, and step onto the deck. Fog wobbles at the edge of sight, as though deciding if the world still exists. Dawn is suppressed, murky. Below, the crew works in silence, patching concave places, chanting old healing spells. If the ship were human, she'd be bleeding still. I move among them. Larry hums a lullaby he learned as a calf, shingles in his footsteps. Darrell number 2 yells a war chant into the mist. Darrell number 3 coughs bored dust from his lungs. Scratchy edges forward, says with a snuffle, "We'll do fine. Just let's not wake another city-sized beast, yeah?" I give him a crooked nod. "Just the gate. Prefer it silent this time." Gunwitch appears beside me, pistols hung low. "Gate doesn't bode well," she says, tone flat. "I smell old wars." "Same," I say. I inhale so the cold tries to claim my lungs. The smell of decay and new magic fight in my nose. A clap of thunder, small, distant. The jungle answers with low electric rustle. Eliana appears up the ladder, machete strapped to her back like a promise. "Found it," she whispers. Her eyes pin me. "Where you learn to survive and where God's left you." I swallow. "Let's go inside," I say. We meet in silence. Hand in hand we descend. Wooden walls hush us to quarters. The air here is warm, stale with old maps and rum fumes beneath a lantern's yellow flicker. I close the door behind us. She turns to me. "You can't stop this. Whatever is waiting below." I close the distance. Feel her warmth. My voice is low. "I need you to promise." She presses against me. "I always promise." In her look, I see night skies I've never earned. I lead her to a small table, open out a cloth, smooth it with care. "Got something." I reach into my jacket, my past, my isolation, all collected in one small paper-wrapped thing. I unwrap it, my star-shaped scar from that night. I press the cool metal into her palm, the compass she gave me years ago, scarred and rusted. She opens her fingers. "This pointed me home." Her voice cracks. Pillar-strong voice falling to earth. Now it just spins. I take it from her and place back in her hand, steel brace fingers against soft skin. "Then let's find a new north together." She looks into my eyes. "We will." I take her hand again, place it over my heart, palpable, weighted, fingers steady on ribs. "I've been dying my whole life," she says, eyes shimmering like distant storm. "Until I came here. With you." Heat coils behind my chest. "And you saved me." Her thumb rests over my pulse. I swallow. "I love you." She leans against me. "I love you too." We collapse to the floor. Lantern sway paints dancing gold across her cheek. Our lovemaking is slow, sacred. Waterlogged skin shedding memory, becoming each other. Whispers and sighs in the hush of boards and lantern flame. At the edge of breath, she murmurs, "I'm home." I press a kiss to her collarbone, voice low as dawn. "Then we've always been home."
Chapter 25. Eliana. I wake before dawn, not to the rumble of river or the whisper of tendrils sliding through the hold, but to a raw, brittle quiet that crawls under my skin. My limbs ache, not with battle scars this time, but with the weight of 7 days lived in normal. The hammock is empty, Tora's absence a soft pillow in the gloom. I slip into boots greasier than I'd like, river slick and worn. The deck smells like yesterday's stew and today's possibilities. Onions, salt and sweet incense from Scratchy's makeshift altar. My breath clouds in front of me. I cross the deck, pausing by Lila. She's perched on a crate with a juvenile pterosaur in her arms, offering it a carrot. She glances up, pale lavender eyes bright. 10 gold says he tilts his head at me, she says, voice thick with mischief. Darrell number 1 waves. How about 5 to anyone who stops the little flying terror from chewing on my helmet? Darrell number 2 holds up 2 fingers. 5's good. Or better, lose a braid if you lose the bet. The pterosaur peeps. Its beady eyes flick to me. I touch its crest, cold and soft as moss. "He's adorable," I say without meaning it. Lila laughs. "Adorable until he chews your finger off." I laugh because it's true. And a little nerve echoes, a memory of scales, wings, the Leviathan's hiss. Gunwitch stands nearby, 1 pistol in hand, dry and cool against her palm. Next to her, Left Darrell tries loading with 1 hand, bending over the weapon like it's a beast he owes his respect to. "Point a finger there." Snap the chamber. Gunwitch's voice is flat and steady. The Darrell nods. "Got it." He twists the chamber, grins. It clicks. Whatever trust is. I trail past them, under a banner of smoke, incense and laughter too soft to carry to the jungle. Gunwitch's bullet lands with a dull thud into a practice target. Lila cheers. One of the Darrells paces behind her, pocketing carrots. Behind me, I hear Lurgis's boots. His presence grounds me. Earth, muscle, unwavering. He stands beside me, shoulders perched as if loaded with something tomorrow can't touch. I lean into him, breath mingling. He rests his chin atop my head. Stuff feels normal again, he says, low. Our kind of normal. I lean into his leather-clad chest. Better than normal, I reply. I can taste stew on his collar, sweet spice, garlic, and I crave it. Lurgis's hand finds mine. Fingers smooth over my skin. His thumb traces the fine silver necklace I wear. You okay? Better, I answer. But I think I lost something back there. He doesn't say anything more, just holds. The silence says everything. Down below, Shen's chanting morphs into laughter. The smell of stew gets stronger. The deck hums again, footsteps, sleet drips, wood creaks. Tora appears, tail puffed, face triumphant. Human who needs food, he says, demanding belly scratches. I oblige. His fur is friction, warm. I release the pet, feeling the river's lull heartbeat through decks. It's morning again. Time's reset itself. I follow Lurgis below to the galley. Stew is thick and smoky. I take a spoonful, warm onion liquor that tastes like renunciation and renewal. The rest of the ship hums. Darrells slurp their own share. Scarlet laughs. Hissy-Fit sips broth like it's holy water. I hold my spoon close. The spice is hot, gentle on the tongue. Bits of meat and carrot remind me tomorrow has teeth and we're still alive. Lurgis watches. You okay? I taste stew, breathe deep, nod. Yeah. I set the spoon down and stand. Let's keep going. He nods back. I step back into the deck, hushed with sunrise betrayal. Every laugh echoes a little hollow. Even the stew feels like memory. We walk back outside. Lila's pterosaur settles into her lap. Gunwitch holsters her pistol. Darrells chatter like old drunken logs. For a heartbeat, the ship is all of us again. But I know. Everyone knows something was lost in that jungle, especially me. I step into the dawn like I'm walking back into memory, boots sinking into moss-spliced stone. The air tastes of dissolved rain, earth soft, and something ancient stirring beneath my tongue. The river's breath is wet on my cheek, and mist threads across the cracked ziggurat in slow loops. Each stone is groaning, worn, turning back into earth. I feel the grooves of carved runes under my palm, half hidden by creeping moss, once eager with power, now softened. The gate stands before me, a broken promise begging forgiveness. Lurgis lingers behind, quiet as half-remembered thunder. I don't turn. There's no need. I already feel him behind me, breath warm, anchored against the cathedral of jungle. I pick up a jagged stone from the shattered step where we stood, something sharp and cool, heavy. The stone tastes of granite and sacrifice, like it's echoing a past self. With that weight in my palm, I inhale air damp and heavy, swallow it down. Moss and orchid all broken sunlight. I breathe and find stillness. For the version of me who left, I say, voice low as a song. The wind muffles words to prayer. You made it this far. I press the stone against the central crack of the gate, wedging it between weathered marble and memory. The stone fits like a promise reborn. My fingers shake, cold or weak, I'm not sure. Fingernails dirty with earth and regret. I close my eyes. The gate groans with the settling of roots and stolen arches, giving in. But I'm not her anymore. The words thrum like old wounds pulled tight. I feel Lurgis beside me, pulse steady. His boot nudges mine. He kneels, careful, opens a wooden box carved with Darrell index marks. I turn, heart lodged. Inside, something unexpected. A ring. Curved metal formed from leviathan tooth, smooth, jagged by gold thread from river ore. Scar and shine fused, handmade, weight both cold and warm. I stare. The smell of brine and resin and blood lingers. Married once, he says softly, sorrow and hope colliding in his voice. This one's for keeps. I blink. The river's murmur gathers in my ears. The world slows. I touch the ring, edges rough against palm, story heavy. Leviathan's death, our survival. His touch on the cold metal trails like memory. Together, I whisper. He slides the box aside, leans forward, fingers trembling. Always. My hand extends reflexively. His thumb curls into the inside of the ring, gentle claim. It's simple, the bone of an ancient one, the gleaming gold of river bounty, quiet vow. I swallow. It's brutal, I say, voice breaking, beautiful, but brittle. He presses his forehead to the side of mine. Just like us. I let tears gather, salt, river, rain. I've been hardened by forest fight, forged in silence. Now, with him, something else. I'm soft, alive. I thread the ring onto my finger. It's heavy, real. I flex it gently. Real golden promise, I say. He laughs, small and painful. Bigger than all the promises they buried in that jungle. My chest clenches. The jungle we left behind shattered more than gates. It ripped us. But these scars are why we're still here. We stand slow, joined hands. The gate behind us resealed by moss, but alive in pulse. Let's go home, Lurgis says, voice firm as anchor. I nod. The river stretches, shaded and secret, gateways waiting. Together we turn away, footsteps echoing on marble-turned earth. I carry the ring's weight in my ribcage, tether and compass, and the knowledge that I'm not the girl who fled. I wake before dawn, blinking into shadowed wood, mist curling through the rigging, thick against my eyelashes. The river's breath is everywhere, a ghost of cold water on my skin. I push aside the hammock's weave. Tora's claimed it entirely, sprawled across my side as though it's his throne. He yawns, slick whiskers grazing my arm, and gives me that look of soft defiance. Fine, I whisper. You can keep it. He flicks a tail as if approving the bargain, then rises and pads off, great cat, king of our wrecked orchestra. I dress in damp underrobe and boots that cling with mud. At the edge of the deck, I catch the scent of wood smoke and coconut oil from the galley, a sleepy swirl that reminds me I'm still alive, still stitched to this world. Lurgy stands at the bow, arms braced against the rail. Fog drifts down the river like pale ghosts, parting just enough to carve silhouettes of mangrove and distant land. Morning, I say quietly, walking up barefoot beside him. He doesn't turn, hands wrapped over one large knuckle, jaw clenched with the weight of promise. Come watch, he says. River looks like it's waking. The mist yawns with him. I press close, breathe the damp quiet. Rice vapour, timber, damp linen. I taste salt and exhaustion and calm. We stand together until a low rumble coils through the hull. Darrell drums from below, laughter half-whispered. The deck stirs alive again, Lila's high command over a juvenile pterosaur still tied to its perch. 10 gold says he mimics my voice, she calls. The chick caws in protest, scrabbling wings like parchment waterlogged. A wager blooms. Darrells chant their bets. Gunwitch coaches left Darrell on one-handed reload techniques. Steady breath, focus your manner, she murmurs. His finger trembles, then finds its mark. Click. She nods, proud. I rest hand on rail, thoughts scattered like coral. Laughter dances, tinny, brittle, necessary. But between jokes lies gravity. We stood at the mouth of death for days. We walked through shadow and blood, and came out bloodied but breathing. Lurgis turns. You okay? I smile, small. Scars don't come with instruction manuals. He nods slow. I wrap my arms around him, lean into warm leather, hair damp with river breath. You teach me everything. He kisses my forehead like a blessing. Always. Later, when lanterns flame low and hush has fallen over the crew, I feel a weight crawl into my ribs. I retrieve paper from Shen's kit, edges soft with sweat. Ink thicker than night, blacker than absence. I sit on the deck's edge, legs curled and right. Mother, Father, by the time this finds light, I'll be across sea and stone, maybe even home. You raised me to be brave enough to leave. I hope I've made you proud. I've found love on storms, survival on seas. Know the strength I carry, yours. I hold you in every breath. Your daughter, Eliana. Staining my chest with that truth, I fold it, seal the bottle I stole from Gunwitch's locker, a smooth cylinder of glass and hope. I drop in a sardine, a joke, superstition, or a prayer. Tora inspects, hauls it with his claws, then pads away, tail wrapped regal. I lay the bottle in our launch. Lurgis rows us out into silver water that trembles with stars and tides. My heart drifts on cold current. Here goes everything, I whisper. Lurgis's arm brushes mine. You found us, he murmurs. Maybe they will too. I lean on him. Rain of stars drips from sky to sea. I breathe into that moment. Maybe they will.
Chapter 26. Lurgis. The plague of the sea cuts through bright water like a blade through silk, sails taut, wind one breath behind us, urging us on. I stand at the prow, toes over the rail, salt spray flickering, sticky sharp like forgiveness. Maps are spread across the deck. Inked routes to Arkanstorm Isles. Names so new, even Shen balked when I showed them to him. He always acts like he's seen everything, but his eyebrows rose clean past his hairline just looking at that name. Eliana comes up beside me, jammed into the same world-late grin I wore the first night I saw her alone, amid Leviathan wreckage. The sun she's turned herself toward warms her skin pink, freckles emerging like constellations. I watch her. After everything, here she is, breathing tomorrow. The water feels like it's forgiving us, she says, voice soft-lipped, breeze-lined. I shrug. Could be just a calm before Arkanstorm storms. She laughs, and the moment breaks like light against wood. Laughter spreads. Scratchy jumps atop a barrel, voice cracking into song, deep and off-key, but rich with relief. We sail to Isles now. We sail to Isles now. His words reel through deckboards, crack across sails, seeps into the rigging. Gunwitch where she stands, oregano flame in her eyes, fires fireworks out of the muzzle of one pistol, flaming petals drifting. She's our silent wildfire, backing up Scratchy's war song with sparks. Hissy Fit is on deck next, scales sparkling, releasing confetti cannons chained to his belt. Arkanstorm! Arkanstorm! He hisses, confetti raining like tiny stars. Tora, perched atop a humidor barrel, watches, tail curled like a question mark. I can't help it. I laugh. I throw my head back. I lift my arms. This is the kind of goddamn ridiculous joy that cracks my chest open and spills out the rest of us. Darrell jumps in, hoisting potted blooms Shen dragged from the ship at some weakness-lashed moment onto the main deck center. The Darrell twins wheel out more, their version of a banner or wreath, offsetting ancient horsepower with fresh green blooms. Shen materializes from nothing with a backdrop of glitter in his hands, chanting words that smell like card games and healing spells. There's talk of maps again, looking toward Arkanstorm Isles. Never heard of them. one of the brothers says. I lean in. Me neither. That's exactly why we're headed there. Eliana dips her head, looking out. A fresh mystery, she says, her voice edged with awe. A new legend waiting to be written. I feel something like awe, too, my chest swelling with survival rather than curse. I've crossed demon nights, swallowed dragons in healing breath, and now I'm building futures. Let's put a hand at her waist, warm and steady, and say, then we write it together. The deck vibrates, drums of laughter, the riot of celebration, the river call of unknown islands ahead. Captain! Scratchy sings, promptu conductor, his arms wide. Captain Lurgus, will you lead us? I grin wide and bow, voice bold. Hell yes. To Arkenstorm Isles, cheers snap, dizzy and wild. Confetti flurries, tarot shrieks, Shen's wards flicker into blue-white glow. Gunwitch launches another firework, this time golden, and it arcs, blossoms midair. Petals land on map lines, turning them into tracks of light. I trace one with my finger. Arkenstorm Isles. Uncharted. Tabula rasa. New destiny. Laughter slides back onto me, groggy with joy. Lila flips the pterosaur free, its tiny feathers stuttering in release. The chick circles once, knocks into Gunwitch's wrist, then folds into flight out over the bow. Someone, maybe Darul, yells, "Free for all!" and others join cheers. I turn to Eliana. Her hair is falling in damp curl across her mouth. I press my lips to her cheek. Found us with your fear, I say, voice thick. Now let's sail toward whatever we choose next. She shakes her head and breathes. You're awful. That's the best news you've given me all dawn, I say. Below, the maps flutter. A banner snaps in the wind, the sail catches brighter. Arkenstorm Isles lie ahead, misted by promise. Below deck, plates clatter, words like stories start in corners. Our crew is buzzing like a newborn hive. I head below to rouse Shen. He's hunched over chart scraps, muttering in Elvish against the fire. Gunwitch tries, muffling her laughter in a grimace. Shen, you're the wizard. Tell us what's out there, I say, leaning on the door frame. Ink and candlestick smoke cling to his robes. He looks up, eyes twinkling despite age carved into crow's feet. The Isles. No mention anywhere, even in coded border files. These could be beyond map's edge. Uncharted, I echo. We'll draw them. He smiles. Then go careful. Legends like ours don't die easy, but fools often drink too deeply. I nod. I want to tell him. I'm not a fool anymore. I claim the map from his table. Its paper is crisp and trembling. I tuck it tight beneath my shirt. That night, the sky glows low with twin moons and waves hum like lullabies of new roads. I pass by Eliana. She's perched on deck, letters scattered, star-mapped. Tora sleeps at her feet. I sit. She doesn't look up. Got a moment? Only for the legend's writer, she says without sarcasm. Just quiet pride. I lean my head on her shoulder. Stars hang like tears on rigging lines. We're all here, I whisper. Alive. She nudges me close. Yeah, she murmurs. New maps, new dreams. I reach for her hand. Her knuckles are calloused with ship heat and script load, mine brighter than any star. I pull her up gently. Come on, I say. Let's drown the old world in our laughter and carve new shores. She leans into me, breath settling. With you, she says. I bow my head to her hair. Fireworks crack above us, silver bloom, petals falling onto her lashes. Everything sparkles. Maps, the night, her skin. The plague glides on. Mist parts. The sea road ahead gleams. Scratchy's tail swing giggles echo around wood. Shen's wards hum in the night. The warm promise of Arkenstorm Isles swells. Laughter, wind, dreams. It's all alive. I stay pinned at the helm by instinct as the plague of the sea cuts through red gold water, sails brimming like lungs full of promise. The deck jumps beneath me, alive with cheers and clank of cookware. I inhale. Brine, smoke, sweat, hope. Every sense swims in bold color. This is the best kind of chaos. Eliana slips in beside me, fingers finding the wood. "Captain's orders?" she asks, voice lit with mischief and daring. I shrug, heartbeat unclenching. "You're the better sailor." The wind whips her hair, caramel glow on her skin. She grins, no longer the trembling girl at the gate, but this board-born legend in making. She's found. Below, the crew erupts. Scratchy bursts into song, off-key but fierce. "Toward New Isles we sail tonight!" Fireworks shot from Gunwitch's pistol carve willow gold shapes into sky. Hissy fit hisses Arkenstorm! Arkenstorm! In 3 sing-song notes, each trailing confetti showers, twins of snow over wood. Darul triplets roll out fresh maps soaked in celebration. Shen hovers with tiny warded sparks flitting about his fingers like captive lightning. I watch Eliana tighten her grip on ship's wheel, strong and sure. "Reckon we can make Arkenstorm Isles by full moon?" she asks, half teasing. I laugh, tasting awe in the salt air. "If the sea's kind and Shen's lucky, we'll have cities to trace on new maps before dawn." She tilts forward, fierce in the glow. "Then let's chart a future nobody sees coming." Below deck, the scent of steaming stew drips upward, hearty and anchoring. I think of home, of what we survived. Then I pull her hand. "Let's make it happen." The plank hums with life, laughter, fire, music carrying like flags. We've walked through monsters, leviathans, jungles older than gods. Now the sea opens. Even the air tastes like promise. Eliana steps aside, letting me steer. She moves now into a spot she fits into. Ship, crew, future, all in one. I watch her touch that wheel, posture lithe with purpose. My throat tightens with something fierce. She's not lost. She's found. By me. By them. By this ship. "Reckon this is what safe looks like," she calls over shoulder. I twist to meet her gaze. "Safe? No, alive. This is what alive feels like." She grins. "So goddamn whole." The world bends around that smile. "Spark!" A firework bursts off the stern. The deck glitters. Tora stomps out confetti, mews in approval. The pterosaur flaps free and shrieks low into sky. Gunwitch laughs dry and wild. I rest hands on the wheel. Stars blink awake in the shimmer of sunset, gold spilling off water like molten proof. Laughter wells up behind me, echoing off tomorrow. Eliana slides in next to me. Our shoulders brush. She leans into me. This isn't the end. I place my arm around her, warmth seeping into ribs. It's where we begin. Ahead, uncharted waters, waves tasting of new stories. Behind, the ragtag crew we've stitched together. Misfits, monsters, miracles. And here, between wind-cracked laughter and salt-flecked air, are 2 survivors dreaming a future worth sailing toward. And so, onward into rising night!
Chapter 27. Eliana. The deck is hushed now, only the faint whisper of waves brushing against wood and the soft patter of evening rain. Lanterns hang low, golden halos bobbing with each sway of the ship. I wander out barefoot, wood soft beneath my feet, brine tang curling on my tongue. The salt in the air feels like permission. I hesitate by the rail, heart thudding with everything unsaid. Then I sense him before I see him. Lurgis, shadowed in lantern glow, inches from me, anger and awe softened by candlelight. He watches me like I'm the first good thing he's dared to touch. My breath shifts in my throat. I can taste his aftertaste. Smoke and sweat and home. Eliana. His voice is smoke in worn leather. It curls around me. Lurgis, I say, breath even but electric. Evening. Tongue catches on words I love to say, not because they're smooth, but because they're ours. He steps close, heat coronary in his chest. You ready? I consider the night, its hush, its promise. As long as we're safe, I whisper. His hand slips down the back of my neck. Rugged, warm, deliberate. Safe, he echoes. Then his fingers brush the nape of my spine, guiding me back against the railing. Rain beads in my hair, cool where his chest is hot. The scent of rain-damp wood enters my lungs and anchors me in this moment. He pulls me close, so the board under us vibrates with our breathing. I feel that primal longing, the one holy as stars when held right. My fingers find the leather of his jacket, edges fraying, and I dirty my nails with salt and sweat just to hold on. His lips press my forehead first, then slide down, slow, owned. Tongue hunting. Rain subtitles our kiss with steady rhythm. I taste him, iron and something sharp, brave. My heart avalanches. His hand trails down my side, pulling my waist into his embrace. Breath fogs between us, wood scent and ocean scent, and the smell of possibility. I rest my hand on his chest, hearts both pounding like drums. He whispers into my ear, "Home is here." I curl my fingers into his hair. "And here," I say. Words swallow me whole. He kisses me again, tentative at first, then urgent, seismic. My knees go weak, but he holds me up like I'm gravity he found and doesn't want to lose. The world compresses, only breath, only us, only the salty heat. I trail kisses down his neck, over collarbone, memorizing each sinew with my lips. His skin tastes like danger and devotion. He heaves, hand behind my back, securing me. "Gods, you're beautiful," he murmurs. Laugh escapes, a sobbing, joyous sound. I push him into the doorway, off the deck, into the captain's quarters, world within world. Lantern glow shifts soft gold to amber. The smell of old maps and night oil trails us inside. The door closes with soft thud, seal on the world behind us. He's behind me then, hands on my hips. The music from celebration drifts through walls, but here it's quiet except for my heart shouting in ribs. He turns me. We face each other with breath heavy, eyes searching. "Every storm we've made," I say, voice ragged. "Every scar, every tear, it led me to want you." He cups my face, eyes searching mine for truth. Then he kisses me, not urgent now, but deep, solid, steady like a promise. My hands lift his shirt over muscled chest. His skin soaks me in. His breath drags when I find a scar near his ribs. I trace it with my finger. Dangerous history. He let me touch it like we were threading light through broken things. He smiles, firefox bright. Now, let me memorize the rest. I climb him, legs bracketing his waist, lips swiping neck and ear. He lifts me, shifting us onto the small cot, sheets slick with past battles but clean tonight. The bed's creak doesn't scare me. His weight tips gravity, curves our bodies tight as wave and wood. Rain drums small applause on the window. I feel alive in every fibre, every breath, every pulse under my hands. Clothes fall, my hands on his shoulders, trailing new paths over sunburn, muscle, memory. His hands lace in my hair, thumbs brushing my cheek. "Say it," I whisper. He parts lips. "I love you," he rasps. I smile in the dark between us. "I love you too." Our bodies speak in shadowed dialogue. It's slow, sacred. Fingertips, breath, touch. Our old griefs land in edges of flesh, and flesh reshapes them. Each motion quiets storm-worn souls. It's ragged survivors stitching themselves whole with want and trust. I hold him close, tracing his scars with lips and promises. The world beyond the walls recedes, only now exists. When we finally collapse into soft, rumpled peace, breath quiets. I lie on his chest, fingers splayed across heartbeat thunder. Lantern's last glow flecks across his face. I whisper, "Forever, yeah?" He hums low, confident. "Forever." Rain lulls, wood settles, dreams seep back, safe, sacred.
Chapter 28. Captain Storm Shadow. I wake to breath. I can feel Eliana's breath brushing against my chest like wind on whistlewood, soft and alive. The lantern's flame flickers, casting tattooed shadows on the walls of our cabin. Outside, the plague groans gently. She's still too tired to fight against the current. The night carries the scent of rain-heavy wood, stale rum, and the hushed promise of dawn. She lies curled against me, skin soft as river moss, heartbeat slow and deep. My arm drifts, fingertips brushing the curve of her waist, memorizing it again. I've crossed demon tides and wrestled lightning, but nothing ever felt more sacred than this. Her warmth under my ribs, her breath a lullaby against the scars I carry. I inch my fingers upward, tracking the line of her spine. Her hair falls across my palm in damp silk. I press gently and she exhales, soft. Yes. I watch her face, calm, complete. Eyes closed, lashes dusted with sleep. Her expression echoes peace. I lean forward, voice low and trembling. Eliana, soft as prayer. She stirs, curls into me. Lurgus, she whispers back, voice thick with sleep. Stay, I growl, deaf in my ribs. Always. A slow flicker of awakening in her eyes. Midnight tides in those emerald depths. She smiles, barely, but it's an open world, just bridge and want. Always, she repeats. I brush my thumb across her cheek. Her skin tastes like dusk mist and danger reclaimed. She catches my thumb against her lips and suckles, not hungry, but tender. My heart unspools. I press a kiss to her mouth. Slow. Searching. Her lips mold to mine with heat that scorches, anchoring everything that ever shook inside me. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. Outside, dawn's coming, muted glow through slatted shutters. I rest my forehead on her chest, listen to her quiet breathing, skin against mine, heartbeat, steady. Good morning, she murmurs. Best morning, I reply. She shifts, head nudging mine. Thank you, she says, words thick with everything we'll build. I'd tear down the sky, I whisper, just to see you safe. She laughs softly, arms around me. I know. We lie tangled until the captain's bell clangs for breakfast, echo in the cabin soft like promise. But we linger, safe, together, whole. We rise at last, bodies sticky with dawn sweat, and dress in worn leathers. The ship outside yawns awake, sea brimming, ready to test us again. Before we step into that day, I kiss her temple. Love you, I say tight. She presses close. Love you more. The world out there waits, maps uncharted, storms to sail, a future hungry for us. But right now, this bed, this breath, it's eternity.